Section 14 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 7, The Diffusion of the Faith. فما تتاول أعمال المديح إلى ما فيه من كرم الأخلاق والشيم. But how can the desire of the eulogist come up to what is in him of nobility of disposition and nature? The Jewish tribes, in spite of the reverses they had already suffered, were still formidable, still busy with their machinations to work the destruction of the Muslims. They possessed, at the distance of 3 or 4 days' journey to the northeast of Medina, a strongly fortified territory, studded with castles, the principal of which, called Al-Qamus, was situated on an almost inaccessible hill. This group of fortresses was called Khaybar, a word signifying a fortified place. The population of Khaybar included several branches of the Bani Nadir and the Qurayza, who had taken refuge there. The Jews of Khaybar had shown an active and implacable hatred towards Muhammad and his followers, and since the arrival of their brethren among them, this feeling had acquired greater force. The Jews of Khaybar, united by an ancient alliance with the Bedouin horde of the Bani Ghatafan and other cognate tribes, worked incessantly for the formation of another coalition against the Muslims. These latter were alive to the power possessed by the desert races to injure them, and prompt measures were needed to avert the evils of another league against Medina. Accordingly, early in the month of Muharram of this year, an expedition consisting of about 1,400 men was dispatched against Khaybar. The Jews now solicited the assistance of their allies. The Bani Firaza hastened to their support, but afraid of the Muslims turning their flank and surprising their flocks and herds in their absence, speedily retreated. The Jews were thus left alone to bear the brunt of the war. Terms were offered to them by the Muslims, but were refused. In spite of the most determined resistance on the part of the Jews, fortress after fortress opened its gate. At last came the turn of the most formidable castle, Al-Qamus. After a spirited defense, it also fell into the hands of the Muslims. The fate of this, their principal fortress, brought the remaining Jewish townships to see the utter futility of further resistance. They sued for forgiveness, which was accorded. Their lands and immovable property were guaranteed to them on condition of good conduct, together with the free practice of their religion. And, as they were exempt from the regular taxes, the Prophet imposed upon them the duty of paying to the Commonwealth, in return for the protection they would thenceforth enjoy, half the produce of their lands. The movable property found in the fortress, which the Muslims reduced by regular sieges and battles, was forfeited to the army and distributed among the men according to the character of their arms. Thus, for instance, 3 shares were given to a horseman, whilst a foot soldier received only 1. Footnote: the story of Kinana being tortured for the sake of disclosing the concealed treasures is false. Frequent attempts were made about this time to assassinate the Prophet. On his entry into Khaybar, a Jewess, animated with the same vengeful feeling as the Judith of old, spread a poisoned repast for him and some of his followers. One of them died immediately after he had taken a few mouthfuls. The life of the Prophet was saved, but the poison permeated his system, and in afterlife he suffered severely from its effects and eventually died thereof. In spite of this crime, Muhammad forgave the woman, and she was allowed to remain among her people unharmed. End of footnote. Towards the end of the 7th year of the Hijrah, Muhammad and his disciples availed themselves of their truce with the Quraysh to accomplish the desire of their hearts, the pilgrimage to the holy places. This journey in Muslim history is reverently styled the pilgrimage or visit of accomplishment. It was in March 629 that the Prophet, accompanied by 2,000 Muslims, proceeded to Mecca to perform the rites of the Lesser Pilgrimage, rites which every pilgrim of Islam has now to observe. The Quraysh would, however, have nothing to say to the pilgrims and hold no converse with them. For the 3 days during which the ceremonies lasted, they evacuated the city, and from the summits of the neighboring heights watched the Muslims performing the rites. It was surely a strange sight, says Muir with an unconscious thrill, which at this time presented itself in the Vale of Mecca, a sight unique in the history of the world. The ancient city is for 3 days evacuated by all its inhabitants, high and low, every house deserted. And as they retire, the exiled converts, many years banished from their birthplace, approach in a great body, accompanied by their allies, revisit the empty homes of their childhood, and within the short allotted space fulfill the rites of pilgrimage. The outside inhabitants, climbing the heights around, take refuge under tents or other shelter among the hills and glens, and, clustering on the overhanging peak of Abu Qubais, thence watch the movements of the visitors beneath, as with the Prophet at their head they make the circuit of the Kaaba and the rapid procession between As-Safa and Marwa, and anxiously scan every figure if perchance they may recognize among the worshippers some long-lost friend or relative. It was a scene rendered possible only by the throes which gave birth to Islam." End quote. In strict conformity with the terms of the treaty, they left Mecca after a sojourn of 3 days. This peaceful fulfillment of the daydream of the Muslims was followed by important conversions among the Quraysh. The self-restraint and scrupulous regard for their pledged word displayed by the believers created a visible impression among the enemies of Islam. Many of those who were most violent among the Quraysh in their opposition to the Prophet, men of position and influence, who had warred against him and reviled him, struck by Muhammad's kindness of heart and nobility of nature, which overlooked all crimes against himself, adopted the faith. Footnote: For instance, Khalid bin Walid, who commanded the Quraysh cavalry at Uhud, and Amru ibn al-Asi, famous as Amru. End of footnote. The murder of the Muslim envoy by a feudatory of the Greek emperor was an outrage which could not be passed over in silence and unpunished. An expedition consisting of 3,000 men was dispatched to exact reparation from the Ghassanid prince. The lieutenants of the Byzantine emperor, instead of disavowing the crime, adopted it, and thus made the quarrel an imperial one. Uniting their forces, they attacked the Muslims near Muta, a village not far from Balka in Syria, the scene of the murder. The Byzantines and their allies were repulsed, but the disparity of numbers was too great, and the Muslims retreated to Medina. Footnote: In this battle, Zayd, the son of Harith, who commanded the Muslim troops, Ja'far, the cousin of Muhammad, and several other notables were killed. End of footnote. It was about this time that the Quraysh and their allies, the Bani Bakr, in violation of the terms of peace concluded at Hudaybiyah, attacked the Bani Khuza'ah, who were under the protection of and in alliance with the Muslims. They massacred a number of the Khuza'ah and dispersed the rest. The Bani Khuza'ah brought their complaints to Muhammad and asked for justice. The reign of iniquity and oppression had lasted long at Mecca. The Meccans had themselves violated the peace, and some of their chief men had taken part in the massacre of the Khuzā. The Prophet immediately marched 10,000 men against the idolaters, with the exception of a slight resistance by Ikrimah, the son of Abu Jahl, who fell at Badr, and Safwan, the son of Umayyah, at the head of their respective clans, in which several Muslims were killed. Muhammad entered Mecca almost unopposed. Thus, at length, Muhammad entered Mecca as a conqueror. He who was once a fugitive and persecuted now came to prove his mission by deeds of mercy. The city, which had treated him so cruelly, driven him and his faithful band for refuge amongst strangers, which had sworn his life and the lives of his devoted disciples, lay at his feet. His old persecutors, relentless and ruthless, who had disgraced humanity by inflicting cruel outrages upon inoffensive men and women, and even upon the lifeless dead, were now completely at his mercy. But in the hour of triumph, every evil suffered was forgotten, every injury inflicted was forgiven, and a general amnesty was extended to the population of Mecca. Only 4 criminals, quote, whom justice condemned, end quote, made up Muhammad's proscription list when he entered as a conqueror the city of his bitterest enemies. The army followed his example and entered gently and peaceably. No house was robbed, no woman was insulted. Most truly has it been said that through all the annals of conquest there has been no triumphant entry like unto this one. But the idols of the nation were unrelentingly struck down. Sorrowfully the idolaters stood round and watched the downfall of the images they worshipped. And then dawned upon them the truth, when they heard the old voice, at which they were wont to scoff and jeer, cry as he struck down the idols, "Truth has come, and falsehood vanisheth. Verily, falsehood is evanescent." How utterly powerless were their gods! After destroying these ancient idols and abolishing every pagan rite, Muhammad delivered a sermon to the assembled people. He dwelt first upon the natural equality and brotherhood of mankind, in the words of the Quran, and then proceeded as follows. "Descendants of Quraysh, how do you think I should act towards you?" "With kindness and pity, gracious brother and nephew," replied they. At these words, says Tabari, tears came into the eyes of the Prophet, and he said, "I shall speak to you as Joseph spake unto his brothers. I shall not reproach you today. God will forgive. He is the most merciful and compassionate." And now was enacted a scene of which there is no parallel in the history of the world. Hosts upon hosts came and adopted the religion of Muhammad. Seated on the hill of Safa, he received the old pledge exacted before from Medanites. They would not adore anything. They would not commit larceny, adultery, or infanticide. They would not utter falsehood, nor speak evil of women. Thus were the words of the Quranic prophecy fulfilled. When arrives victory and assistance from God, and seest thou men enter in hosts the religion of God, then utter the praise of thy Lord, and implore his pardon, for he loveth to turn in mercy to those who seek him. Muhammad now saw his mission all but completed. His principal disciples were dispatched in every direction to call the wild tribes of the desert to Islam, and with strict injunctions to preach peace and goodwill. Only in case of violence were they to defend themselves. These injunctions were loyally obeyed with one exception. The men of Khalid bin Walid, under the orders of this fierce and newly converted warrior, killed a few of the Bani Jazima Bedouins, apparently mistaking them for hostile soldiers. But the other Muslims interfering prevented further massacre. The news of this wanton bloodshed deeply grieved the Prophet, and he cried, raising his hands towards heaven, "O Lord, I am innocent of what Khalid has done." He immediately dispatched Ali to make every possible reparation to the Bani Jazima for the outrage committed on them. This was a mission congenial to Ali's nature, and he executed it faithfully. He made careful inquiries as to the number of persons killed by Khalid, their status, and the losses incurred by their families, and paid the diya strictly. When every loss was made good, he distributed the remainder of the money he had brought among the kinsmen of the victims and other members of the tribe, gladdening every heart, says the chronicler, by his gentleness and benevolence. Carrying with him the blessings of the whole people, he returned to the Prophet, who overwhelmed him with thanks and praises. The formidable Bedouin tribes, the Hawazin, the Thaqif, and various others who pastured their flocks in the territories bordering Mecca, and some of whom possessed strongly fortified towns like Taif, unwilling to render obedience to the Muslims without resistance, formed a league with the intention of overwhelming Muhammad before he could make preparations to repulse their attack. His vigilance, however, disappointed them. After a well-contested battle fought near Hunain, a deep and narrow defile about 10 miles to the northeast of Mecca, the idolaters were defeated with great loss. Separating their forces, one body of the enemy, consisting principally of the Thaqif, took refuge in the city of Taif, which only 8 or 9 years before had driven the Prophet from within its walls with insults. The rest fled to a fortified camp in the valley of Autas. This was forced, and the families of the Hawazin, with all their worldly effects, their flocks and herds, fell into the hands of the Muslims. Taif was then besieged, but after a few days Muhammad raised the siege, well knowing that the pressure of circumstances would soon force the Taifites to submit without bloodshed. Returning to the place where the captured Hawazin were left for safety, he found a deputation from this powerful tribe awaiting his return to solicit the restoration of their families. Aware of the sensitiveness of the Arab nature regarding their rights, Muhammad replied to the Bedouin deputies that he could not force his people to abandon all the fruits of their victory, and that they must at least forfeit their effects if they would regain their families. To this they consented, and the following day, when Muhammad was offering the midday prayers, with his disciples ranged behind him, they came and repeated the request. "We supplicate the Prophet to intercede with the Muslims, and the Muslims to intercede with the Prophet, to restore us our women and children." Muhammad replied to the deputies, "My own share in the captives and that of the children of Abd al-Muttalib I give you back at once." His disciples, catching his spirit, instantaneously followed his example, and 6,000 people were in a moment set free. This generosity won the hearts of many of the Thaqif, who tendered their allegiance and became earnest Muslims. Footnote: the people of Taif were so called. The story told by Muir as a curious illustration of the Prophet's mode of life is apocryphal. It must be remembered, firstly, that the division of the booty had not taken place, and consequently the Prophet could not have given away as gift part of his own share. But this he had promised to the deputies before the division to restore to the Hawazin. The story is a fabrication and utterly worthless. Add a footnote. The incident which followed, after the distribution of the forfeited flocks and herds of the Hawazin, shows not only the hold the Prophet had over the hearts of the Medanites and the devotion he inspired them with, but it also proves that at no period of his career had he any material reward to offer to his disciples. In the division of the spoil, a larger proportion fell to the share of the newly converted Meccans than to the people of Medina. Some of the Ansar looked upon this as an act of partiality, and their discontent reaching the ear of the Prophet, he ordered them to be assembled. He then addressed them in these words: "Ye Ansar, I have learned the discourse ye hold among yourselves. When I came amongst you, you were wandering in darkness, and the Lord gave you the right direction. You were suffering, and he made you happy. At enmity amongst yourselves, and he has filled your hearts with brotherly love and concord. Was it not so, tell me?" "Indeed, it is even as thou sayest," was the reply. "To the Lord and his Prophet belong benevolence and grace." "Nay, by the Lord," continued the Prophet, "but ye might have answered, and answered truly, for I would have testified to its truth myself. Thou camest to us rejected as an impostor, and we believed in thee. Thou camest as a helpless fugitive, and we assisted thee. Poor as an outcast, and we gave thee an asylum. Comfortless, and we solaced thee. Ye Ansar, why disturb your hearts because of the things of this life? Are ye not satisfied that others should obtain the flocks and camels, while ye go back unto your homes with me in your midst? By him who holds my life in his hands, I shall never abandon you. If all mankind went one way and the Ansar another, verily I would join the Ansar. The Lord be favorable unto them, and bless them, and their children, and their children's children." At these words, says the chronicler, they all wept until the tears ran down upon their beards. And they all cried with one voice, "Yea, Prophet of God, we are well satisfied with our share." Thereupon they retired happy and contented. Muhammad soon after returned to Medina. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 8, The Year of Deputations. فاق النبيين في خلقي وفي خلقي ولم يدانوه في علمي ولا كرمي دع ما ادعت النصارى في نبيهم واحكم بما شئت مدحا فيه واحتكمي. قصيدة البردة. He surpassed all the prophets in constitution and disposition, nor any did approach him either in knowledge or nobleness. Avoid what the Christians assert about their prophet, but declare whatever else thou wishest in his praise, and contend for it. إن الرسول للنور يستداء به وصارم من سيوف الله مسلول. Banat Suad. Indeed, the Prophet is a light from which guidance is sought, and a drawn sword out of God's swords. The 9th year of the Hijrah was noted for the embassies which flocked into Medina to render homage to the Prophet of Islam. The cloud which so long had rested over this land, with its wild chivalry, its blood feuds, and its heathenism, is now lifted forever. The age of barbarism is past. The conquest of Mecca decided the fate of idolatry in Arabia. The people who still regarded with veneration those beautiful moon goddesses, Manat, Lat, and Uzza, and their peculiar cult, were painfully awakened by the fall of its stronghold. Among the wild denizens of the desert, the moral effect of the submission of the Meccans was great. Deputations began to arrive from all sides to tender the allegiance and adherence of tribes hitherto most inimical to the Muslims. The principal companions of the Prophet and the leading citizens of Medina, at his request, received these envoys in their houses and entertained them with the time-honored hospitality of the Arabs. On departure, they always received an ample sum for the expenses of the road, with some additional presents corresponding to their rank. A written treaty guaranteeing the privileges of the tribe was often granted, and a teacher invariably accompanied the departing guests to instruct the newly converted people in the duties of Islam, and to see that every remnant of idolatry was obliterated from their midst. Whilst thus engaged in consolidating the tribes of Arabia under the new gospel, the great seer was alive to the dangers which threatened the new confederation from outside. The Byzantines seem about this time to have indulged in those dreams of Arabian conquests which had once before induced the founder of the Roman Empire to dispatch expeditions into that country. Heraclius had returned to his dominions elated by his victories over the Persians. His political vision could not have been blind to the strange events which were taking place in Arabia, and he had probably not forgotten the repulse of his lieutenants at the head of a large army by a handful of Arabs. During his stay in Syria, he had directed his feudatories to collect an overwhelming force for the invasion of Arabia. The news of these preparations was soon brought to Medina and caused some consternation among the Muslims. If the report was true, it meant a serious danger to the Islamic Commonwealth. Volunteers were summoned from all quarters to repel the threatened attack. Unfortunately, a severe drought had lately afflicted Hijaz and Najd. The date crops had been ruined, and the beasts of burden had died in large numbers, and the country people at large were unwilling to engage at this juncture on an expedition far from their homes. To some the time of the year seemed unreasonable, whilst the intensity of the heat, the hardships of the journey, and the marvelous stories regarding the power of the Byzantine Empire added largely to the fears of the timorous. Many applied to be exempted from service, and the Prophet acceded to the prayers of those who were either too weak or too poor to take up arms and leave their homes, and such others as had no one beside themselves to look after their families. Footnote: these were called al-Baka'un, the weepers, as they were distressed by their inability to join in the sacred enterprise of repelling a dangerous enemy. End of footnote. The unwillingness of the lukewarm was aggravated by the machinations of the Munafiqin, who spared no endeavors to fan it into discontent. Footnote: the machinations of the disaffected are censured in Surah 9, verse 82. These secret conspirators had for their rendezvous the house of a Jew named Suwaylem near the suburb of Jasum. This house was ultimately razed to the ground. It was at this time that the great teacher made the prophecy that there will always be munafiqin in Islam to thwart the endeavors of the true followers of the faith to do good to their people. Add a footnote. The example, however, of the principal disciples and other sincere followers of the faith infused vitality into the hearts of the timorous and shamed the backsliders into enthusiasm, which soon spread among the people. Contributions poured in from all sides. Abu Bakr offered all he possessed. towards the expenses of the expedition. Uthman equipped and supplied at his own expense a large body of volunteers, and the other prominent and affluent Muslims were equally generous. The women brought their ornaments and jewelries and besought the Prophet to accept the same for the needs of the state. A sufficient force was eventually collected, and accompanied by the Prophet, the volunteers marched towards the frontier. Footnote: It was called the Jaysh ul-Usra, the Army of Distress, owing to the difficulties with which it was collected. End of footnote. During his absence from Medina, the Prophet left Ali in charge of the city. The Munafiqin, with Abdullah ibn Ubay, had proceeded with the army as far as the Mount of Farewell, Thiniyatul Wada', but they quietly fell back from there and returned to the city. Here they spread the report that the Prophet had not taken his cousin with him, as he was apprehensive of the dangers of the expedition. Stung by the malicious rumor, Ali seized his arms and hastened after the army. Overtaking the troops, he told the Prophet what he had heard. Muhammad pronounced it to be a base calumny. "I have appointed thee my vicegerent, Khalifa, and left thee in my stead. Return then to thy post, and be my deputy over my people and thine. O Ali, art thou not content that thou art to me what Aaron was to Moses?" Footnote: فقال كذبوا ولكني خلفتك لما تركت ورائي فرجي فاخلفني في أهلي وأهلك أفلا ترضى يا علي أن تكون مني بمنزلة هارون من موسى. According to the Shias, the Prophet distinctly indicated in these words that Ali should be his successor. And a footnote. Ali accordingly returned to Medina. The sufferings of the troops from heat and thirst were intense. After a long and painful march, they reached Tabuk, a place situated midway between Medina and Damascus, where they halted. Here they learned to their amazement, and perhaps to their relief, that the apprehended attack was a Grecian dream, and that the emperor had his hands full at home. Finding, therefore, nothing at the moment to threaten the safety of the Medinite commonwealth, the Prophet ordered the Muslims to retrace their steps. After a sojourn of 20 days at Tabuk, where they found abundance of water for themselves and forage for their famished beasts of burden, the Muslims returned to Medina in the month of Ramadan. Footnote: According to Cousin de Percival, middle of December 630 AC. Chapter 4 of the Quran treats vividly of these events. At Tabuk, Muhammad received the submission of many of the neighboring chiefs. And a footnote. The Prophet's return to Medina was signalized by the arrival of a deputation from the refractory and hard-hearted idolaters of Taif, the very people who had driven the poor preacher from their midst with insults and violence. Urwa, the Taifite chief, who had been to Mecca after the Hudaybiyah incident as the Qurayshite envoy, was so impressed with the words of the teacher and his kindness that shortly after the accomplishment of his mission, he had come to the Prophet and embraced his religion. Though repeatedly warned by Muhammad of the dangers he ran among the bigoted of his city, he hastened back to Taif to proclaim his abjuration of idolatry and to invite his fellow citizens to share in the blessings imparted by the new faith. Arriving in the evening, he made public his conversion and called upon the people to join him. The following morning he again addressed them, but his words roused the priests and worshippers of Uzza into frenzy, and they literally stoned him to death. With his dying breath he said he had offered up his blood unto his master for the good of his people, and he thanked God for the honor of martyrdom, and as a last wish prayed his friends to bury him by the side of the Muslims who had fallen at Hunain. The dying words of Urwa had a greater effect upon his compatriots than all his endeavors whilst living. The martyr's blood blossomed into faith in the hearts of his murderers. Seized with sudden compunction, perhaps also wearying of their hostility with the tribes of the desert, the Taifites sent the deputation to which we have referred above, to pray for forgiveness and permission to enter the circle of Islam. They begged, however, for a short respite for their idols. First they asked 2 years, then 1 year, and then 6 months, but all to no purpose. The grace of 1 month might surely be conceded, they argued at a last appeal. Muhammad was immovable. Islam and the idols could not exist together. They then begged for exemption from the daily prayers. Muhammad replied that without devotion, religion could be nothing. Sorrowfully, at last, they submitted to all that was required of them. They were excused, however, from destroying the idols with their own hands, and the notorious Abu Sufyan, the son of Harb, the father of the well-known Muawiyah, the Judas Iscariot of Islam, one of those who have been stigmatized as the Mu'alafat al-Qulub, the nominal believers, for they had adopted the faith from policy, and Mughira, the nephew of Urwa, were selected for that work. They executed their commission amidst uproarious cries of despair and grief from the women of Taif. Footnote: the great number of deputations received by Muhammad in the 9th year has led to its being called the Year of Deputations, wafud, plural of wafat. The principal adhesions which followed immediately upon the conversion of the Thaqif were of the Himyarite princes of Yemen, of Mahra, of Amman, of the country of the Bahrain, and of the tribes domiciled in Yamama. End of footnote. The tribe of Tai had about this time proved recalcitrant, and their disaffection was fostered by the idolatrous priesthood. A small force was dispatched under Ali to reduce them to obedience and to destroy their idols. Adi, the son of the famous Hatim, whose generosity and munificence have been sung by poets and minstrels throughout the Eastern world, was the chief of his tribe. On the approach of Ali, he fled to Syria, but his sister, with some of his principal clansmen, fell into the hands of the Muslims. They were conducted with every mark of respect and sympathy to Medina. Muhammad at once set the daughter of Hatim and her people at liberty, and bestowed on them many valuable gifts. She proceeded to Syria and told her brother of the nobleness of Muhammad. Touched by gratitude, Adi hastened to Medina to throw himself at the feet of the Prophet, and eventually embraced Islam. Returning to his people, he persuaded them to abjure idolatry, and the Bani Tai, once so wedded to fetishism, became thenceforth devoted followers of the religion of Muhammad. Footnote: the conversion of Adi occurred in Rabi II of the 9th year, July-August 630 AC, and accordingly ought to have been placed before the expedition to Tabuk. But I have followed the order of the Arab historians. When the daughter of Hatim, whose name was Sufana, came before the Prophet, she addressed him in the following words: "Apostle of God, my father is dead. My brother, my only relation, fled into the mountains on the approach of the Muslims. I cannot ransom myself. It is thy generosity which I implore for my deliverance. My father was an illustrious man, the prince of his tribe, a man who ransomed prisoners, protected the honor of women, nourished the poor, consoled the afflicted, never rejected any demand. I am Sufana, daughter of Hatim." "Thy father," answered Muhammad, "had the virtues of a Mussulman. If it were permitted to me to invoke the mercy of God on any one whose life was passed in idolatry, I would pray to God for mercy for the soul of Hatim." Then, addressing the Muslims around him, he said, "The daughter of Hatim is free. Her father was a generous and humane man. God loves and rewards the merciful." And with Safana, all her people were set at liberty. The Persian poet Sa'di has some beautiful lines in the Bustan concerning this touching episode. And a footnote. Another notable conversion, which took place about the same time as that of the Bani Tai, is deserving of more than passing notice. Ka'b ibn Zuhair, a distinguished poet of the tribe of Mozaina, had placed himself under the ban by trying to incite hostilities against the Muslims. His brother was a Muslim and had counseled him strongly to renounce idolatry and embrace Islam. Ka'b, following the advice of his brother, came secretly to Medina and proceeded to the mosque where Muhammad was wont to preach. There he saw a man surrounded by Arabs listening to his words with the greatest veneration. He at once recognized the Prophet, and penetrating into the circle, said aloud, "Apostle of God, if I should bring before thee Ka'b as a Mussulman, would you pardon him?" "Yes," answered Muhammad. "It is I who am Ka'b, the son of Zuhair." Several people around the Prophet wanted leave to put him to death. "No," said the Prophet, "I have given him grace." Ka'b then begged permission to recite a qasida poem, which has always been considered a masterpiece of Arabic poetry. Footnote. Called the Qasida of Banat Su'ad, from the opening words of the poem, which begins with the prologue usual in Arabic qasidas. The poet tells his grief at the departure of Su'ad, his beloved. She has left him, his heart is drooping, distracted and unhappy, following her train like a captive in chains. He praises her beauty, her sweet, soft voice, her bright laughter, her winsome smile. The theme suddenly changes, and the poet reaches the climax when he bursts forth into a song of praise of his great subject. The language throughout is sonorous and virile, a quality often wanting in the poems of later times, and the rhythmical swing and cadence are maintained with extraordinary evenness up to the last. End of footnote. When he came to the lines quoted at the head of this chapter, "The Prophet is the torch which has lighted up the world. He is the sword of God for destroying ungodliness," the Prophet bestowed on the poet his own mantle, which was afterwards sold by his family to Muawiyah for 14,000 dirhams, and after passing into the hands of Umayyads and Abbasids, is now in the possession of the Ottoman caliphs. Footnote. Called the Khirkatul Sharif, the Holy Mantle, which is taken out as the national standard in times of great emergency. The Qasida of Banat Su'ad, which is sometimes also called the Qasidatul Burda, the Qasida of the Mantle, is different from the Qasidatul Burda of Abu Abdullah Muhammad ibn Sa'id, who flourished in the reign of Malik Zahir, which opens with the following lines. "Amin tadakkuri jiranin bidi salami, mazajta daman jara min muqlatin bidami." Is it from the remembrance of the neighbors at thee, Salam, that thou hast mixed tears flowing from the eyes with blood? And a footnote. Hitherto no prohibition had issued against the heathens entering the Kaaba or performing their old idolatrous rites within its sacred precincts. It was now decided to put an end to this anomalous state, and remove once for all any possibility of a relapse into idolatry on the part of those upon whom the new and pure creed hung somewhat lightly. Accordingly, towards the end of this year, during the month of pilgrimage, Ali was commissioned to read a proclamation to the assembled multitudes on the day of the great sacrifice, Yawm un-Nahr, which should strike straight at the heart of idolatry and the immoralities attendant upon it. Quote, "No idolater shall, after this year, perform the pilgrimage. No one shall make the circuit of the temple naked." Footnote, alluding to a disgraceful custom of the idolatrous Arabs, and a footnote. "Whoever hath a treaty with the Prophet, it shall continue binding till its termination. For the rest, 4 months are allowed to every man to return to his territories. After that there will exist no obligation on the Prophet except towards those with whom treaties have been concluded." End quote. This declaration of discharge, as it is styled by Muslim writers, was a manifestation of far-sighted wisdom on the part of the Prophet. It was impossible for the state of society and morals which then existed to continue. The idolaters, mixing year after year with the Muslim pilgrims, if allowed to perform the lascivious and degrading ceremonies of their cult, would soon have undone what Muhammad had so laboriously accomplished. History had already seen another gifted yet uncultured branch of the same stock as the Arabs settling among idolaters. Their leaders had tried to preserve the worship of Jehovah by wholesale butcheries of the worshippers of Baal. They had failed miserably. The Israelites had not only succumbed under the evil influences which surrounded them, but had even surpassed those whom they at first despised in the practice of nameless abominations. Muhammad felt that any compromise with heathenism would nullify all his work. He accordingly adopted means seemingly harsh, but yet benignant in their ultimate tendency. The vast concourse which had listened to Ali returned to their homes, and before the following year was over, the majority of them were Muslims. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 9, The Fulfilment of Muhammad's Mission. إذا جاء النصر الله والفتح فرأيت الناس يدخلون في دين الله أفواجا فسبح بحمد ربك واستغفره إنه كان توابا. When the help of God and victory come, and thou seest the people entering into the religion of God in troops, celebrate the praise of thy Lord and ask pardon of him, for he is the forgiver. During this year, as in the preceding, numerous embassies poured into Medina from every part of Arabia to testify to the adhesion of their chiefs and their tribes. Footnote: in the 10th year of the Hijrah took place the conversions of the remaining tribes of Yemen and of Hijaz. Then followed the conversions of the tribes of Hazramut and Kinda, and a footnote. To the teachers whom Muhammad sent into the different provinces, he invariably gave the following instructions. Deal gently with the people and be not harsh. Cheer them and contemn them not. And ye will meet with many people of the books, footnote, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, and a footnote, who will question thee, what is the key to heaven? Reply to them, the key to heaven is to testify to the truth of God and to do good work. The mission of Muhammad was now achieved. In the midst of a nation steeped in barbarism, a prophet had arisen, quote, to rehearse unto them the signs of God, to sanctify them, to teach them the scriptures and knowledge, them who before had been in utter darkness. End quote. He found them sunk in a degrading and sanguinary superstition. He inspired them with the belief in one sole God of truth and love. He saw them disunited and engaged in perpetual war with each other. He united them by the ties of brotherhood and charity. From time immemorial, the peninsula had been wrapped in absolute moral darkness. Spiritual life was utterly unknown. Neither Judaism nor Christianity had made any lasting impression on the Arab mind. The people were sunk in superstition, cruelty, and vice. Incest and the diabolical custom of female infanticide were common. The eldest son inherited his father's widows as property with the rest of the estate. The worse than inhuman fathers buried alive their infant daughters, and this crime, which was most rife among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was regarded as among the Hindu Rajputs a mark of pride. The idea of a future existence and of retribution of good and evil were, as motives of human action, practically unknown. Only a few years before, such was the condition of Arabia. What a change had these few years witnessed! The angel of heaven had veritably passed over the land, and breathed harmony and love into the hearts of those who had hitherto been engrossed in the most revolting practices of semi-barbarism. What had once been a moral desert, where all laws, human and divine, were contemned and infringed without remorse, was now transformed into a garden. Idolatry, with its nameless abominations, was utterly destroyed. Islam furnishes the only solitary example of a great religion which, though preached among a nation and reigning for the most part among a people not yet emerged from the dawn of an early civilization, had succeeded in effectually restraining its votaries from idolatry. This phenomenon has been justly acknowledged as the preeminent glory of Islam, and the most remarkable evidence of the genius of its founder. Long had Christianity and Judaism tried to wean the Arab tribes from their gross superstition, their inhuman practices, and their licentious immorality. But it was not till they heard, quote, the spirit-stirring strains of the appointed of God, quote, that they become conscious of the God of truth, overshadowing the universe with his power and love. Henceforth, their aims are not of this earth alone. There is something beyond the grave, higher, pure, and diviner, calling them to the practice of charity, goodness, justice, and universal love. God is not merely the God of today or of tomorrow, carved out of wood or stone, but the mighty, loving, merciful Creator of the world. Muhammad was the source, under providence, of this new awakening, the bright fountain from which flowed the stream of their hopes of eternity, and to him they paid a fitting obedience and reverence. They were all animated with one desire, namely, to serve God in truth and purity, to obey his laws reverently in all the affairs of life. The truths and maxims, the precepts which from time to time during the past 20 years Muhammad had delivered to his followers were embalmed in their hearts and had become the ruling principles of every action. Law and morality were united. Quote, never since the days when primitive Christianity startled the world from its sleep and waged a mortal conflict with heathenism had men seen the like arousing of spiritual life, the like faith that suffered sacrifices and took joyfully the spoiling of goods for conscience' sake. Footnote. Muir. Coming from an avowed enemy of Islam, this observation is of the utmost value. End of footnote. The mission of Muhammad was now accomplished, and in this fact, the fact of the whole work being achieved in his lifetime, lies his distinctive superiority over the prophets, sages, and philosophers of other times and other countries. Jesus, Moses, Zoroaster, Sakyamuni, Plato, all had their notions of realms of God, their republics, their ideas, through which degraded humanity was to be elevated into a new moral life. All had departed from this world with their aspirations unfulfilled, their bright visions unrealized, or had bequeathed the task of elevating their fellow men to sanguinary disciples or monarch pupils. Footnote: a Joshua among the Israelites, an Ashoka among the Buddhists, a Darius among the Zoroastrians, a Constantine among the Christians. And a footnote. It was reserved for Muhammad to fulfill his mission and that of his predecessors. It was reserved for him alone to see accomplished the work of amelioration. No royal disciple came to his assistance with edicts to enforce the new teachings. May not the Muslims justly say the entire work was the work of God? The humble preacher, who had only the other day been hunted out of the city of his birth and been stoned out of the place where he had betaken himself to preach God's words, had within the short space of 9 years lifted up his people from the abysmal depths of moral and spiritual degradation to a conception of purity and justice. His life is the noblest record of a work nobly and faithfully performed. He infused vitality into a dormant people. He consolidated a congeries of warring tribes into a nation inspired into action with the hope of everlasting life. He concentrated into a focus all the fragmentary and broken lights which had ever fallen on the heart of man. Such was his work, and he performed it with an enthusiasm and fervor which admitted no compromise, conceived no halting, with indomitable courage which brooked no resistance and allowed no fear of consequences, with a singleness of purpose which thought of no self. The religion of divine unity preached on the shores of Galilee had given place to the worship of an incarnate God. The old worship of a female deity had revived among those who professed the creed of the Master of Nazareth. The recluse of Hira, the unlettered philosopher, born among a nation of unyielding idolaters, impressed ineffaceably the unity of God and the equality of man upon the minds of the nations who once heard his voice. His quote-unquote democratic thunder was the signal for the uprise of the human intellect against the tyranny of priests and rulers. In, quote, that world of wrangling creeds and oppressive institutions, end quote, when the human soul was crushed under the weight of unintelligible dogmas, and the human body trampled under the tyranny of vested interests, he broke down the barriers of caste and exclusive privileges. He swept away with his breath the cobwebs which self-interest had woven in the path of man to God. He abolished all exclusiveness in man's relation to his Creator. This unlettered prophet, whose message was for the masses, proclaimed the value of knowledge and learning. By the pen, man's works are recorded. By the pen, man is to be judged. The pen is the ultimate arbiter of human actions in the sight of the Lord. His persistent and unvarying appeal to reason and to the ethical faculty of mankind, his rejection of miracles, quote, his thoroughly democratic conception of divine government, the universality of his religious ideal, his simple humanity, end quote, all serve to differentiate him from his predecessors. All affiliate him, says the author of Oriental Religions, with the modern world, End quote. His life and work are not wrapped in mystery. No fairy tale has been woven round his personality. When the hosts of Arabia came flocking to join his faith, the Prophet felt that his work was accomplished, and, under the impression of his approaching end, he determined to make a farewell pilgrimage to Mecca. On the 25th of Dhul Qa'dah, 23rd February 632, the Prophet left Medina with an immense concourse of Muslims. Footnote: it is said that from 90,000 to 140,000 people accompanied the Prophet. This pilgrimage is called the Hajjatul Balagh, the Great Hajj, or Hajjatul Islam, the Hajj of Islam, and sometimes Hajjatul Wada', pilgrimage of farewell. And a footnote. On his arrival at Mecca, and before completing all the rites of the pilgrimage, he addressed the assembled multitude from the top of the Jabal ul-Arafat, 8th Dhul Hijjah, 7th March, in words which should ever live in the hearts of all Muslims. Ye people, listen to my words, for I know not whether another year will be vouchsafed to me after this year to find myself amongst you at this place. Your lives and property are sacred and inviolable amongst one another until ye appear before the Lord, as this day and this month is sacred for all. And remember, ye shall have to appear before your Lord, who shall demand from you an account of all your actions. Ye people, ye have rights over your wives, and your wives have rights over you. Treat your wives with kindness and love. Verily, ye have taken them on the security of God, and have made their persons lawful unto you by the words of God. Keep always faithful to the trust reposed in you, and avoid sins. Usury is forbidden. Footnote: Riba, or interest in kind, was prohibited, but not legitimate profit on advances or loans for purposes of business or trade. No one who realized the economic condition of Arabia can fail to appreciate the wisdom of this rule. In fact, the same reasons which impelled the great prophet to forbid usury in his country induced the Christian divines up to nearly the end of the 17th century of the Christian era to anathematize against usury. The elder Disraeli's chapter on this subject in his Curiosities of Literature is most interesting. And a footnote. The debtor shall return only the principal, and the beginning will be made with the loans of my uncle Abbas, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. This shows that Abbas must have been a rich man. In the application of the rule against riba and blood feud, the Prophet set to his fiery people the example of self-denial in his own family. And a footnote. Henceforth, the vengeance of blood practiced in the days of paganism, Jahiliyyah, is prohibited, and all blood feud abolished, commencing with the murder of Ibn Rabi'a, son of Harith, son of Abd al-Muttalib. Footnote. Ibn Rabi'a, a cousin of the Prophet. He was confided in his infancy to the care of a family of the Bani Layth. This child was cruelly murdered by the members of the tribe of Huzail, but the murder was not yet avenged. And a footnote. And your slaves, see that ye feed them with such food as ye eat yourselves, and clothe them with the stuff ye wear. And if they commit a fault which ye are not inclined to forgive, then part from them, for they are the servants of the Lord, and are not to be harshly treated. Ye people, listen to my words and understand the same. Know that all Muslims are brothers unto one another. Ye are one brotherhood. Nothing which belongs to another is lawful unto his brother, unless freely given out of good will. Guard yourselves from committing injustice. Let him that is present tell it unto him that is absent. Haply he that shall be told may remember better than he who hath heard it. Footnote. After each sentence the prophet stopped, and his words were repeated in a stentorian voice by Rabi'a, the son of Umayyah, son of Khalaf, who stood below, so that whatever was said was heard by the entire assembled host. End of footnote. This Sermon on the Mount, less poetically beautiful, certainly less mystical than the other, appeals by its practicality and strong common sense to higher minds, and is also adapted to the capacity and demands of inferior natures which require positive and comprehensive directions for moral guidance. Towards the conclusion of the sermon, the prophet, overcome by the sight of the intense enthusiasm of the people as they drank in his words, exclaimed, "O Lord, I have delivered my message and accomplished my work." The assembled host below with one voice cried, "Yea, verily thou hast." "O Lord, I beseech thee, bear thou witness unto it." With these words the prophet finished his address, which, according to the traditions, was remarkable for its length, its eloquence, and enthusiasm. Soon after, the necessary rites of the pilgrimage being finished, the prophet returned with his followers to Medina. Footnote. Abdullah the son of Ubay, the head of the Munafiqeen, died in the month of Dhul Qa'dah, February 631 AC. In his last moments he solicited the prophet to say the funeral prayers over him. Muhammad, who never rejected the wishes of a dying man, against the remonstrances of Umar, who reminded him of the persistent opposition and calumny of Abdullah, offered the prayers and with his own hands lowered the body into the grave. End of footnote. The last year of Muhammad's life was spent in that city. He settled the organization of the provinces and tribal communities which had adopted Islam and become the component parts of the Muslim Federation. In fact, though the faith had not penetrated among the Arab races settled in Syria and Mesopotamia, most of whom were Christians, the whole of Arabia now followed the Islamic faith. Officers were sent to the provinces and to the various tribes for the purpose of teaching the people the duties of Islam, administering justice, and collecting the tithes or zakat. Muaz ibn Jabal was sent to Yemen, and Muhammad's parting injunction to him was to rely on his own judgment in the administration of affairs in the event of not finding any authority in the Quran. To Ali, whom he deputed to Yamama, he said, "When two parties come before you for justice, do not decide before hearing both." Preparations were also commenced for sending an expedition under Osama, the son of Zayd, who was killed at Muta, against the Byzantines to exact the long-delayed reparation for the murder of the envoy in Syria. In fact, the troops were already encamped outside the city, ready for the start. But the poison which had been given to the prophet by the Jews at Khaybar, and which had slowly penetrated into his system, began now to show its effects, and it became evident that he had not long to live. The news of his approaching end led to the stoppage of the expedition under Osama. It had also the effect of producing disorder in some of the outlying provinces. 3 pretenders started up, claiming divine commission for their reign of licentiousness and plunder. They gave themselves out as prophets and tried by all kinds of imposture to win over their tribes. One of these, the most dangerous of all, was Ayhala ibn Ka'b, better known as Al-Aswad, the Black. He was a chief of Yemen, a man of great wealth and equal sagacity, and a clever conjurer. Among his simple tribesmen, the conjuring tricks he performed invested him with a divine character. He soon succeeded in gaining them over, and with their help reduced to subjection many of the neighboring towns. He killed Shahr, who had been appointed by Muhammad to the governorship of Sana'a in the place of Bazan, his father, who had just died. Bazan had been the viceroy of Yemen under the Khosrois of Persia, and after his adoption of Islam was continued in his viceroyalty by the Prophet. He had during his lifetime exercised great influence not only over his Persian compatriots settled in Yemen, who were called by the name of Abna, but also over the Arabs of the province. His example had led to the conversion of all the Persian settlers of Yemen. Al-Aswad, the impostor, had massacred Shahr and forcibly married his wife Marzbana. He was killed by Abna, assisted by Marzbana, when he was lying drunk after one of his orgies. The other two pretenders, Tulayha, son of Khuwailid, and Abu Thumama Haran, son of Habib, commonly called Musaylima, were not suppressed until the accession of Abu Bakr to the caliphate. Musaylima had the audacity to address the Prophet in the following terms: From Musaylima, Prophet of God, to Muhammad, Prophet of God, salutations. I am your partner. The power must be divided between us, half the earth for me, the other half for your Qurayshites. But the Qurayshites are a grasping people, not given to justice. End quote. Muhammad's reply reveals his sterling nature. In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, from Muhammad, the Prophet of God, to Musaylima, the liar. Footnote: Kadhab, superlative of kadhib, and a footnote. Peace is on those who follow the right path. The earth belongs to God. He bestows it on such of his servants as he pleaseth. The future is to the pious, i.e., only those prosper who fear the Lord. End quote. The last days of the Prophet were remarkable for the calmness and serenity of his mind, which enabled him, though weak and feeble, to preside at the public prayers until within 3 days of his death. One night at midnight he went to the place where his old companions were lying in the slumber of death, and prayed and wept by their tombs, invoking God's blessing for his, quote, companions resting in peace, end quote. He chose Aisha's house close to the mosque for his stay during his illness, and, as long as his strength lasted, took part in the public prayers. The last time he appeared in the mosque, he was supported by his 2 cousins, Ali and Fadl, the son of Abbas. A smile of inexpressible sweetness played over his countenance, and was remarked by all who surrounded him. After the usual praises and hymns to God, he addressed the multitude thus: Muslims, if I have wronged any one of you, here I am to answer for it. If I owe aught to anyone, all I may happen to possess belongs to you. Upon hearing this, a man in the crowd rose and claimed 3 dirhams, which he had given to a poor man at the Prophet's request. They were immediately paid back with the words, "Better to blush in this world than in the next." The Prophet then prayed and implored heaven's mercy for those present, and for those who had fallen in the persecutions of their enemies, and recommended to all his people the observance of religious duties and the practice of a life of peace and goodwill, and concluded with the following words of the Quran: "The dwelling of the other life we will give unto them who do not seek to exalt themselves on earth or to do wrong, for the happy issue shall attend the pious." After this, Muhammad never again appeared at public prayers. His strength rapidly failed. At noon on Monday, 12th of Rabi I, 11 AH, 8th of June, 632 AC, whilst praying earnestly in whisper, the spirit of the great Prophet took flight to the, quote, blessed companionship on high." End quote. So ended a life consecrated from first to last to the service of God and humanity. Is there another to be compared to his with all its trials and temptations? Is there another which has stood the fire of the world and come out so unscathed? The humble preacher had risen to be the ruler of Arabia, the equal of Khosroes and of Caesar, the arbiter of the destinies of a nation. But the same humility of spirit, the same nobility of soul and purity of heart, austerity of conduct, refinement and delicacy of feeling, and stern devotion to duty which had won him the title of El Amin, combined with a severe sense of self-examination, are ever the distinguishing traits of his character. Once in his life, whilst engaged in a religious conversation with an influential citizen of Mecca, he had turned away from a humble, blind seeker of the truth. He is always recurring to this incident with remorse and proclaiming God's disapprobation. Footnote: the surah in connection with this incident is known by the title of "He Frowned," and runs thus: "The prophet frowned and turned aside, because the blind man came to him. And how knowest thou whether he might not have been cleansed from his sins, or whether he might have been admonished and profited thereby? As for the man that is rich, him thou receivest graciously, and thou carest not that he is not cleansed. But as for him that cometh unto thee earnestly seeking his salvation, and trembling anxiously, him dost thou neglect. By no means shouldst thou act thus." After this, whenever the prophet saw the poor blind man, he used to go out of his way to do him honor, saying, "The man is thrice welcome, on whose account my Lord hath reprimanded me." And he made him twice governor of Medina. See the remark of Bosworth Smith on Muir about this incident. And a footnote. A nature so pure, so tender, and yet so heroic, inspires not only reverence but love, and naturally the Arabian writers dwell with the proudest satisfaction on the graces and intellectual gifts of the son of Abdullah. His courteousness to the great, his affability to the humble, and his dignified bearing to the presumptuous procured him the universal respect and admiration. His countenance reflected the benevolence of his heart. Profoundly read in the volume of nature, though ignorant of letters, with an expansive mind, elevated by deep communion with the soul of the universe, he was gifted with the power of influencing equally the learned and the unlearned. Withal, there was a majesty in his face, an air of genius, which inspired all who came in contact with him with a feeling of veneration and love. His singular elevation of mind, his extreme delicacy and refinement of feeling, his purity and truth, formed the constant theme of the traditions. He was most indulgent to his inferiors, and would never allow his awkward little page to be scolded whatever he did. 10 years, said Anas, his servant, was I about the Prophet, and he never said so much as "Oof" to me. He was very affectionate towards his family. One of his boys died on his breast in the smoky house of the nurse, a blacksmith's wife. He was very fond of children. He would stop them on the streets and pat their little cheeks. He never struck anyone in his life. The worst expression he ever made use of in conversation was, "What has come to him? May his forehead be darkened with mud." Footnote: Mr. Poole's estimate of Muhammad is so beautiful and yet so truthful that I cannot resist the temptation to quote it here. There is something so tender and womanly, and withal so heroic about the man, that one is in peril of finding the judgment unconsciously blinded by the feeling of reverence and well-nigh love that such a nature inspires. He who, standing alone, braved for years the hatred of his people, is the same who was never the first to withdraw his hand from another's clasp. The beloved of children, who never passed a group of little ones without a smile from his wonderful eyes and a kind word for them, sounding all the kinder in that sweet-toned voice. The frank friendship, the noble generosity, the dauntless courage and hope of the man all tend to melt criticism into admiration. He was an enthusiast in that noblest sense when enthusiasm becomes the salt of the earth, the one thing that keeps men from rotting whilst they live. Enthusiasm is often used despitefully, because it is joined to an unworthy cause, or falls upon barren ground and bears no fruit. So was it not with Mohammed. He was an enthusiast when enthusiasm was the one thing needed to set the world aflame, and his enthusiasm was noble for a noble cause. He was one of those happy few who have attained the supreme joy of making one great truth their very life-spring. He was the messenger of the one God, and never to his life's end did he forget who he was, or the message which was the marrow of his being. He brought his tidings to his people with a grand dignity sprung from the consciousness of his high office, together with the most sweet humility, whose roots lay in the knowledge of his own weakness. And a footnote. When asked to curse someone, he replied, "I have not been sent to curse, but to be a mercy to mankind." He visited the sick, followed every bier he met, accepted the invitation of a slave to dinner, mended his own clothes, milked his goats, and waited upon himself, relates summarily another tradition. He never first withdrew his hand from another's palm, and turned not before the other had turned. His hand was the most generous, his breast the most courageous, his tongue the most truthful. He was the most faithful protector of those he protected, the sweetest and most agreeable in conversation. Those who saw him were suddenly filled with reverence. Those who came near him loved him. They who described him would say, "I have never seen his like, either before or after." He was of great taciturnity, and when he spoke with emphasis and deliberation, and no one could ever forget what he said. Quote, "Modesty and kindness, patience, self-denial, and generosity pervaded his conduct, and riveted the affections of all around him. With the bereaved and afflicted he sympathized tenderly. He shared his food even in times of scarcity with others, and was sedulously solicitous for the personal comfort of everyone about him." End of quote. He would stop in the streets listening to the sorrows of the humblest. He would go to the houses of the lowliest to console the afflicted and to comfort the heartbroken. The meanest slaves would take hold of his hand and drag him to their masters to obtain redress for ill treatment or release from bondage. He never sat down to a meal without first invoking a blessing, and never rose without uttering a thanksgiving. His time was regularly apportioned. During the day, when not engaged in prayers, he received visitors and transacted public affairs. At night he slept little, spending most of the hours in devotion. He loved the poor and respected them, and many who had no home or shelter of their own slept at night in the mosque contiguous to his house. Each evening it was his custom to invite some of them to partake of his humble fare. The others became the guests of his principal disciples. His conduct towards the bitterest of his enemies was marked by noble clemency and forbearance. Stern almost to severity to the enemies of the state, mockings, affronts, outrages, and persecutions towards himself were, in the hour of triumph, synonymous with the hour of trial to the human heart, all buried in oblivion, and forgiveness was extended to the worst criminal. Muhammad was extremely simple in his habits. His mode of life, his dress, and his belongings retained to the very last a character of patriarchal simplicity. Many a time, Abu Huraira reports, had the Prophet to go without a meal. Dates and water frequently formed his only nourishment. Often, for months together, no fire could be lighted in his house from scantiness of means. God, say the Muslim historians, had indeed put before him the key to the treasures of this world, but he refused it. The mind of this remarkable teacher was in its intellectualism and progressive ideals essentially modern. External quote-unquote striving was in his teachings a necessity of human existence. Quote, man cannot exist without constant effort. ليس الإنسان إلى ما سعى. The effort is from me, its fulfillment comes from God. السعي مني والإتمام من الله. The world, he taught, was a well-ordered creation, regulated and guided by a supreme intelligence overshadowing the universe. Everything is pledged to its own time, he declared. كل أمر مرهون بأقواته. And yet human will was free to work for its own salvation. His sympathy was universal. It was he who invoked the mercy of the Creator on all living beings. Rahmatun lil alamin. It was he who pronounced the saving of one human life as tantamount to the saving of humanity. His social conception was constructive, not disintegrating. In his most exalted mood, he never overlooked the sanctity of family life. To him, the service of humanity was the highest act of devotion. His call to his faithful was not to forsake those to whom they owed a duty, but in the performance of that duty to earn quote-unquote merit and reward. Children were a trust from God, to be brought up in tenderness and affection. Parents were to be respected and loved. The circle of duty embraced in its fold kindred, neighbor, and the humble being, quote, whose mouth was in the dust. 14 centuries have passed since he delivered his message, but time has made no difference in the devotion he inspired, and today, as then, the faithful have in their hearts and on their lips those memorable words, Ruhi fidaka ya Rasulullah. May my life be thy sacrifice, O Prophet of God. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1, Chapter 10, The Apostolical Succession. وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Hold fast, all ye, to the rock of God, and be not disunited. The spiritual life the Prophet had infused into his people did not end with his life. From the first, it was an article of faith that he was present in spirit with the worshippers at their prayers, and that his successors in the ministry were his representatives. The immanence of the Master Spirit during the devotions establishes the harmony between the soul of man and the divine essence. Amongst all the dynastic rivalries and schismatic strife, this mystical conception of his spiritual presence at the prayers has imparted a force to the faith which cannot be overestimated. The two great sects into which Islam became divided at an early stage are agreed that the religious efficacy of the rights and duties prescribed by the law, the Sharia, depends on the existence of the vicegerent and representative of the Prophet, who, as such, is the religious head, imam, of the faith and the faithful. The adherents of the Apostolical Imams have a development and philosophy of their own quite distinct from, quote, the followers of the traditions, end quote. According to them, the spiritual heritage bequeathed by the Prophet devolved on Ali and his descendants by Fatima, the Prophet's daughter. They hold that the imamate descends by divine appointment in the apostolic line. They do not regard the pontificate of Abu Bakr, Omar, and Uthman as rightful. They consider that Ali, who was indicated by the Prophet as his successor, was the first rightful caliph and imam of the faithful, and that after his assassination, the spiritual headship descended in succession to his and Fatima's posterity in, quote, the direct male line, end quote, until it came to Imam Hassan al-Askari, 11th in descent from Ali, who died in the year 874 AC, or 260 of the Hijrah, in the reign of the Abbasid Caliph Mu'tamid. Upon his death, the imamate devolved upon his son Muhammad, surnamed Al-Mahdi, the Guide, the last Imam. The story of these Imams of the house of Muhammad is intensely pathetic. The father of Hassan was deported from Medina to Samarra by the tyrant Mutawakkil and detained there until his death. Similarly, Hassan was kept a prisoner by the jealousy of Mutawakkil's successors. His infant son, barely 5 years of age, pining for his father, entered in search of him a cavern not far from their house. From that cavern the child never returned. The pathos of this calamity culminated in the hope, the expectation, which fills the hearts of all Shias, that the child may return to relieve a sorrowing and sinful world of its burden of sin and oppression. So late as the 14th century of the Christian era, when Ibn Khaldun was writing his great work, the Shias were wont to assemble at eventide at the entrance of the cavern and supplicate the missing child to return to them. After a long and wistful waiting, they dispersed to their homes, disappointed and sorrowful. This, says Ibn Khaldun, was a daily occurrence. Quote, when they were told it was hardly possible the child could be alive, they answered that, as the Prophet Khidr was alive, why should not their Imam be alive also? End quote. This Imam bears among the Shias the titles the Muntazir, the expected, the Hujjah, or the proof of the truth, and the Qa'im, the living. The philosophical student of religions will not fail to observe the strange similarity of the Shia and the Sunni beliefs to older ideas. Among the Zoroastrians, the persecution of the Seleucidae engendered the belief that a divinely appointed savior, whose name was Zosios, would issue from Khorasan to release them from the hated bondage of the foreigner. The same cause gives birth to that burning anticipation among the Jews in the advent of the Messiah. The Jew believes that the Messiah is yet to come. The Sunni, like him, believes that the Savior of Islam is still unborn. The Christian believes that the Messiah has come and gone and will come again. The Athna Ashariya, like the Christian, awaits the reappearance of the Mahdi, the Guide, who is to save the world from evil and oppression. The origin of these conceptions and the reasons for their diversity are traceable to like causes. The phenomena of the age in which the idea of the Mahdi took shape in its two distinct forms were similar to those visible in the history of the older faiths. Every eventide the prayer goes up to heaven in Islam, as in Judaism and Christianity, for the advent of the divinely appointed guide to redeem the world from sorrow and sin. The Shia believes that the Imam, though ghaib, absent, is always present in spirit at all the devotions of his fold. The expounders of the law and the ministers of religion are his representatives on earth, and even the secular chiefs represent him in the temporal affairs of the world. Another point of difference between them and the Sunnis consists in the qualities required for the imamate. According to the Shias, the imam must be sinless or immaculate, ma'soom, a quality which their imams alone possess, and that he must be the most excellent, afdal, of mankind. The Sunni doctrines which govern the lives, thoughts, and conduct of the bulk of the Muslim world are diametrically opposed to the Shia conception. The Sunni religious law insists that the imam must be actually present in person to impart religious efficacy to the devotions of the faithful, and that, were it not possible for him to lead the prayers, he should be represented by persons possessing the necessary qualifications. These doctrines are enunciated in detail in most works on jurisprudence and scholastic theology. The Khilafah, it is explained, is the vicegerency of the Prophet. It is ordained by divine law for the perpetuation of Islam and the continued observance of its laws and rules. For the existence of Islam, therefore, there must always be a caliph, an actual and direct representative of the Master. The imamate is the spiritual leadership, but the two dignities are inseparable. The vicegerent of the Prophet is the only person entitled to lead the prayers when he can himself be present. No one else can assume his functions unless directly or indirectly, quote-unquote, deputed by him. Between the imam and the ma'mum, footnote, this is the term used in the Fatawa-i Alamgiri. The individual follower is usually called the muqtadi, and a footnote, or congregation. There is a spiritual tie which binds the one to the other in the fealty of the faith. There is no inconsistency between this dogma and the rule that there is no priesthood in Islam. Each man pleads for himself before his Lord, and each soul holds communion with God without the intermediation of any other human being. The imam is the link between the individual worshipper and the evangel of Islam. This mystical element in the religion of Islam forms the foundation of its remarkable solidarity. The above remarks serve to emphasize the statement in the Dur al-Mukhtar that imamate is of two kinds, the imamat al-kubra and the imamat al-sughra, the supreme spiritual headship and the minor derivative right to officiate at the devotions of the faithful. The Imam al-Kabir, the supreme pontiff, is the caliph of the Sunni world. He combines in his person the spiritual and temporal authority which devolves on him as the vicegerent of the Master. Secular affairs are conducted by him in consultation with counselors as under the first four caliphs, or, as in later times, by delegates, collectively or individually. Similarly with religious and spiritual matters. But in the matter of public prayers, unless physically prostrate, he is bound to conduct the congregational service in person. Among the Shias, even Friday prayers and prayers offered at the well-known festivals may validly be performed individually and in private. According to the Sunni doctrines, congregational prayers, where mosques or other places of public worship are accessible, are obligatory. Abstention from attendance without a valid reason is a sin, and the defaulters incur even temporal penalties. In Najd, under the rule of the Wahhabis, who have been called the Covenanters of Islam, laggards were whipped into the mosque. And today, under Ibn Saud, his followers, who designate themselves Ikhwan, or brothers in faith, pursue the same method for enforcing the observance of religious rites. Prayers bil jama'ah, being obligatory, fardain, naturally made the presence of the Imam absolutely obligatory. Footnote: there is absolute consensus on these points among the different Sunni schools. The jurist Khalil ibn Ishaq, the author of the monumental work on Maliki law, enunciates the rules in the same terms as the Hanafis and the Shafi'is. End of footnote. The Sunnis affirm that when stricken by his last illness, the Prophet deputed Abu Bakr to lead the prayers. On his death, but before he was consigned to his grave, the Master's nomination was accepted by the quote-unquote congregation, and Abu Bakr was installed as his vicegerent by the unanimous suffrage of the Muslims. And this has ever since been the universal practice in all regular lines. Amongst the qualifications necessary for occupying the pontifical seat, the first and most essential is that he must be a Muslim belonging to the Sunni communion, capable of exercising supreme temporal authority, free of all outside control. The Sunnis do not require that the Imam should be ma'soom, or that he should be, quote, the most excellent of mankind, end quote. Nor do they insist on his descent from the Prophet. According to them, he should be an independent ruler, without any personal defects, a man of good character, possessed of the capacity to conduct the affairs of the state and to lead at prayers. The early doctors, on the authority of a saying of the Prophet, have included a condition that comes at the end of the passage relating to the qualities necessary for the imamate, viz., that the Caliph Imam should be a Quraysh by birth. The avowed object of inserting this condition, as is stated both in the Dur al-Mukhtar and the Rad al-Muhtar, was to nullify the Shia contention that the imamate was restricted to the house of Muhammad, the descendants of Ali and Fatima, and to bring in the first three caliphs and the Umayyad and the Abbasid caliphs into the circle of legitimate imams. The great jurist and historian Ibn Khaldun, footnote, for many years Malikite chief Qadi of Cairo, and a footnote, a contemporary of Tamerlane, who died in the year 1406 AC, long before the house of Uthman attained the caliphate, has dealt at great length with this condition in his Muqaddamat, Prolegomena. He does not dispute the genuineness of the saying on which it is based, but explains that it was a mere recommendation, which was due to the circumstances of the times. He points out that when the Islamic dispensation was given to the world, the tribe of Quraysh were the most advanced and most powerful in Arabia, and in recommending or desiring that the temporal and spiritual guardianship of the Muslims should be confined to a member of his own tribe, the Prophet was thinking of the immediate future rather than of laying down a hard and fast rule of succession. At that time, a qualified and capable ruler of Islam could only be found among the Quraysh, hence the recommendation that the Caliph and Imam should be chosen from among them. This view, eloquently expressed by one of the most learned of Sunni jurisconsults, is universally accepted by the modern doctors, the Mutaakhirin, that, subject to the fulfillment of all other conditions, the law imposes no tribal or racial restriction in the choice of an imam. Abu Bakr, before his death, had nominated Omar his successor in the vicegerency, and the appointment was accepted by the quote-unquote universality of the people, including the house of Muhammad. Omar died from the effects of a mortal wound inflicted on him by a Christian or Magian fanatic who considered himself aggrieved by the acts of this great caliph. To avoid all imputation of favoritism, Omar had, before his death, appointed an electoral committee consisting of 6 eminent members of the Muslim congregation to choose his successor. Their choice fell on Uthman, a descendant of Umayyah, who was installed as caliph with the suffrage of the people. On Uthman's unhappy death, Ali, the son-in-law of the Prophet, who, according to the Shias, was entitled by right to the imamate in direct succession to the Prophet, was proclaimed caliph and imam. The husband of Fatima united in his person the hereditary right with that of election, but his endeavor to remedy the evils which had crept into the administration under his aged predecessor raised against him a host of enemies. Muawiyah, an Umayyad by descent, who held the governorship of Syria under Uthman, raised the standard of revolt. Ali proceeded to crush the rebellion, but, after an indecisive battle, was struck down by the hand of an assassin whilst at his devotions in the public mosque of Kufa in Iraq. With Ali ended what is called by the early Sunni doctors of law and theologians the Khilafat al-Kamila, the perfect caliphate, for in each case their title to the rulership of Islam was perfected by the universal suffrage of the Muslim nation. On Ali's death, Muawiyah obtained an assignment of the caliphate from Hassan, the eldest son of Ali, who had been elected to the office by the unanimous voice of the people of Kufa and its dependencies, and received the suffrage of the people of Syria to his assumption of the high office. This happened in 661 AC. It should be noted that the Umayyads and the Hashemites were two offshoots from one common stock, that of Quraysh. Bitter rivalry existed between these families, which it was the great aim of the Prophet throughout his ministry to remove or reconcile. The Hashemites owe their designation to Hashim, the great-grandfather of the Prophet. His son Abdul Muttalib had several sons. One of them, Abbas, was the progenitor of the Abbasid caliphs. Abu Talib, another son, was the father of Ali, the caliph, whilst the youngest, Abdullah, was the Prophet's father. Muawiyah was the first caliph of the house of Umayyah. On the death of Muawiyah's grandson, another member of the same family belonging to the Hakemite branch, named Marwan, assumed the caliphate. Under his son Abdul Malik and grandson Walid, the Sunni Caliphate attained its widest expansion. It extended from the Atlantic to the Indian Ocean and from the Tagus to the sands of the Sahara and the confines of Abyssinia. In 749 AC, Abul Abbas, surnamed Safah, a descendant of Abbas, the uncle of the Prophet, overthrew the Umayyad dynasty and was installed a caliph in place of Marwan II, the last pontiff of that house, in the cathedral mosque of Kufa, where he received the bayat, the sacramental oath of fealty, of the people. He then ascended the pulpit, recited the public sermon which the imam or his representative delivers at the public prayers. This notable address, religiously preserved by his successors, is to be found in the pages of the Arab historian Ibn al-Athir. It is in effect a long vindication of the rights of the children of Abbas to the caliphate. Abul Abbas was henceforth the legitimate ruler of the Sunni world and the rightful spiritual head of the Sunni church. His first 6 successors were men of remarkable ability. Those who followed were of varying capacity, but a few possessed uncommon talent and learning. Mansur, the brother of Safah, who succeeded him in the caliphate, founded Baghdad, which became their capital and seat of government, and was usually called the Dar-ul-Khilafa and the Dar-us-Salam, the abode of the caliphate and the abode of peace. Here the house of Abbas exercised undisputed spiritual and temporal authority for centuries. Their great rivals of Cairo became extinct in Saladin's time. The brilliant Umayyad dynasty of Cordova disappeared in the first decade of the 11th century. The Almohads, the Almoravids, and the many Berber and Arab dynasties which, and the decline of the Almoravids followed each other in succession in Morocco, had no valid title to the headship of the Sunni Church. The right of the Abbasids to the Sunni imamate stood unchallenged from the Atlantic to the Ganges, from the Black Sea and the Jakartas to the Indian Ocean. In 493 of the Hijra, 1099 AC, Yusuf bin Tashfin, the Almohad conqueror after the epoch-making battle of Az-Zalaka, where the Christian hordes were decisively beaten, obtained from the Abbasid Caliph al-Muqtadi a formal investiture with the title of Amir al-Muslimin, and this was confirmed to him by the Caliph al-Mustakhzir. It should be borne in mind that neither the quote-unquote caliphs of Cordova nor any of the Muslim sovereigns in after ages assumed the dignity of the representative of the Prophet, Khilafat al-Rasul, or arrogated the title of Amir al-Mu'minin. For full 5 centuries, Baghdad was the center of all intellectual activity in Islam, and here the rules and regulations appertaining to the caliphate, as also to other matters, secular and religious, were systematized. And the conception that the caliph imam was the divinely appointed vicegerent of the Prophet became, as it is today, welded into the religious life of the people. It will thus be seen that according to the Sunni doctrines, the caliph is not merely a secular sovereign. He is the religious head of a church and a commonwealth, the actual representative of divine government. The Abbasid Caliphate lasted for 5 centuries from its first establishment until the destruction of Baghdad by the Mongols in 1258 of the Christian era. At that time Musta'sim Billah was the caliph, and he, together with his sons and the principal members of his family, perished in the general massacre. Only those scions of the House of Abbas escaped the slaughter who were absent from the capital or succeeded in avoiding detection. For 2 years after the murder of Musta'sim Billah, the Sunni world felt acutely the need of an imam and caliph. Both the poignancy of the grief at the absence of a spiritual head of the faith and the keenness of the necessity for a representative of the Prophet to bring solace and religious merit to the faithful are pathetically voiced by the Arab historian of the caliphs. The devotions of the living were devoid of that religious efficacy which is imparted to them by the presence in the world of an acknowledged imam. The prayers for the dead were equally without merit. Sultan Baybars felt with the whole Sunni world the need of a caliph and imam. The right to the caliphate had become vested by 5 centuries of undisputed acknowledgment in the house of Abbas, and a member of this family, Abul Qasim Ahmed, who had succeeded in making his escape from the massacre by the Mongols, was invited to Cairo for installation in the pontifical seat. On his arrival in the environs of Cairo, the Sultan, accompanied by the judges and great officers of state, went forth to greet him. The ceremony of installation is described as imposing and sacred. His descent had to be proved first before the chief Qadi, or judge. After this was done, he was installed in the chair and acknowledged as caliph under the title of Al-Mustansir Billah, seeking the help of the Lord. The first to take the oath of Ba'ayat was the Sultan Baybars himself. Next came the chief Qadi Tajuddin, the principal sheikhs and the ministers of state, and lastly the nobles according to their rank. This occurred on May 12, 1261, and the new caliph's name was impressed on the coinage and recited in the khutbah. On the following Friday, he rode to the mosque in procession, wearing the black mantle of the Abbasids, and delivered the pontifical sermon. Footnote: black was the color of the Abbasids, white of the Umayyads, and green of the Fatimids, the descendants of Muhammad. End of footnote. As his installation as the Caliph of the Faithful was now complete, he proceeded to invest the Sultan with the robe and diploma so essential in the eyes of the Orthodox for a legitimate authority. The Abbasid Caliphate, thus established in Cairo, lasted for over 2 centuries and a half. During this period, Egypt was ruled by sovereigns who are designated in history as the Mamluk Sultans. Each sultan on his accession to power received his investiture from the caliph and, quote-unquote, imam of his time, Imam al-Waqt, and he professed to exercise his authority as the lieutenant and delegate of the pontiff. The appointment of ministers of religion and administrators of justice was subject to the formal sanction of the caliph. Though shorn of all its temporal powers, the religious prestige of the caliphate was so great, and the conviction of its necessity as a factor in the life of the people so deep-rooted in the religious sentiments of the Sunni world, that twice after the fall of Baghdad, the Mussulman sovereigns of India received their investiture from the Abbasid caliphs. The account of the reception in 1343 AC of the caliph's envoy by Sultan Muhammad Junak Khan Tughlaq, the founder of the gigantic unfinished city of Tughlaqabad, gives us an idea of the veneration in which the pontiffs were held even in Hindustan, in those days said to be full 6 months' journey from Egypt. On the approach of the envoy, the king, accompanied by the Sayyids and the nobles, went out of the capital to greet him. And when the pontiff's missive was handed to the sultan, he received it with the greatest reverence. The formal diploma of investiture legitimized the authority of the king. The whole of this incident is celebrated in a poem still extant in India by the poet laureate, the famous Badruddin Chach. About the end of the 15th century, the star of Selim I, also surnamed Safar, of the House of Uthman, rose in the horizon. His victories over the enemies of Islam had won for him the title of Champion of the Faith, and no other Muslim sovereign, not even his great rival Shah Ismail, the founder of the Sufi dynasty in Persia and the creator of the first Orthodox Shia state, equaled the Osmanli monarch in greatness and power. The closing decades of that century had witnessed a vast change in the condition of Egypt, and the anarchy that had set in under the later Mamluk sultans reached its climax some years later. Invited by a section of the Egyptian people to restore order and peace in the distracted country, Selim easily overthrew the incompetent Mamluks and incorporated Egypt with his already vast dominions. At this period, the caliph who held the vicegerency of the Prophet bore the pontifical name of Al-Mutawakkil ala-Allah, contented in the grace of the Lord. According to the Sunni records, he perceived that the only Muslim sovereign who could combine in his own person the double functions of caliph and imam and restore the caliphate of Islam in theory and in fact, and discharge effectively the duties attached to that office was Selim. He accordingly, in 1517, by a formal deed of assignment, transferred the caliphate to the Ottoman conqueror, and with his officials and dignitaries, quote, made the bayat on the hand of the Sultan. End quote. In the same year, Selim received the homage of the Sharif of Mecca, Muhammad Abul Barakat, a descendant of Ali, who presented by his son Abu Numi on a silver salver the keys of the Kaaba and took the oath by the same proxy. The combination in Selim of the Abbasid right by assignment and by bayat, and the adhesion of the representative of the Prophet's house, who held at the time the guardianship of the holy cities, perfected the Ottoman Sultan's title to the Caliphate, quote, just as the adhesion of the Caliph Ali had completed the title of the first three caliphs, end quote. The solemn prayers with the usual khutbahs offered in Mecca and Medina for the Sultan gave the necessary finality to the right of Selim. Henceforth, Constantinople, his seat of government, became the Dar-ul-Khilafa, and began to be called Islambol, the city of Islam. Before long, envoys arrived in Selim's court and that of his son, Solomon the Magnificent, from the rulers of the Sunni states to offer their homage. And thus, according to the Sunnis, the Caliphate became the heritage of the House of Uthman, which they have enjoyed for 4 centuries without challenge or dispute. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 1, The Ideal of Islam. هلم إلي لا تقصد سوائي أنا المنان فاطلبني تجدني أتذكر ليلة ندعت سرا فلم أسمعك فاطلبني تجدني إذا المضطر قال ألا تراني نظرت إليه فاطلبني تجدني إذا عبدي أعساني لم تجدني سري الأخذ فاطلبني تجدني. Come to me, do not seek except me. I am the beneficent. Seek me, thou wilt find me. Dost thou remember any night in which thou hast called to me secretly, and I did not hear thee? Then seek me, thou wilt find me. When the afflicted one says, Dost not thou see me? I look towards him. Seek me, thou wilt find me. When my servant disobeys me, thou wilt find me quick in chastising. Seek me, thou wilt find me. The religion of Jesus bears the name of Christianity, derived from his designation of Christ. That of Moses and of Buddha are known by the respective names of their teachers. The religion of Muhammad alone has a distinctive appellation. It is Islam. In order to form a just appreciation of the religion of Muhammad, it is necessary to understand aright the true significance of the word Islam. Salam, salama, in its primary sense, means to be tranquil, at rest, to have done one's duty, to have paid up, to be at perfect peace. In its secondary sense, to surrender oneself to him with whom peace is made. The noun derived from it means peace, greeting, safety, salvation. The word does not imply, as is commonly supposed, absolute submission to God's will, but means, on the contrary, striving after righteousness. The essence of the ethical principles involved and embodied in Islam is thus summarized in the 2nd chapter of the Quran, quote, There is no doubt in this book a guidance to the pious who believe in the unseen, who observe the prayers and distribute charity out of what we have bestowed on them, and who believe in that which we have commissioned thee with, and in that we commissioned others with before thee, and who have assurance in the life to come. These have received the direction of their Lord. End quote. The principal bases on which the Islamic system is founded are 1. A belief in the unity, immateriality, power, mercy, and supreme love of the Creator. 2. Charity and brotherhood among mankind. 3. Subjugation of the passions. 4. The outpouring of a grateful heart to the Giver of all good. And 5. Accountability for human actions in another existence. The grand and noble conceptions expressed in the Quran of the power and love of the deity surpass everything of their kind in any other language. The unity of God, His immateriality, His majesty, His mercy, form the constant and never-ending theme of the most eloquent and soul-stirring passages. The flow of life, light, and spirituality never ceases, but throughout there is no trace of dogmatism. Appeal is made to the inner consciousness of man, to his intuitive reason alone. Let us now take a brief retrospect of the religious conceptions of the peoples of the world when the Prophet of Islam commenced his preachings. Among the heathen Arabs, the idea of Godhead varied according to the culture of the individual or of the clan. With some, it rose, comparatively speaking, to the quote-unquote divinization or deification of nature. Among others, it fell to simple fetishism, the adoration of a piece of dough, a stick, or a stone. Some believed in a future life. Others had no idea of it whatever. The pre-Islamite Arabs had their groves, their oracle trees, their priestesses, like the Syro-Phoenicians. Phallic worship was not unknown to them, and the generative powers received adoration like the hosts of heaven under monuments of stone and wood. The wild denizens of the desert, then as now, could not be impervious to the idea of some unseen hand driving the blasts which swept over whole tracts, or forming the beautiful visions which rose before the traveler to lure him to destruction. And thus there floated in the Arab world an intangible, unrealized conception of a superior deity, the Lord of all. Footnote: Shahristani. Tilly calls the religion of the pre-Islamite Arabs animistic polydemonism, and a footnote. The Jews, those great conservators of the monotheistic idea, as they have been generally regarded in history, probably might have assisted in the formation of this conception. But they themselves showed what strange metamorphoses can take place in the thoughts of a nation when not aided by a historical and rationalistic element in their religious code. The Jews had entered Arabia at various times and under the pressure of various circumstances. Naturally, the conceptions of the different bodies of emigrants, refugees, or colonists would vary much. The ideas of the men driven out by the Assyrians or Babylonians would be more anthropomorphic, more anthropopathic than of those who fled before Vespasian, Trajan, or Hadrian. The characteristics which had led the Israelites repeatedly to lapse into idolatry in their original homes, when seers were in their midst to denounce their backslidings, would hardly preserve them from the heathenism of their Arab brothers. With an idea of the quote-unquote God of Abraham, they would naturally combine a materialistic conception of the deity, and hence we find them rearing, quote, a statue representing Abraham with the ram beside him ready for sacrifice, quote, in the interior of the Kaaba. Amongst the later comers, the Shammaites and the Zealots formed by far the largest proportion. Among them the worship of the law verged upon idolatry, and the scribes and rabbins claimed a respect almost approaching adoration. They believed themselves to be the guardians of the people, the preservers of law and tradition, quote, living exemplars and mirrors in which the true mode of life according to the law was preserved, end quote. They looked upon themselves as the quote-unquote flower of the nation, and they were considered, through their intercourse with God, to possess the gift of prophecy. In fact, by their people as well as by themselves, they were regarded as the prime favorites of God. Footnote: they were, so to speak, the Brahmins of Judaism. End of footnote. The veneration of the Jews for Moses went so far, says Josephus, that they reverenced his name next to that of God, and this veneration they transferred to Ezra, the restorer of national life and law under the Kianian dynasty. Besides, the mass of the Jews had never probably thoroughly abandoned the worship of the teraphim, a sort of household gods made in the shape of human beings, and consulted on all occasions as domestic oracles, or regarded perhaps more as guardian penates. This worship must have been strengthened by contact with the heathen Arabs. When Jesus made his appearance in Judea, the doctrine of a divine unity and of a supreme personal will overshadowing the universe with its might and grace received acceptance only among one race, the worshippers of Jehovah. And even among them, despite all efforts to the contrary, the conception of the divinity had either deteriorated by contact with heathen nations or become modified by the influence of pagan philosophies. On the one hand, Chaldeo-Magian philosophy had left its finger mark indelibly impressed on the Jewish traditions. On the other, their best minds, while introducing among the Greek and Roman philosophers the conception of a great primal cause, had imbibed in the schools of Alexandria notions hardly reconcilable with their monotheistic creed. The Hindus, with their multitudinous hordes of gods and goddesses, the Mago-Zoroastrians, with their divinities struggling for mastery, the Greeks, Romans, and Egyptians, with their pantheons full of deities whose morality was below that of the worshippers, such was the condition of the civilized world when Jesus commenced his preachings. With all his dreams and aspirations, his mind was absolutely exempt from those pretensions which have been fixed on him by his overzealous followers. He never claimed to be a quote-unquote complement of God or to be a quote-unquote hypostasis of the divinity. Even modern idealistic Christianity has not been able yet to shake itself free from the old legacy bequeathed by the anthropomorphism of bygone ages. Age after age, everything human has been eliminated from the history of the great teacher, until his personality is lost in a mass of legends. The New Testament itself, with, quote, its incubation of a century, end quote, leaves the revered figure clothed in a mist. And each day the old idea of, quote, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, end quote, gathers force until the Council of Nice gives it a shape and consistency and formulates it into a dogma. Many minds, bewildered by the far-offness of the Universal Father, seek a resting place midway in a human personality which they call divine. It is this need of a nearer object of adoration which leads modern Christianity to give a name to an ideal, clothe it with flesh and blood, and worship it as a man-god. The gifted author of the Defects of Modern Christianity considers the frequency with which the Nazarene prophet asserted that he was, quote-unquote, the Son of God, and demanded the same worship as God himself, a proof of his divinity. That Jesus ever maintained that he was the Son of God in the sense in which it has been construed by Christian divines and apologists, we totally deny. Matthew Arnold has shown conclusively that the New Testament records are in many respects wholly unreliable. So far as the divinity of Christ is concerned, one can almost see the legend growing. But assuming that he made use of the expressions attributed to him, do they prove that he claimed to be, quote, the only begotten of the Father, end quote. Has the apologist not heard of the Eastern dervish, famous now as Al-Hallaj, who claimed to be God himself? Ana al-Haq, I am God, I am the truth, said he. And the Mussulman divines, like the Jewish Sanhedrim, pronounced him guilty of blasphemy and condemned him to death. A poor, simple heart, kindling with an exalted mysticism, was thus removed from earth. The Babi still believes that his master, quote-unquote, the gate to eternal life, was not killed, but miraculously removed to heaven. Can it be said that when Abu Muhith al-Hallaj and the Bab called themselves Truth and the Gate to Heaven, they meant to imply that they were part of the divinity, or, if they did, that their quote-unquote claim is tantamount to proof? Footnote: Abu Muhith ibn Mansur al-Hallaj died in the prime of life. He was a man of pure morals, great simplicity, a friend of the poor, but a dreamer and an enthusiast. For an account of the Bab and Babism, see Gobineau, Les religions et les philosophies dans l'Asie centrale, and The History of the Bab by Professor E.G. Brown. And a footnote. But, as we said before, we deny that Jesus, whose conceptions, when divested of the Aberglaube of his followers, were singularly free from exaggeration as to his own character or personality, ever used any expression to justify the demand attempted to be fixed upon him. His conception of the quote-unquote fatherhood of God embraced all humanity. All mankind were the children of God, and he was their teacher sent by the Eternal Father. Footnote: the use of the word Father in relation to God was cut out from Islam owing to the perversion of the idea among the then Christians. And a footnote. The Christian had thus a nobler exemplar before him. The teachings of the Prophet of Nazareth should have elevated him to a pure conception of the deity, but 6 centuries had surrounded the figure of Jesus with those myths which, in opposition to his own words, resolved him into a manifestation of the Godhead. The quote-unquote servant took the place of the master in the adoration of the world. The vulgar masses, unable to comprehend or realize this wonderful mixture of Neo-Pythagoreanism, Platonism, Judeo-Hellenistic philosophy, and the teachings of Jesus, adored him as a God incarnate, or reverted to the primitive worship of relics and of a tinselled goddess who represented the pure mother of Jesus. Footnote: the Isaurian sovereigns, indirectly inspired by Islam, for over a century battled against the growing degradation of Christianity, strived with all their might to make it run back to the channel pointed out by the great teacher, but to no purpose. And a footnote. The Caleridians, who were by no means an unimportant sect, went so far as to introduce in the Christian pantheon the Virgin Mary for God, and worship her as such, offering her a sort of twisted cake called colleris, whence the sect had its name. At the Council of Nice, which definitely settled the nature of Jesus, there were men who held that besides quote-unquote God the Father, there were 2 other gods, Christ and the Virgin Mary. And the Romanists, even now, it is said, call the Mother of Jesus the complement of the Trinity. In the long night of superstition, the Christians had wandered far away from the simplicity of the Nazarene teachings. The worship of images, saints, and relics had become inseparably blended with the religion of Jesus. The practices which he had denounced, the evils which he had reprehended, were one by one incorporated with his faith. The holy ground where the revered teacher had lived and walked was involved in a cloud of miracles and visions, and, quote, the nerves of the mind were benumbed by the habits of obedience and belief, end quote. Footnote. From the text it will be seen how much truth there is to the assertion that Islam derived, quote, everything good it contains, end quote, from Judaism or Christianity. It has been the fashion, says Deutsch, to ascribe whatever is good in Mohammedanism to Christianity. We fear this theory is not compatible with the results of honest investigation. For of Arabian Christianity at the time of Muhammad, the less said perhaps the better. By the side of it, even modern Amharic Christianity, of which we possess such astounding accounts, appears pure and exalted. And a footnote. Against all the absurdities we have described above, the life aim of Muhammad was directed. Addressing with the voice of truth, inspired by deep communion with the God of the universe, the fetish worshippers of the Arabian tribes on one side, and the followers of degraded Christianity and Judaism on the other, Muhammad, that quote-unquote master of speech, as he has been truly called, never traveled out of the province of reason, and made them all blush at the monstrousness of their beliefs. Muhammad, the grand apostle of the unity of God, thus stands forth in history in noble conflict with the retrogressive tendency of man to associate other beings with the Creator of the universe. Ever and anon in the Quran occur passages fervid and burning like the following. Your God is one God. There is no God but He, the most merciful. In the creation of the heaven and earth, and the alternation of night and day, and in the ship which saileth on the sea, laden with what is profitable to mankind, and in the rain-water which God sendeth from heaven, quickening again the dead earth, and the animals of all sorts which cover its surface, and in the change of winds, and the clouds balanced between heaven and earth, are signs to people of understanding. Yet some men take idols beside God, and love them as with the love due to God. End quote. What a depth of sympathy towards those benighted people do these words convey. Again, it is He who causes the lightning to appear unto you, to strike fear and to raise hope, and formeth the pregnant clouds. The thunder celebrateth His praise, and the angels also. He launcheth His thunderbolts, and striketh therewith whom He pleaseth, while they dispute concerning Him. It is He who of right ought to be invoked, and those, the idols, whom they invoke besides Him, shall not respond to them at all. Otherwise than as He who stretches forth His hands to the water, that it may ascend to His mouth, when it cannot ascend thither. He hath created the heavens and the earth to manifest His justice. Far be that from Him which they associate with Him. He hath created man, and behold, he is a professed disputer. He hath likewise created the cattle for you, and they are a credit unto you when they come trooping home at evening time, or are led forth to pasture in the morn. And He hath subjected the night and day to your service, and the sun and the moon and the stars are all bound by His laws. It is He who hath subjected the sea unto you, and thou seest the ships ploughing the deep, and that ye might render thanks. Shall He therefore who createth be as He who createth not? Do ye not therefore take heed? If ye were to reckon up the blessings of God, ye shall not be able to compute their number. God is surely gracious and merciful. He knoweth that which ye conceal, and that which ye publish. But those, the idols whom ye invoke besides the Lord, create nothing, but are themselves created. They are dead and not living. God, there is no God but He, the living, the eternal. No slumber seizeth him. Whatsoever is in heaven or in earth is His. Who can intercede with Him but by His own permission? He knows what has been before, and what shall be after them. Yet naught of His knowledge shall they grasp, but He willeth. His throne reaches over the heaven and the earth, and the upholding of them both burdeneth Him not. He throweth the veil of night over the day, pursuing it quickly. He created the sun, moon, and stars subjected to laws by His behest. Is not all creation and all empire His? Blessed be the Lord of the worlds. Say, He alone is God, God the eternal. He begetteth not, and He is not begotten. There is none like unto Him. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds, the compassionate, the merciful, King on the day of reckoning. Thee only do we worship, and to Thee do we cry for help. Guide us on the straight path, the path of those to whom Thou art gracious, with whom Thou art not angry, such as go not astray. Against the evil in His creation I betake me to the Lord of the daybreak. Thou needest not raise thy voice, for He knoweth the secret whisper, and what is yet more hidden. Say, Whose is what is in the heavens and the earth? Say, God's, who has imposed mercy on Himself. With Him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them save He. He knows what is in the land and in the sea. No leaf falleth but He knoweth it. Nor is there grain in the darkness under the earth, nor a thing green or sere, but it is recorded by itself. He taketh your souls in the night, and knoweth what the work of your day deserveth. Then He awaketh you, that the set life term may be fulfilled. Then unto Him shall ye return, and then shall He declare unto you what you have wrought. Verily, God it is who cleaves out the grain and the date stone. He brings forth the living from the dead, and it is He who brings the dead from the living. There is God. How then can ye be beguiled? It is He who cleaveth out the morning, and makes night a repose, and the sun and the moon two reckonings. That is the decree of the mighty, the wise. There is God for you, your Lord. There is no God but He, the Creator of everything. Then worship Him, for He over everything keeps guard. Sight perceives Him not, but He perceives men's sights, for He is the knower of secrets, the aware. Say, Verily my prayers and my devotion, and my life and my death belong to God, the Lord of the worlds. Dost thou not perceive that all creatures both in heaven and earth praise God, and the birds also? Every one knoweth his prayer and his praise. Unto God belongeth the kingdom of heaven and earth, and unto God shall be the return. Whose is the kingdom of the heavens and the earth? There is no God but He. He maketh alive and killeth. He is the living one. No God is there but He. Call then upon Him, and offer Him a pure worship. Praise be to God, the Lord of the worlds. My prayers and my worship and my life and my death are unto God, Lord of the worlds. He hath no associate. It is he who hath brought you forth, and gifted you with hearing and sight and heart. Yet how few are grateful. It is he who hath sown you in the earth, and to him shall ye be gathered. O my Lord, place me not among the ungodly people. He it is who ordaineth the night as a garment and sleep for rest, and ordaineth the day for waking up to life. Is not he the more worthy who answereth the oppressed when they cry to him, and taketh off their ills, and maketh you to succeed your sires on the earth? God the Almighty, the All-Knowing, forgiver of sin, and receiver of penitence. Shall I seek any other Lord than God, when he is Lord of all things? No soul shall labor but for itself, and no burdened one shall bear another's burden. At last ye shall return to your Lord, and he will declare that to you about which you differ. Knower of the hidden and the manifest, the great, the Most High. Alike to him is that person among you who concealeth his words, and he that telleth them abroad, he who hideth him in the night, and he who cometh forth in the day. God is the light of the heavens and the earth. His light is as a niche in which there is a lamp, and the lamp is in a glass. The glass is as though it were a glittering star. It is lit from a blessed tree, an olive, neither of the east nor of the west, the oil of which would well nigh give light, though no fire touched it, light upon light. God guides to his light whom he pleases, and God strikes out parables for men, and God all things doth know. In the houses God has permitted to be reared, and his name to be mentioned therein, his praises are celebrated therein mornings and evenings. Men whom neither merchandise nor selling divert from the remembrance of God, and steadfastness in prayer and giving alms, who fear a day when hearts and eyes shall be upset, that God may recompense them for the best they have done, and give them increase of his grace, for God provides whom he pleases without count. But those who misbelieve, their works are like the mirage in a plain. The thirsty counts it water, till when he comes to it he finds nothing, but he finds that God is with him, and he will pay him his account, for God is quick to take account. Or like darkness on a deep sea, there covers it a wave, above which is a wave, above which is a cloud. Darkness is one above the other. When one puts out his hand, he can scarcely see it, for he to whom God has given no light, he has no light. Hast thou seen that God? All who are in heaven and the earth celebrate his praises, and the birds too, spreading out their wings. Each one knows its prayer and its praise, and God knows what they do. Hast thou not seen that God drives the clouds, and then reunites them, and then accumulates them, and thou mayest see the rain coming forth from their midst? And he sends down from the sky mountains with hail therein, and he makes it fall on whom he pleases, and he turns it from whom he pleases. The flashing of his lightning well nigh goes off with their sight. God interchanges the night and the day. Verily, in that is a lesson to those endowed with sight. End quote. The chapter entitled The Merciful, which has been well called the Benedicity of Islam, furnishes one of the finest examples of the prophet's appeal to the testimony of nature. Quote, "The sun and the moon in their appointed time, the herbs and the trees adore, and the heavens he raised them, and set the balance that ye should not be outrageous in the balance. But weigh ye aright, and stint not the measure. And the earth he has set it for living creatures. Therein are fruits, and palms with sheaths, and grain with chaff, and frequent shoots. He created man of crackling clay like the potters, and he created the firmament from the smokeless fire. The Lord of the two easts and the Lord of the two wests, he has let loose the two seas that meet together. Between them is a barrier they cannot pass. He brings forth from each pearls both great and small. His are the ships which rear aloft in the sea like mountains. Every one upon it is transient, but the face of thy Lord, endowed with majesty and honor, shall endure. Of him whosoever is in the heaven and the earth does beg. Every day is he in some fresh work. Blessed be the name of thy Lord, possessed of majesty and glory. Every man's actions have we hung round his neck, and on the last day shall be laid before him a wide-opened book. By a soul and him who balanced it, and intimated to it its wickedness and its piety, blessed now is he who hath kept it pure, and undone is he who hath corrupted it. No defect canst thou see in the creation of the God of mercy. Repeat the gaze. Seest thou a single flaw? Then twice more repeat the gaze. Thy gaze shall return to thee dulled and weary. He quickeneth the earth when it is dead, so too shall you be brought to life. The heavens and the earth stand firm at his bidding. Hereafter, when at once he shall summon you from the earth, forth shall ye come. When the sun shall be folded up, and the stars shall fall, and when the mountains shall be set in motion, when the she-camels shall be left, and the wild beasts shall be gathered together, when the seas shall boil, and souls be repaired with their bodies, when the female child that was buried alive shall be asked for what crime she was put to death, when the leaves of the book shall be unrolled, and the heavens shall be stripped away, and the fire of hell blaze forth, and paradise draw nigh, then shall every soul know what it hath done. What knowledge hast thou, Muhammad, of the hour? Only God knoweth its period. It is for thee only to warn those who fear it. What shall teach thee the inevitable? Thamud and Ad treated the day of decision as a lie. They were destroyed with thunderbolts and roaring blasts. End quote. And yet, with all his might, his tender care and pity are all-embracing. Quote, "By the noonday brightness, and by the night when it darkeneth, thy Lord hath not forsaken thee, neither hath he been displeased. Surely the future shall be better for thee than the past, and in the end he shall be bounteous to thee, and thou shalt be satisfied. Did he not find thee an orphan and give thee a home, erring and guided thee, needy and enriched thee? As to the orphan, then, wrong him not, and chide not away him that asketh of thee, and tell abroad the favours of thy Lord. Did ye think we had made you for sport, and that ye should not be brought back again to us. O our God, punish us not if we forget and fall into sin. Blot out our sins and forgive us. Have mercy, O Lord, for of the merciful thou art the best. The heavy laden shall not bear another's load. We never punished till we had sent an apostle. This clear book, behold, on a blessed night we have sent it down for a warning to mankind. Not to sadden thee have we sent it thee. End quote. And so on goes this wonderful book, appealing to the nobler feelings of man, his inner consciousness and his moral sense, proving and manifesting the enormity of idolatrous beliefs. Scarcely a chapter but contains some fervid passages on the power, mercy, and unity of God. The Islamic conception of the Almighty has been misunderstood by Christian writers. The God of Islam is commonly represented as, quote, a pitiless tyrant who plays with humanity as on a chessboard and works out his game without regard to the sacrifice of the pieces. End quote. Let us see if this estimate is correct. The God of Islam is the Almighty, the All-Knowing, the All-Just, the Lord of the worlds, the author of the heavens and the earth, the creator of life and death, in whose hand is dominion and irresistible power, the great, all-powerful Lord of the glorious throne. God is the mighty, the strong, the Most High, the producer, the maker, the fashioner, the wise, the just, the true, the swift in reckoning, who knoweth every ant's weight of good and of ill that each man hath done, and who suffereth not the reward of the faithful to perish. But the Almighty, the All-Wise, is also the King, the Holy, the Peaceful, the Faithful, the Guardian over his servants, the Shelterer of the orphan, the Guide of the erring, the Deliverer from every affliction, the Friend of the bereaved, the Consoler of the afflicted. In his hand is good, and he is the generous Lord, the gracious, the hearer, the near at hand, the compassionate, the merciful, the very forgiving, whose love for man is more tender than that of the mother bird for her young. The mercy of the Almighty is one of the grandest themes of the Quran. The very name Ar-Rahman, with which each chapter opens, and with which he is invoked, expresses a deep, all-penetrating conviction of that love, that divine mercy which enfolds creation. The moral debasement of the followers of the two previous dispensations wrings the teacher's heart, and then burst forth denunciations on the Christians and the Jews for the superstitious rites they practiced in defiance of the warnings of their prophets. The fire of religious zeal that had burnt in the bosoms of Isaiah and Jeremiah was rekindled in the breast of another and far greater man. He denounces, but above the wail, the cry of agony at the degradation of humanity, is heard the voice of hope. The Quran severely censures the Jews for their, quote, worship of false gods and idols, end quote, the teraphim before referred to, and for their exaggerated reverence for the memory of Ezra, the Christians for their adoration of Jesus and his mother. Quote, hast thou not seen those to whom a portion of the Scriptures have been given? They believe in false gods and idols. They say to the unbelievers, they are better directed in the right way than those who believe, the Muslims. The Jews say Ezra is the Son of God. The Christians say Al-Masih, Jesus, is the Son of God. How infatuated they are! They take their priests and their monks for their lords besides God. They seek to extinguish the light of God with their mouths. The Jews and the Christians say, "We are the children of God and His beloved." Many of those unto whom the Scriptures have been given, footnote, the Jews, the Christians, and the Zoroastrians, and a footnote, desire to render you again unbelievers after ye have believed. Be constant in prayer and give alms, and what good ye have set before you for your souls, ye shall find it with God. They say, "Verily, none shall enter paradise, except those who are Jews or Christians." Say, "Produce your proof if ye speak the truth. Nay, but he who directeth towards God, and doth that which is right, he shall have his reward with his Lord." O ye who have received the Scriptures, exceed not the just bounds in your religion, neither say of God otherwise than the truth. Verily, Al-Masih, the Son of Mary, is the Apostle of God and His Word. Believe therefore in God and His apostles, and say not, "There are three gods." Forbear this. Al-Masih doth not proudly disdain to be a servant unto God. It beseemeth not a man that God should give him the Scriptures and the wisdom and the gift of prophecy, and that then he should say to his followers, "Be ye worshippers of me as well as of God," but rather, "Be ye perfect in things pertaining to God, since ye know the Scriptures and have studied deep." End quote. The following passage shows the feeling with which such religious conceptions were regarded. Quote, "They say the God of mercy hath gotten to himself a son. Now have ye uttered a grievous thing. And it wanted but little that the heavens should be torn open, and that the earth cleave asunder, and the mountains fall down, for that they attribute children unto the merciful, whereas it is not meet for God to have children. Verily, there is none in heaven or on earth but shall approach the merciful as his servant. He encompasses them." End quote. But the inspired preacher, whose mission it is to proclaim the truth, does not confound the good with the bad. Quote, "Yet they are not all alike. There are of those who have received the Scriptures upright people. They meditate on the signs of God in the night season and worship. They believe in God and the last day, and command that which is just, and forbid that which is unjust, and zealously strive to excel in good works. These are of the righteous." End quote. The mutual and burning hatred of Jew and Christian, the savage wars of Nestorian and Monophysite, the meaningless wrangle of the sects, the heartless and heart-rending logomachy of the Byzantine clergy, ever and anon bring down denunciations like the following. "To Jesus and other apostles we gave manifest signs, and if God had pleased, their followers would not have fallen into these disputes, but God doeth what he will. Mankind was but one people, and God sent them prophets of warning and glad tidings, and the book of truth to settle all disputes. Yet none disputed like those to whom the book had been sent, for they were filled with jealousy of each other. O people of the book, why wrangle about Abraham? Why contend about that whereof ye know nothing?" End quote. The primary aim of the new dispensation was to infuse or revive in the heart of humanity a living perception of truth in the common relations of life. The moral ideal of the new gospel, to use the phraseology of an eminent writer, was set in the common sense of duty and the familiar instances of love. Verily, those people, footnote, i.e., Abraham, Ishmael, and Isaac, and the tribes, end of footnote, have now passed away. They have the reward of their deeds, and ye shall have the meed of yours. Of their doings ye shall not be questioned. Every soul shall bear the good and the evil for which it has labored, and God will burden none beyond its power. Blessed is he who giveth away his substance, that he may become pure, and who offereth not favors to any one for the sake of recompense, but only as seeking the approval of his Lord the Most High. They are the blessed who, though longing for it themselves, bestowed their food on the poor and the orphan and the captive, saying, We feed you for the sake of God. We seek from you neither recompense nor thanks. Worship God alone. Be kind to kindred and servants, orphans and the poor. Speak righteously to men. Pray and pay alms. Defer humbly to your parents. With humility and tenderness say, O Lord, be merciful to them, even as they brought me up when I was helpless. Abandon the old barbarities, blood vengeance, and child murder, and be united as one flesh. Do thy alms openly or in secret, for both are well. Give of that which hath been given you before the day cometh, when there shall be no trafficking, no friendship, nor intercession. Wouldst thou be taught the steep path? It is to ransom the captive, to feed the hungry, the kindred, the orphan, and him whose mouth is in the dust. Be of those who enjoin steadfastness and compassion on others. Woe to them that make show of piety and refuse help to the needy. Make not your alms void by reproaches or injury. Forgiveness and kind speech are better than favors with annoyance. Abandon usury. He who spendeth his substance to be seen of men is like a rock with thin soil over it, whereon the rain falleth and leaveth it hard. But they who expend their substance to please God and establish their souls are like a garden on a hill, on which the rain falleth, and it yieldeth its fruits twofold. And even if the rain doth not fall, yet there is a dew. Judge between men with truth, and follow not thy passions, lest they cause thee to err from the way of God. Covet not another's gifts from God. There is no piety in turning the face east or west, but in believing in God only and doing good. Make the best of all things, enjoin justice and avoid the foolish, and if Satan stirs thee to evil, take refuge in God. Touch not the goods of the orphan, perform your covenant, and walk not proudly on the earth. The birth of a daughter brings dark shadows on a man's face. Kill not your children for fear of want. For them and for you will we provide. Verily, the killing them is a great wickedness. God hath given you wives, that ye may put love and tenderness between you. Reverence the wombs that bear you. Commit not adultery, for it is a foul thing and an evil way. Let the believer restrain his eyes from lust. Let women make no display of ornaments, save to their own kindred. Know ye that this world's life is a cheat. The multiplying of riches and children is like the plants that spring up after rain, rejoicing the husbandman, then turn yellow and wither away. In the next life is severe chastisement, or else pardon from God and his peace. Abandon the semblance of wickedness and wickedness itself. They verily, whose only acquirement is iniquity, shall be rewarded for what they shall have gained. Those who abstain from vanities and the indulgence of their passions, give alms, offer prayers, and tend well their trusts and their covenants, these shall be the heirs of eternal happiness. Show kindness to your parents, whether one or both of them attain to old age with thee, and say not to them, Fie, neither reproach them, but speak to them both with respectful speech and tender affection. And to him who is of kin render his due, and also to the poor and to the wayfarer, yet waste not wastefully. And let not thy hand be tied up to thy neck, nor yet open it with all openness, lest thou sit thee down in rebuke in beggary. Enjoin my servants to speak in kindly sort. Turn aside evil with that which is better. Just balances will we set up for the day of the resurrection, neither shall any soul be wronged in aught. Though were a work but the weight of a grain of mustard seed, we would bring it forth to be weighed, and our reckoning will suffice. Seek pardon of your Lord, and be turned unto him. Verily, my Lord is merciful, loving. And your Lord saith, Call upon me, I will hearken unto you. Say, O my servants who have transgressed to your own injury, despair not of God's mercy, for all sins doth God forgive. Gracious, merciful is he. The good word riseth up to him, and the righteous deed will he exalt. Truly my Lord hath forbidden filthy actions, whether open or secret, and iniquity and unjust violence. Call upon your Lord with lowliness and in secret, for he loveth not transgressors. And commit not disorders on the well-ordered earth after it hath been well ordered, and call on him with fear and longing desire. Verily, the mercy of God is nigh unto the righteous. Moreover, we have enjoined on man to show kindness to his parents. With pain his mother beareth him, with pain she bringeth him forth. And he saith, O my Lord, stir me up to be grateful for thy favours, wherewith thou hast favoured me and my parents, and to good works which shall please thee, and prosper me in my offspring. For to thee I am turned, and I am resigned to thy will. For them is a dwelling place of peace with their Lord, and in recompense for their works shall he be their protector. Lost are they who in their ignorance have foolishly slain their children, and have forbidden that which God hath given them for food, devising an untruth against God. Now have they erred, and they were not rightly guided. The likeness of those who expend their wealth for the cause of God is that of a grain of corn, which produces 7 ears, and in each ear 100 grains. They who expend their wealth for the cause of God, and never follow what they have laid out with reproaches or harm, shall have their reward with their Lord. No fear shall come upon them, neither shall they be put to grief. A kind speech and forgiveness is better than alms followed by injury. God will not burden any soul beyond its power. It shall enjoy the good which it hath acquired, and shall bear the evil for the acquirement of which it labored. O Lord, punish us not if we forget or fall into sin, O our Lord, and lay not on us a load like that which thou hast laid on those who have been before us, O our Lord, and lay not on us that for which we have not strength, but blot out our sins, and forgive us, and have pity on us. The patient and the truthful, the lowly and the charitable, they who seek pardon at each daybreak, who give alms alike in prosperity and in success, and who master their anger and forgive others. God loveth the doers of good. Theirs a goodly home with their Lord. O our Lord, forgive us then our sins, and hide away from us our evil deeds, and cause us to die with the righteous. And their Lord answereth them, I will not suffer the work of him among you that worketh, whether of male or female, to be lost. The one of you is the issue of the other. And fear ye God, in whose name ye ask favors of each other, and respect women. And marry not women whom your fathers have married, for this is a shame, and hateful, and an evil way. Covet not the gifts by which God hath raised some of you above others. Be good to parents, and to kindred, and to orphans, and to the poor, and to a neighbor, whether kinsman or newcomer, and to a fellow traveler, and to the wayfarer, and to the slaves whom your right hands hold. Verily, God loveth not the proud, the vain boaster. He who shall mediate between men for a good purpose shall be the gainer by it. But he who shall mediate with an evil mediation shall reap the fruit of it, and God keepeth watch over everything. O ye Muslims, stand fast to justice when you bear witness before God, though it be against yourselves, or your parents, or your kindred, whether the party be rich or poor. God is nearer than you to both. Therefore follow not passion, lest ye swerve from truth. To the preachings of this desert-born prophet, addressing a larger world and a more advanced humanity, in the nobility of their love, in their strivings and yearnings for the true, the pure, and the holy, fall short of the warnings of Isaiah or, quote, the tender appeals of Jesus, end quote. The poor and the orphan, the humble dweller of the earth, quote, with his mouth in the dust, end quote, the unfortunate being bereft in early life of parental care, are ever the objects of his tenderest solicitude. Ever and again he announces that the path which leads to God is the helping of the orphan, the relieving of the poor, and the ransoming of the captive. His pity and love were not confined to his fellow beings. The brute creation shared with them his sympathy and tenderness. Quote, a man once came to him with a bundle and said, O prophet, I passed through a wood and heard the voice of the young of birds, and I took them and put them in my carpet, and their mother came fluttering round my head. And the prophet said, Put them down. And when he had put them down, the mother joined the young. And the prophet said, Do you wonder at the affection of the mother towards her young? I swear by him who has sent me, verily, God is more loving to his servants than the mother to these young birds. Return them to the place from which he took them, and let their mother be with them." End quote. "Fear God with regard to animals," said Muhammad. "Ride them when they are fit to be ridden, and get off when they are tired. Verily, there are rewards for our doing good to dumb animals and giving them water to drink." End quote. In the Quran, animal life stands on the same footing as human life in the sight of the Creator. "There is no beast on earth," says the Quran, "nor bird which flieth with its wings, but the same is a people like unto you. Unto the Lord shall they return." End quote. It took centuries for Christendom to awaken to a sense of duty towards the animal creation. Long before the Christian nations ever dreamt of extending towards animals tenderness and humanity, Muhammad proclaimed an impressive words of duty of mankind towards their dumb and humble servitors. These precepts of tenderness, so lovingly embalmed in the Creed, are faithfully rendered into a common duty of everyday life in the world of Islam. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam. قل لمن ما في السماوات والأرض قل لله كتب على نفسه الرحمة لا يجمعنكم إلى يوم القيامة لا ريب فيه الذين خسروا أنفسهم فهم لا يؤمنون. Say, unto whom belongeth whatsoever is in heaven and earth? Say, unto God. He hath prescribed unto himself mercy. قل تعالوا أتل ما حرم ربكم عليكم ألا تشركوا به شيئا وبالوالدين إحسانا ولا تقتلوا أولادكم من إملاق نحن نرزقكم وإياهم ولا تقربوا الفواحش ما ظهر منها وما بطن ولا تقتلوا النفس التي حرم الله إلا بالحق ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تعقلون ولا تقربوا مال اليتيم إلا بالتي هي أحسن حتى يبلغ أشده وأوفوا الكيل والميزان بالقسط لا نكلف النفس إلا وسعها وإذا قلتم فاعدلوا ولو كان ذا قربى وبعهد الله أوفوا ذلكم وصاكم به لعلكم تذكرون. Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide. And that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye. That is what he hath ordained to you. For the conservation of a true religious spirit, Muhammad attached to his precepts certain practical duties, of which the following are the principal: 1. Prayer, 2. Fasting, 3. Almsgiving, and 4. Pilgrimage. Man's consciousness of a supreme, all-pervading power, his helplessness in the eternal conflict of nature, his sense of benefaction, all lead him to pour out the overflowing sentiments of his heart in words of gratitude and love, or repentance and solicitation, to One who is ever wakeful and merciful. Prayers are only the utterance of the sentiments which fill the human heart. All these emotions, however, are the result of a superior development. The savage, if supplications do not answer his purpose, resorts to the castigation of his fetish. But every religious system possessing any organic element has recognized in some shape the efficacy of prayer. In most, however, the theurgic character predominates over the moral. In some, the moral idea is entirely wanting. The early Hindu worship consisted of two sets of acts, oblations and sacrifice, accompanied with invocations. In the infancy of religious thought, the gods are supposed to possess the same appetites and passions as human beings, and thus, whilst man needs material benefits, the gods require offerings and propitiation. This idea often finds expression in the old hymns of the Rig Veda. With the development of religious conceptions, it is probable that among at least the more advanced or thoughtful minds, the significance attached to oblations and sacrifice underwent considerable modification. But as the hold of the priestly caste, which claimed the possession of a quote-unquote secret virtue transmissible only through the blood, strengthened on the minds of the masses, Brahmanism crystallized into a literally sacrificial cult. The sacrifice could be performed only by the priest according to rigid and unalterable formulae, whilst he recited the mantras and went through the rites in a mechanical spirit, without religious feeling or enthusiasm. The worshipper stood by, a passive spectator of the worship which was performed on his behalf. The smallest mistake undid the efficacy of the observances. The devotional spirit, however, could not have been entirely wanting, or the Bhagavad Gita could not have been composed. But for the people as a whole, their worship had become a vast system of sacrifice, the value of which depended not so much upon the moral conduct of the individual worshipper as upon the qualification of the officiating priest. The former had only to believe in the efficacy of the rite and be in a state of legal purity at the time. The Mago-Zoroastrian and the Sabaean lived in an atmosphere of prayer. The Zoroastrian prayed when he sneezed, when he cut his nails or hair, while preparing meals, day and night, at the lighting of lamps, etc. Ormuzd was first invoked, and then not only heaven, earth, the elements and stars, but trees, especially the moon plant and beasts. The formulae were often to be repeated as many as 1,200 times. Footnote: the Zend Avesta itself is a grand repertory of prayers, hymns, invocations, etc., to a multitude of deities, among whom Ormuzd ranks first. In fact, it is a book of liturgies. End of footnote. The moral idea, however pure with the few, would be perfectly eliminated from the minds of the common people. But even the sort of spiritual life enjoyed by exceptional minds was monopolized by the ministers of religion. The barriers of special holiness which divided the priesthood from the laity shut out the latter from all spiritual enjoyments of a nobler type. The Magians, like the Orphici, had two forms of worship, or rather two modes of understanding the objects of worship, one esoteric, especially reserved for the priestly classes, the other exoteric, in which alone the vulgar could participate. The Mosaic Law contained no ordinances respecting prayers. only on the payment of tithes to the priests and the domestic solemnity of the presentation of the firstlings was there a prescribed formula of a prayer and acknowledgment, when the father of the house, on the strength of his having obediently performed the behests of the law, supplicated blessings from Jehovah on Israel, quote, even as he had sworn unto their fathers, end quote. But with the rise of a more spiritual idea of the deity among the people and the teachers, and the decline of an uncompromising anthropomorphism, the real nature of prayer as the medium of intercommunication between God and man began to be understood. Tradition and custom, in default of any express regulation by the law, made the Jews at last, as Döllinger says, a people of prayer. 3 hours daily were consecrated to devotional exercises, viz., 9, 12, and 3 o'clock. The necessity, however, for the service of priests, combined with the absence of any positive precedents coming down from the lawgiver himself, tended to make prayer, in the majority of cases, merely mechanical. Phylacteries were in use in the time of Jesus, and the Quran reproaches the Jews in bitter terms for, quote, selling the signs of God, end quote. The teachings of Jesus, representing a later development of the religious faculty in man, recognized the true character of prayer. He consecrated the practice by his own example. The early disciples, in the spirit of their master, laid great stress on the habit of devotion and thanksgiving to God. But the want of some definite rule for the guidance of the masses, in process of time, left them completely adrift in all that regarded the practice of devotion, and under subjection to the priests, who monopolized the office of regulating the number, length, and the terminology of prayers. Hence, missals, liturgies, councils, and convocations to settle articles of faith and matters of conscience. Hence also the mechanical worship of droning monks, and the hebdomadal flocking into the churches and chapels on one day in the week to make up for the deficiency of spiritual food during the other 6. Hence also the quote-unquote presbyter, who, merely a quote-unquote servant at first, came to regard himself as, quote, the Lord of the spiritual heritage, end quote, bequeathed by Jesus. All these evils had culminated to a point in the 7th century, when the Prophet of Arabia began to preach a reformed religion. In instituting prayers, Muhammad recognized the yearning of the human soul to pour out its love and gratitude to God, and by making the practice of devotion periodic, he impressed that disciplinary character on the observance of prayer which keeps the thoughts from wandering into the regions of the material. The formulae, consecrated by his example and practice, whilst sparing the Islamic word the evil of contests regarding liturgies, leave to the individual worshipper the amplest scope for the most heartfelt outpouring of devotion and humility before the Almighty Presence. The value of prayer as the means of moral elevation and the purification of the heart has been clearly set forth in the Quran. Quote, rehearse that which hath been revealed unto thee of the book, and be constant at prayer, for prayer preserveth from crimes, and from that which is blamable, and the remembering of God is surely a most sacred duty. End quote. The forms of the supplicatory hymns, consecrated by the example of the Prophet, evince the beauty of the moral element in the teachings of Islam. Quote, O Lord, I supplicate Thee for firmness in faith and direction towards rectitude, and to assist me in being grateful to Thee, and in adoring thee in every good way. And I supplicate thee for an innocent heart, which shall not incline to wickedness. And I supplicate thee for a true tongue, and for that virtue which thou knowest. And I pray thee to defend me from that vice which thou knowest, and for forgiveness of those faults which thou knowest. O my defender, assist me in remembering thee, and being grateful to thee, and in worshipping thee with the excess of my strength. O Lord, I have injured my own soul, and no one can pardon the faults of thy servants but thou. Forgive me out of thy loving kindness, and have mercy on me. For verily thou art the forgiver of offenses, and the bestower of blessings on thy servants. End quote. Another traditional prayer, called the Prayer of David, runs thus: O Lord, grant me the love of thee. Grant that I may love those that love thee. Grant that I may do the deeds that may win thy love. Make thy love to be dearer to me than self, family, or than wealth. End quote. The following two prayers of Ali, the Caliph, evince the highest devotional spirit. Thanks be to my Lord. He is the adorable, and only to be adored. My Lord, the eternal, the ever-existing, the cherisher, the true sovereign, whose mercy and might overshadow the universe, the regulator of the world, the light of the creation. His is our worship. To him belongs all worship. He existed before all things, and will exist after all that is living has ceased. Thou art the adored, my Lord. Thou art the Master, the loving and forgiving. Thou bestowest power and might on whom thou pleasest. Him whom thou hast exalted, none can lower, and him whom thou hast lowered, none can exalt. Thou, my Lord, art the eternal, the creator of all wise, sovereign, mighty. Thy knowledge knows everything. Thy beneficence is all-pervading. Thy forgiveness and mercy are all-embracing. O my Lord, thou art the helper of the afflicted, the reliever of all distress, the consoler of the broken-hearted. Thou art present everywhere to help thy servants. Thou knowest all secrets, all thoughts, art present in every assembly, fulfiller of all our needs, bestower of all blessings. Thou art the friend of the poor and bereaved. My Lord, thou art my fortress, a castle for all who seek thy help. Thou art the refuge of the weak, the helper of the pure and true. O my Lord, thou art my supporter, my helper, the helper of all who seek thy help. O my Lord, thou art the Creator, I am only created. Thou art my sovereign, I am only thy servant. Thou art the helper, I am the beseecher. Thou, my Lord, art my refuge. Thou art the forgiver, I am the sinner. Thou, my Lord, art the merciful, all-knowing, all-loving. I am groping in the dark. I seek thy knowledge and love. Bestow, my Lord, all thy knowledge and love and mercy. Forgive my sins, O my Lord, and let me approach thee, my Lord. O my Lord, thou the ever-praised, the eternal, thou art the ever-present, ever-existing, the ever-near, the all-knowing. Thou livest in every heart, in every soul, all-pervading. Thy knowledge is ingrained in every mind. He bears no similitude, has no equal, one, the eternal. Thanks be to the Lord whose mercy extends to every sinner, who provides for even those who deny him. To him belong the beginning and the end, all knowledge and the most hidden secret of the heart. He never slumbers, the ever just, the ever wakeful. He forgiveth in his mercy our greatest sins, loveth all creation. I testify to the goodness of my Lord, to the truth of his messenger's message. Blessings on him and his descendants and his companions." End quote. It is one of the glories of Islam, says an English writer, that its temples are not made with hands, and that its ceremonies can be performed anywhere upon God's earth or under his heaven. End quote. Every place in which the Almighty is faithfully worshipped is equally pure. The Muslim, whether he be at home or abroad, when an hour of prayer arrives, pours forth his soul in a brief but earnest supplicatory address. His attention is not wearied by the length of his prayers, the theme of which is always self-humiliation, the glorification of the Giver of all good, and reliance on his mercy. The intensity of the devotional spirit embalmed in the Church of Muhammad has hardly been realized by Christendom. Tradition, that faithful chronicler of the past, with its 100 corroborative witnesses, records how the Prophet wept during his prayers with the fervor of his emotions, how his noble cousin and son-in-law became so absorbed in his devotions that his body grew benumbed. The Islam of Muhammad recognizes no caste of priesthood, allows no monopoly of spiritual knowledge or special holiness to intervene between man and his God. Each soul rises to its Creator without the intervention of priest or hierophant. No sacrifice, no ceremonial invented by vested interests is needed to bring the anxious heart nearer to its Comforter. Footnote: the annual sacrifice at the Hajj and the Bayram is a mere memorial observance. And a footnote. Each human being is his own priest. In the Islam of Muhammad, no one man is higher than the other. European rationalists have complained of the complex character of the Muslim prayers, but the ritual of the Quran is astonishing in its simplicity and soberness. It includes the necessary acts of faith, the recital of the creed, prayer, almsgiving, fasting, and pilgrimage, but lays down scarcely any rules as to how they are to be performed. Quote, "Observe the prayers and the midday prayer, and stand ye attent before God. Seek aid from patience and prayer. Verily, God is with the patient." End quote. But nothing is said regarding the manner in which the prayer should be offered. "When ye journey about the earth," says the Quran, "it is no crime to you that ye come short in prayer if ye fear that those that disbelieve will set upon you. God pardons everything except associating aught with him." End quote. The practice of the Prophet has, however, attached certain rites and ceremonies to the due observance of prayers. At the same time, it is pointed out in unmistakable terms that it is to the devotional state of the mind the searcher of the spirit looks. Quote, "It is not the flesh or the blood of that which ye sacrifice which is acceptable to God. It is your piety which is acceptable to the Lord. It is not righteousness," continues the Quran, "that ye turn your faces in prayer towards the east or the west, but righteousness is of him who believeth in God, who giveth money for God's sake unto his kindred, and unto orphans, and the needy, and the stranger, and those who ask, and for the redemption of captives, who is constant at prayers, and giveth alms, and of those who perform their covenant when they have covenanted, and who behave themselves patiently in hardship and adversity, and in times of violence. These are they who are true." End quote. It was declared that prayer without, quote, "the presence of the heart," end quote, was of no avail, and that God's words, which were addressed to all mankind and not to one people, should be studied with the heart and lips in absolute accord. And the Caliph Ali held that devotion offered without understanding was useless and brought no blessing. The celebrated Imam al-Ghazali has pronounced that in reading the sacred book, heart and intelligence must work together. The lips only utter the words. Intelligence helps in the due apprehension of their meaning, the heart in paying obedience to the dictates of duty. "It is not a sixth or a tenth of man's devotion," said the Prophet, "which is acceptable to God, but only such portion thereof as he offers with understanding and true devotional spirit." End quote. The practice of baptism in the Christian Church, even the lustrations which the Egyptians, the Jews, or the hierophants of the heathen religions in the East and the West required as preliminary to the performance of devotional or religious exercises, show the peculiar sanctity which was attached to external purifications. Muhammad, by his example, consecrated this ancient and beneficent custom. He required cleanliness as a necessary preliminary to the worship and adoration of God. Footnote: the Quran in its universality speaks of ablutions, but where water is not available, it allows any cleansing substitute for lavation, but nowhere lays down the details of the wudu. As usual, the manner of performing the lavations or ablutions derived from the practice of the Prophet has given rise to considerable discussions and difference among the theologians. End of footnote. At the same time, he especially inculcated that mere external, or rather physical, purity does not imply true devotion. He distinctly laid down that the Almighty can only be approached in purity and humility of spirit. Imam al-Ghazali expressly says, as against those who are only solicitous about external purifications and have their hearts full of pride and hypocrisy, that the Prophet of God declared the most important purification to be the cleansing of the heart from all blamable inclinations and frailties, and the mind from all vicious ideas, and from all thoughts which distract attention from God. In order to keep alive in the Muslim world the memory of the birthplace of Islam, Muhammad directed that during prayers the Muslim should turn his face towards Mecca, as the glorious center which saw the first glimmerings of the light of regenerated truth. With the true instinct of a prophet, he perceived the consolidating effect of fixing a central spot round which, through all time, should gather the religious feelings of his followers, and he accordingly ordained that everywhere throughout the world the Muslim should pray looking towards the Kaaba. Quote, "Mecca is to the Muslim what Jerusalem is to the Jew. It bears with it all the influence of centuries of associations. It carries the Muslim back to the cradle of his faith, the childhood of his prophet. It reminds him of the struggle between the old faith and the new, of the overthrow of the idols, and the establishment of the worship of the one true God. And most of all, it bids him remember that all his brother Muslims are worshipping towards the same sacred spot, that he is one of a great company of believers, united by one faith, filled with the same hopes, reverencing the same things, worshipping the same God." Muhammad showed his knowledge of the religious emotions in man when he preserved the sanctity of the temple of Islam. End quote. But that this rule is not an essential requisite for devotion is evident from the passage of the Quran quoted above. The institution of fasting has existed more or less among all nations, but it may be said that throughout the ancient world the idea attached to it was, without exception, more of penitence than of abstinence. Even in Judaism, the notion of fasting as an exercise of self-castigation or self-abnegation was of later growth. The Essenes, from their connections with the Pythagoreans and through them with the asceticism of the further East, were the first among the Jews to grasp this moral element in the principle of fasting, and Jesus probably derived this idea, like other conceptions, from them. The example of Jesus consecrated the custom in the Church, but the predominating idea in Christianity with respect to fasts generally is one of penitence or expiation, and partially of precedent. Footnote: Mosheim distinctly says that fasting came early to be regarded, quote, as the most effectual means of repelling the force and disconcerting the stratagems of evil spirits, and of appeasing the anger of an offended deity. End quote. The weekly and yearly festivals of the Christians, says Neander, originated in the same fundamental idea, the idea of imitating Christ, the crucified and risen Savior. And again, quote, by the Christians who were fond of comparing their calling to a warfare, a militia Christi, such fasts, united with prayers, were named stationes, as if they constituted the watches of the soldiers of Christ, the milites Christi. And a footnote. Voluntary corporal mortifications have been as frequent in the Christian Church as in other churches, but the tendency of such mortifications has invariably been the destruction of mental and bodily energies and the fostering of a morbid asceticism. The institution of fasting in Islam, on the contrary, has the legitimate object of restraining the passions by diurnal abstinence for a limited and definite period from all the gratifications of the senses, and directing the overflow of the animal spirits into a healthy channel. Useless and unnecessary mortification of the flesh is discountenanced, nay, condemned. Fasting is prescribed to the able-bodied and the strong as a means of chastening the spirit by imposing a restraint on the body. For the weak, the sickly, the traveler, the student who is engaged in the pursuit of knowledge, the jihad ul-akbar, the soldier doing God's battle against the assailants of the faith, and women in their ailments, it is disallowed. Those who bear in mind the gluttony of the Greeks, the Romans, the Persians, and the pre-Islamite Arabs, their excesses in their pleasures as well as their vices, will appreciate the value of the regulation and comprehend how wonderfully adapted it is for keeping in check the animal propensities of man, especially among semi-civilized races. Mark the wisdom of the rule as given in the Quran. O ye that have believed, a fast is ordained to you, that ye may practice piety, a fast of a computed number of days. But he among you who shall be ailing or on a journey shall fast an equal number of other days, and they that are able to keep it and do not shall make atonement by maintaining a poor man. But if ye fast, it will be better for you if ye comprehend. God willeth that which is easy for you. End quote. This rule of abstinence is restricted to the day. In the night, in the intervals of prayer and devotion, the Muslim is allowed, perhaps indeed is bound, to refresh the system by partaking in moderation of food and drink, and otherwise enjoying himself lawfully. In the true spirit of the teacher, the legists invariably laid down the rule that during the fast, abstinence of mind from all base thoughts is as incumbent as the abstinence of the body. No religion of the world prior to Islam had consecrated charity, the support of the widow, the orphan, and the helpless poor, by enrolling its principles among the positive enactments of the system. The agape, or feasts of charity among the early Christians, depended on the will of individuals. Their influence, therefore, could only be irregular and spasmodic. It is a matter of history that this very irregularity led to the suppression of the, quote, feasts of charity or love feasts, end quote, only a short time after their introduction. Footnote: I do not mean to say that this was the only form in which Christian charity expressed itself. The support of the widow, the poor, and orphan was as much insisted upon in Christianity as in Islam. But even this divine charity taught by Jesus received an impress of exclusiveness from the disciples in whose hands he left his work. The widow, in order to claim the benefits of charity, was required to be, quote, 80 years of age, to have been the wife of one man, to have brought up children, end quote, etc. And a footnote. By the laws of Islam, every individual is bound to contribute a certain part of his substance towards the help and assistance of his poorer neighbors. This portion is usually 1 part of 40, or 2.5%, on the value of all goods, chattels, emblements, on profits of trade, mercantile business, etc. But alms are due only when the property amounts to a certain value, and has been in the possession of a person for 1 whole year. Nor are any due from cattle employed in agriculture or in the carrying of burdens. Besides, at the end of the month of Ramadan, the month of fasting, and on the day of the Eid ul-Fitr, the festival which celebrates the close of the Muslim Lent, each head of a family has to give away in alms for himself and for every member of his household, and for each guest who breaks his fast and sleeps in his house during the month, a measure of wheat, barley, dates, raisins, rice, or any other grain, or the value of the same. The rightful recipients of the alms, as pointed out by the practice of Muhammad and his disciples, are 1. The poor and the indigent, 2. Those who help in the collection and distribution of the obligatory alms, 3. Slaves who wish to buy their freedom and have not the means for so doing, 4. Debtors who cannot pay their debts, 5. Travelers and strangers. General charity is inculcated by the Quran in the most forcible terms. But the glory of Islam consists in having embodied the beautiful sentiment of Jesus into definite laws. The wisdom which incorporated into Islam the time-honored custom of annual pilgrimage to Mecca and to the shrine of the Kaaba has breathed into Muhammad's religion a freemasonry and brotherhood of faith in spite of sectarian divisions. The eyes of the whole Muslim world fixed on that central spot keep alive in the bosom of each some spark of the celestial fire which lighted up the earth in that century of darkness. Here again the wisdom of the inspired lawgiver shines forth in the negative part of the enactment, in the conditions necessary to make the injunction obligatory. 1. Ripeness of intelligence and discernment. 2. Perfect freedom and liberty. 3. Possession of the means of transport and subsistence during the journey. 4. Possession of means sufficient to support the pilgrim's family during his absence. 5. The possibility and practicability of the voyage. Owing to the minute regulations, almost Brahminical in their strictness, in force among the heathen Arabs regarding the lawful or unlawful character of various kinds of food, the teacher of Islam had frequently to admonish his followers that, with certain exceptions, all food was lawful. Quote, "And eat of what God hath given you for food, that which is lawful and wholesome, and fear God in whom ye believe." Say, says the Quran, I find not in what hath been revealed to me aught forbidden to the eater to eat, except it be that which dieth of itself, or blood poured forth, or swine's flesh, for that is an abomination, and meat which has been slain in the name of other than God, idols. End quote. This is amplified in the 5th Surah, which is also directed against various savage and idolatrous practices of the pagan Arabs. Quote, that which dieth of itself, and blood, and swine's flesh, and all that hath been sacrificed under the invocation of any other name than that of God. Footnote, the heathen Arabs, when killing any animal for food, used to consecrate it by invoking the names of their gods and goddesses, end of footnote, and the strangled and the killed by a blow or by a fall or by goring. Footnote, the idolatrous Arabs had different savage methods of killing animals. This prohibition has reference to the brutal processes employed by them, end of footnote, and that which hath been eaten by beasts of prey, unless ye give the death stroke yourselves, and that which hath been sacrificed on the blocks of stone. Footnote, sacrificial stones placed round the Kaaba or at the entrance of houses over which the offerings were made to the idols, end of footnote, is forbidden to you, and to make division of the slain by consulting the arrows is impiety in you. Eat ye of the good things wherewith we have provided you, and give thanks to God. End quote. Footnote, things by nature abhorrent to man, such as the flesh of carnivorous animals, birds of prey, snakes, etc., required no specific prohibition. The idea prevalent in India, borrowed from the Hindus, that Muslims should not partake of food with Christians is entirely fallacious and opposed to the precept contained in the following passage of the Quran, Surah 5, verse 5. This day things healthful are legalized to you, and the meats of those who have received the scriptures are allowed to you, as your meats are to them. End quote. With regard to the sumptuary regulations, precepts, and prohibitions of Muhammad, it must be remembered that they were called forth by the temporary circumstances of the times and people. With the disappearance of such circumstances, the need for these laws has also disappeared. To suppose, therefore, that every Islamic precept is necessarily immutable is to do an injustice to history and the development of the human intellect. Ibn Khaldun's words are, in this connection, deserving of our serious consideration. Quote, it is only by an attentive examination and well-sustained application that we can discover the truth and guard ourselves against errors and mistakes. In fact, if we were merely to satisfy ourselves by reproducing the records transmitted by tradition without consulting the rules furnished by experience, the fundamental principles of the art of government, the nature even of the particular civilization, or the circumstances which characterize the human society, if we are not to judge of the wants which occurred in distant times by those which are occurring under our eyes, if we are not to compare the past with the present, we can hardly escape from falling into errors and losing the way of truth. End of footnote. Intoxication and gambling, the curse of Christian communities, and the bane of all uncultured and inferior natures, and excesses of all kinds, were rigorously prohibited. Nothing can be simpler or more in accord with the advance of the human intellect than the teachings of the Arabian prophet. The few rules for religious ceremonial which he prescribed were chiefly with the object of maintaining discipline and uniformity, so necessary in certain stages of society, but they were by no means of an inflexible character. He allowed them to be broken in cases of illness or other causes. God wishes to make things easy for you, for, says the Quran, man was created weak. End quote. The legal principles which he enunciated were either delivered as answers to questions put to him as the chief magistrate of Medina, or to correct patent evils. The Prophet's Islam recognized no ritual likely to distract the mind from the thought of the one God, no law to keep enchained the conscience of advancing humanity. The ethical code of Islam is thus summarized in the 4th surah. Come, I will rehearse what your Lord hath enjoined on you, that ye assign not to him a partner, that ye be good to your parents, and that ye slay not your children because of poverty. For them and for you will we provide, and that ye come not near to pollutions, outward or inward, and that ye slay not a soul whom God hath forbidden, unless by right. And draw not nigh to the wealth of the orphan, save so as to better it. And when ye pronounce judgment, then be just, though it be the affair of a kinsman. And God's compact fulfill ye, that is what he hath ordained to you. Verily, this is my right way. Follow it then. End quote. And again, blessed are they who believe and humbly offer their thanksgiving to their Lord, who are constant in their charity, and who guard their chastity, and who observe their trust and covenants. Verily, God bids you do justice and good, and give to kindred their due, and he forbids you to sin and to do wrong and oppress. End quote. Faith and charity, to use the words of the Christian historian, are not incompatible with external rights and positive institutions, which indeed are necessary in this imperfect state to keep alive a sense of religion in the common mass. End quote. And accordingly, Muhammad had attached a few rights to his teachings in order to give a more tangible conception to the generality of mankind. Jesus himself had instituted 2 rites, baptism and the quote-unquote Holy Supper. Probably, had he lived longer, he would have added more. But one thing is certain, that had a longer career been vouchsafed to him, he would have placed his teachings on a more systematic basis. This fundamental defect in Christianity has been, in fact, the real cause of the assembling of councils and convocations for the establishment of articles and dogmas which snap asunder at every slight tension of reason and free thought. The work of Jesus was left unfinished. It was reserved for another teacher to systematize the laws of morality. Our relations with our Creator are matters of conscience. Our relations with our fellow beings must be matters of positive rules. And what higher sanction, to use a legal expression, can be attached to the enforcement of the relative duties of man to man than the sanction of religion? Religion is not to be regarded merely as a subject for unctuous declamations by quote-unquote select preachers, or as some strange theory for the peculiar gratification of dreamy minds. Religion ought to mean the rule of life. Its chief object ought to be the elevation of humanity towards that perfection which is the end of our existence. The religion, therefore, which places on a systematic basis the fundamental principles of morality, regulating social obligations and human duties, which brings us nearer and nearer by its compatibility with the highest development of intellect to the all-perfect. That religion, we say, has the greatest claim to our consideration and respect. It is the distinctive characteristic of Islam, as taught by Muhammad, that it combines within itself the grandest and the most prominent features in all ethnic and Catholic religions compatible with the reason and moral intuition of man. It is not merely a system of positive moral rules based on a true conception of human progress, but it is also, quote, the establishment of certain principles, the enforcement of certain dispositions, the cultivation of a certain temper of mind, which the conscience is to apply to the ever-varying exigencies of time and place, end quote. The teacher of Islam preached in 1,000 varied ways universal love and brotherhood as the emblem of the love born towards God. Quote, how do you think God will know you when you are in His presence? By your love of your children, of your kin, of your neighbors, of your fellow creatures. Do you love your Creator? Love your fellow beings first. Do you wish to approach the Lord? Love His creatures. Love for them what you love yourself. Reject for them what you reject for yourself. Do unto them what you wish to be done unto you. End quote. He condemned in scathing language the foulness of impurity, the meanness of hypocrisy, and the ungodliness of self-deceit. He proclaimed in unmistakable terms the preciousness of truth, charity, and brotherly love. End of section 19. Section 20 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 2, The Religious Spirit of Islam, continued. The wonderful adaptability of Islamic precepts to all ages and nations, their entire concordance with the light of reason, the absence of all mysterious doctrines to cast a shade of sentimental ignorance round the primal truths implanted in the human breast, all prove that Islam represents the latest development of the religious faculties of our being. Those who have ignored the historic significance of some of its precepts have deemed that their seeming harshness or unadaptability to present modes of thought ought to exclude it from any claim to universality. But a little inquiry into the historic value of laws and precepts, a little more fairness in the examination of facts, would evince the temporary character of such rules as may appear scarcely consonant with the requirements or prejudices of modern times. The Catholicity of Islam, its expansiveness, and its charity towards all moral creeds has been utterly mistaken, perverted, or willfully concealed by the bigotry of rival religions. Verily, says the Quran, those who believe, the Muslims, and those who are Jews, Christians, or Sabaeans, whoever hath faith in God and the last day, future existence, and worketh that which is right and good, for them shall be the reward with their Lord. There will come no fear on them, neither shall they be grieved. End quote. Footnote: compare the spirit of these teachings with that of the Athanasian Creed. End of footnote. The same sentiment is repeated in similar words in the 5th Surah, and 100 other passages prove that Islam does not confine quote-unquote salvation to the followers of Muhammad alone. Quote, to every one have we given a law and a way, and if God had pleased, He would have made you all mankind, one people, people of one religion. But He hath done otherwise, that He might try you in that which He hath severally given unto you. Wherefore, press forward in good works. Unto God shall ye return, and He will tell you that concerning which ye disagree. End quote. Of all the religions of the world that have ruled the conscience of mankind, the Islam of Muhammad alone combines both the conceptions which have in different ages furnished the mainspring of human conduct, the consciousness of human dignity, so valued in the ancient philosophies, and the sense of human sinfulness, so dear to the Christian apologist. The belief that man will be judged by his work solely throws the Muslim on the practice of self-denial and universal charity. The belief in divine providence, in the mercy, love, and omnipotence of God leads him to self-humiliation before the Almighty, and to the practice of those heroic virtues which have given rise to the charge that the virtues of Islam are stoical: patience, resignation, and firmness in the trials of life. It leads him to interrogate his conscience with nervous anxiety, to study with scrupulous care the motives that actuate him, to distrust his own strength, and to rely upon the assistance of an almighty and all-loving power in the conflict between good and evil. In some religions, the precepts which inculcated duties have been so utterly devoid of practicability, so completely wanting in a knowledge of human nature, and partaking so much of the dreamy vagueness of enthusiasts as to become in the real battles of life simply useless. The practical character of a religion, its abiding influence on the common relations of mankind in the affairs of everyday life, its power on the masses, are the true criteria for judging of its universality. We do not look to exceptional minds to recognize the nature of a religion. We search among the masses to understand its true character. Does it exercise deep power over them? Does it elevate them? Does it regulate their conception of rights and duties? Does it, if carried to the South Sea Islander or preached to the Kafrarians, improve or degrade them? Are the questions we naturally ask. In Islam is joined a lofty idealism with the most rationalistic practicality. It did not ignore human nature. It never entangled itself in the tortuous pathways which lie outside the domains of the actual and the real. Its object, like that of other systems, was the elevation of humanity towards the absolute ideal of perfection. But it attained, or tries to attain, this object by grasping the truth that the nature of man is in this existence imperfect. If it did not say, "If thy brother smite thee on one cheek, turn thou the other also to him," if it allowed the punishment of the wanton wrongdoer to the extent of the injury he had done, footnote, Thonison's remark that Muhammad allowed the punishment of the willful wrongdoer for the purpose of preventing enormous evils must always be borne in mind, and a footnote. It also taught, in fervid words and varied strains, the practice of forgiveness and benevolence, and the return of good for evil. Who speaketh better, says the Quran, than he who inviteth unto God and worketh good? Good and evil shall not be held equal. Turn away evil with that which is better. End quote. And again, speaking of paradise, it says, "It is prepared for the godly, who give alms in prosperity and adversity, who bridle their anger and forgive men, for God loveth the beneficent." End quote. The practice of these noble precepts does not lie enshrined in the limbo of false sentimentalism. With the true follower of the Prophet, they form the active principles of life. History has preserved, for the admiration of wondering posterity, many examples of patience under suffering exhibited by the followers of other creeds. But the practice of the virtue of patient forgiveness is easier in adversity, when we have no power to punish the evildoer, than in prosperity. It is related of Hussein, the noble martyr of Karbala, that a slave, having once thrown the contents of a scalding dish over him as he sat at dinner, fell on his knees and repeated the verse of the Quran, "Paradise is for those who bridle their anger." "I am not angry," answered Hussein. The slave proceeded, "And for those who forgive men, I forgive you." The slave, however, finished the verse, adding, "And God loveth the beneficent. I give you your liberty and 400 pieces of silver," replied Hussein. Footnote: This anecdote has been told by Sale in a note to the 3rd chapter of his translation of the Quran, and also by Gibbon, but both have, by mistake, applied the episode to Hassan, the brother of Hussein. End of footnote. The author of the Kashaf thus sums up the essence of the Islamic teachings. "Seek again him who drives you away. Give to him who takes away from you. Pardon him who injures you. For God loveth that you should cast into the depth of your soul the roots of his perfections." End quote. In the purity of its aspiration, can anything be more beautiful than the following? "The servants of the merciful are they that walk upon the earth softly, and when the ignorant speak unto them, they reply, Peace. They that spend the night worshipping their Lord, prostrate and standing and resting, those that when they spend are neither profuse nor niggardly, but take a middle course. Those that invoke not with God any other God, and slay not a soul that God hath forbidden otherwise than by right, and commit not fornication. They who bear not witness to that which is false, and when they pass by vain sport, they pass it by with dignity, who say, O our Lord, grant us of our wives and children such as shall be a comfort unto us, and make us examples unto the pious. These shall be rewarded, for that they persevered, and they shall be accosted in paradise with welcome and salutation, for ever therein a fair abode and resting place." End quote. This is the Islam of Muhammad. It is not, quote, a mere creed. It is a life to be lived in the present, end quote. A religion of right doing, right thinking, and right speaking, founded on divine love, universal charity, and the equality of man in the sight of the Lord. However much the modern professors of Islam may have dimmed the glory of their prophet, and a volume might also be written on the defects of modern Mohammedanism, the religion which enshrines righteousness and quote-unquote justification by work, Mr. Cotton Morrison in his Service of Man calls the other doctrine the most disastrous to human morality, deserves the recognition of the lovers of humanity. می‌توانی از ره آسمان شدن بر آسمان، راست باش و راست رو که اینجا نباشد کستی. Wishes thou to approach God, live purely and act righteously. Jalaluddin Rumi says, از بهایم بهری داری و از ملائک نیز هم، بگذار از بهایم تا از ملائک هم بگذاری. Thou partakest of the nature of the beast as well as the angel. Leave the nature of the beast that thou mayest surpass the angel. The present life was the seed ground of the future. To work in all humility of spirit for the human good, to strive with all energy to approach the perfection of the all-perfect, is the essential principle of Islam. The true Muslim is a true Christian in that he accepts the ministry of Jesus and tries to work out the moral preached by him. Why should not the true Christian do honor to the preacher who put the finishing stroke to the work of the earlier masters? Did not he call back the wandering forces of the world into the channel of progress? Excepting for the conception of the sonship of Jesus, there is no fundamental difference between Christianity and Islam. In their essence, they are one and the same. Both are the outcome of the same spiritual forces working in humanity. One was a protest against the heartless materialism of the Jews and the Romans, the other a revolt against the degrading idolatry of the Arabs, their ferocious customs and usages. Christianity, preached among a more settled and civilized people subject to an organized government, had to contend with comparatively milder evils. Islam, preached among warring tribes and clans, had to fight against all the instincts of self-interest and ancient superstition. Christianity, arrested in its progress towards the East by a man of cultured but bizarre character, who, though a Jew by birth, was by education an Alexandrian Greek, was carried to Greece and Rome, and there, gathering up the pagan civilization of centuries, gave birth to new ideas and doctrines. Christianity ceased to be Christian the moment it was transplanted from the home of its birth. It became the religion of Paul, and ceased to be that of Jesus. The pantheons of ancient paganism were tottering to their fall. Greek and Alexandrian philosophy had prepared the Roman world for the recognition of an incarnate God, a demiurgus, an eon born in the bosom of eternity, and this conception embedded itself in Pauline Christianity. Modern idealistic Christianity, which is more a philosophy than a positive religion, is the product of centuries of pre-Christian and post-Christian civilization. Islam was preached among a people, among conditions, social and moral, wholly divergent. Had it broken down the barrier which was raised against it by a degraded Christianity and made its way among the higher races of the earth, its progress and its character would have presented a totally different aspect from what it now offers to the observer among the less cultured Muslim communities. Like rivers flowing through varied tracts, both these creeds have produced results in accordance with the nature of the soil through which they have found their course. The Mexican who castigates himself with cactus leaves, the idol-worshipping South American, the lower strata of Christian nations, are hardly in any sense Christians. There exists a wide gulf between them and the leaders of modern Christian thought. Islam, wherever it had found its way among culturable and progressive nations, has shown itself in complete accord with progressive tendencies. It has assisted civilization. It has idealized religion. Footnote: the faith which could give birth to the heroic devotion of Ali, the gentleness of Ja'far, the Sadiq, the piety and patience of Musa, the divine purity of Fatima, the saintliness of Rabia, the religion which could produce men like Ibn Sina, Al-Biruni, Ibn Khaldun, Sana'i, Jalaluddin Rumi, Farid ud-Din the Attar, Ibrahim Adham, and a host of others, surely contains every element of hopefulness. And a footnote. A religion has to be eminently positive in its quote-unquote commandments and prohibitions to exercise an abiding salutary influence on the ignorant and uncultured. The higher and more spiritualized minds are often able to forge on the anvils of their own hearts lines of duty in relation to their fellow creatures without reference to outside directions. They are in commune with God and are guided by the consciousness of right and wrong, of truth and purity, which had grown up in their being. Plato and Aristotle, who had never received the light of the Semitic revelations, spoke to the world of the highest principles of morality in as distinct terms as the great prophets. They too had heard the voice of God, and were lifted up to him by their own thoughts. To the mass of mankind, however, sunk either in ignorance or barbarism, for the uncultured and the sodden, moral enunciations convey no meaning unless they are addressed in a positive form and formulated with the precision of enactments surrounded with definite sanctions. The ethical side of a religion does not appeal to their feelings or sentiments, and philosophical conceptions exercise no influence on their minds, their daily conduct, or their lives. They are swayed far more by authority and precedent than by sermons on abstract principles. They require definite prescriptions to regulate not only their relations towards their fellow beings, but also towards their Creator, whom, in the absence of such rules, they are apt to forget. The success of Islam in the 7th century of the Christian era and its rapid and marvelous diffusion over the surface of the globe were due to the fact that it recognized this essential need of human nature. To a world of wrangling sects and creeds, to whom words were of far greater importance than practice, it spoke in terms of positive command from an absolute source. Amidst the moral and social wreck in which it found its birth, it aimed at the integration of the worship of a personal will, and thereby to recall humanity to the observance of duty which alone pointed to the path of spiritual development. And by its success in lifting up the lower races to a higher level of social morality, it proved to the world the need of a positive system. It taught them sobriety, temperance, charity, justice, and equality as the commandments of God. Its affirmation of the principle of equality of man and its almost socialistic tendency represented the same phase of thought that had found expression on the shores of Galilee. But even in his most exalted mood, the great teacher of Islam did not forget the limitations imposed on individual capacity which occasion economic inequalities. Alas for the latter-day professors of Islam! The blight of patristicism has ruined the blossom of true religion and a true devotional spirit. A Christian preacher has pointed out with great force the distinction between religion and theology, and the evils which have followed in his church from the confusion of the two. What has happened in Christianity has happened in Islam. Practice has given way to the mockery of profession. Ceremonialism has taken the place of earnest and faithful work. Doing good to mankind for the sake of doing good and for the love of God. Enthusiasm has died out, and devotion to God and His prophet are meaningless words. The earnestness without which human existence is no better than that of brute creation, earnestness in right doing and right thinking, is absent. The Muslims of the present day have ignored the spirit in a hopeless love for the latter. Instead of living up to the ideal preached by the Master, instead of, quote, striving to excel in good works, of being righteous, end quote, instead of loving God and for the sake of His love loving His creatures, they have made themselves the slaves of opportunism and outward observance. It was natural that in their reverence and admiration for the teacher, his early disciples should stereotype his ordinary mode of life, crystallize the passing incidents of a checkered career, imprint on the heart orders, rules, and regulations enunciated for the common exigencies of the day in an infant society. But to suppose that the greatest reformer the world has ever produced, the greatest upholder of the sovereignty of reason, the man who proclaimed that the universe was governed and guided by law and order, and that the law of nature meant progressive development, ever contemplated that even those injunctions which were called forth by the passing necessities of a semi-civilized people should become immutable to the end of the world, is doing injustice to the Prophet of Islam. No one had a keener perception than he of the necessities of this world of progress with its ever-changing social and moral phenomena, nor of the likelihood that the revelations vouchsafed to him might not meet all possible contingencies. When Mu'adh was appointed as governor of Yemen, he was asked by the Prophet by what rule he would be guided in his administration of that province. "By law of the Quran," said Mu'adh. "But if you find no direction therein, then I will act according to the example of the Prophet. But if that fails, then I will exercise my own judgment." The Prophet approved highly of the answer of his disciple and commended it to the other delegates. The great teacher, who was fully conscious of the exigencies of his own times and the requirements of the people with whom he had to deal, people sunk in a slough of social and moral despond, with his keen insight and breadth of views, perceived, and one may say foretold, that a time would come when the accidental and temporary regulations would have to be differentiated from the permanent and general. "Ye are in an age," he declared, "in which, if ye abandon 1/10 of what is ordered, ye will be ruined. After this, a time will come when he who shall observe 1/10 of what is now ordered will be redeemed." Footnote. This authentic tradition is given in the Jama'at al-Tirmidhi and is to be found also in the Mishkat. And a footnote. وعن أبي هريرة قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم إنكم في زمان من ترك منكم عشر ما أمر به هلك ثم يأتي زمان من عمل منهم عشر ما أمر به نجا. رواه الترمذي مشكاة المصابيح باب الاعتصام بالكتاب والسنة. As we have already observed, the blight which has fallen on the Muslim nations is not due to the teachings of the Master. No religion contained greater promise of development, no faith was purer or more in conformity with the progressive demands of humanity. The present stagnation of the Muslim communities is principally due to the notion which has fixed itself on the minds of the generality of Muslims, that the right to exercise private judgment ceased with the early legists, that its exercise in modern times is sinful, and that a Muslim, in order to be regarded as an orthodox follower of Muhammad, should belong to one or the other of the schools established by the schoolmen of Islam, and abandon his judgment absolutely to the interpretations of men who lived in the 9th century and could have no conception of the necessities of the 20th. Among the Sunnis, it is the common belief that since the 4 Imams, Abu Hanifa, Shafi'i, Malik, and Ibn Hanbal, no doctor has arisen qualified to interpret the laws of the Prophet. No account is taken of the altered circumstances in which Muslims are now placed. The conclusions at which these learned legists arrived several centuries ago are held to be equally applicable to the present day. Among the Shias, the Akhbari will not allow his judgment to travel beyond the dictates of the quote-unquote expounders of the law. The Prophet had consecrated reason as the highest and noblest function of the human intellect. Our schoolmen and their servile followers have made its exercise a sin and a crime. As among Christians, so among Muslims. The lives and conduct of a large number of Muslims at the present day are governed less by the precepts and teachings of the Master, and more by the theories and opinions of the mujtahids and the imams who have tried, each according to his light, to construe the revelations vouchsafed to the teacher. Like man in a crowd listening to a preacher who from a lofty position addresses a large multitude and from his vantage ground overlooks a vast area, they observed only their immediate surroundings, and, without comprehending the wider meaning of his words or the nature of the audience whom he addressed, adapted his utterances to their own limited notions of human needs and human progress. Oblivious to the universality of the Master's teachings, unassisted by his spirit, devoid of his inspiration, they forgot that the prophet from the pinnacle of his genius had spoken to all humanity. They mixed up the temporary with the permanent, the universal with the particular. Like many of the ecclesiastics of Christendom, not a few were the servants of sovereigns and despots whose demands were not consistent with the precepts of the Master. Canons were invented, theories started, traditions discovered, and glosses put upon his words utterly at variance with their spirit. And hence it is that most of the rules and regulations which govern now the conscience of so many professors of the faith are hardly derived from any express and positive declarations of the Koran, but for the most part from the legal-religious books with which the Islamic world was flooded in the later centuries. Just as the Hebrews deposed their Pentateuch in favor of the Talmud, justly observes an English writer, so the Muslims have abolished the Koran in favor of the traditions and decisions of the learned. We do not mean to say, he adds most pertinently, that any Mohammedan, if asked what was the textbook of his religion, would answer anything but the Koran. But we do mean that practically it is not the Koran that guides his belief or practice. In the Middle Ages of Christendom, it was not the New Testament, but the Summa Theologica of Thomas Aquinas that decided questions of orthodoxy. And in the present day, does the Orthodox churchman usually derive his creed from a personal investigation of the teachings of Christ in the Gospels? Probably, if he refers to a document at all, the church catechism contents him. Or, if he be of a peculiarly inquiring disposition, a perusal of the 39 articles will resolve all doubts. Yet he too would say his religion was drawn from the Gospels, and would not confess to the medium through which it was filtered. In precisely the same way modern Mohammedanism is constructed, and a large part of what Muslims now believe and practice is not to be found in the Quran at all." End quote. And yet each system, each school, contains germs of improvement, and if development is now stopped, it is not even the fault of the lawyers. It is due to a want of apprehension of the spirit of the Master's enunciations, and even of those of the Fathers of the Church. Footnote: the Radd al-Mukhtar of Muhammad Amin the Syrian and the Majma al-Anhar of the Sheikh Zadeh are as much in advance of the Multika and the Hidayah as the views of Eldon or Mansfield upon those of a Koch or Blackstone. The opinions of Sheikh Murtaza, in their liberal and liberalizing tendencies, are far above those of the narrow-minded, self-opinionated Muhakkik, but the Serval Akhbari follows the latter in preference to the former. End of footnote. In the Western world, the Reformation was ushered in by the Renaissance, and the progress of Europe commenced when it threw off the shackles of ecclesiasticism. In Islam also, enlightenment must precede reform, and before there can be a renovation of religious life, the mind must first escape from the bondage which centuries of literal interpretation and the doctrine of quote-unquote conformity have imposed upon it. The formalism that does not appeal to the heart of the worshipper must be abandoned, externals must be subordinated to the inner feelings, and the lessons of ethics must be impressed on the plastic mind. Then alone can we hope for that enthusiasm in the principles of duty taught by the Prophet of Islam. The reformation of Islam will begin when once it is recognized that divine words rendered into any language retain their divine character, and that devotions offered in any tongue are acceptable to God. The Prophet himself had allowed his foreign disciples to say their prayers in their own tongue. Footnote: Salman the Persian, whom Ali had saved from a lion, was the first to whom this permission was granted. End of footnote. He had expressly permitted others to recite the Quran in their respective dialects, and had declared that it was revealed in 7 languages. In the earliest ages of Islam, there was a consensus of opinion that devotion without understanding was useless. Imam Abu Hanifa considered the recitation of the namaz and also of the khutbah or sermon lawful and valid in any language. Footnote: Tahtawi states that the Imam's opinion is authoritative and should be followed. The commentator of the Dur al-Mukhtar also recognizes the validity of reciting prayers in Persian. And a footnote. The disciples of Abu Hanifa, Abu Yusuf, and Muhammad have accepted the doctrine of their master with a certain variation. They hold that when a person does not know Arabic, he may validly offer his devotions in any other language. Footnote: This is construed by the ulemas of the present day to mean when the worshipper is unable to pronounce Arabic words. The absurdity of the explanation is obvious. And a footnote. There is, however, one great and cogent reason why the practice of reciting prayers in Arabic should be maintained wherever it is possible and practicable. Not because it was the language of the Prophet, but because it has become the language of Islam and maintains the unity of sentiment throughout the Islamic world. And wherein lies more strength than in unity? Note number 1. The sumptuary prohibitions of Muhammad may be divided into 2 classes, qualitative and quantitative. The prohibition against excess in eating and drinking and others of the like import belong to the latter class. They were called forth in part by the peculiar semi-barbarous Epicureanism which was coming into fashion among the Arabs from their intercourse with the demoralized Syrians and Persians, and in part by circumstances of which only glimpses are afforded us in the Quran. The absolute prohibition of swine's flesh, which may be classed under the head of qualitative prohibitions, arose, as is evident, from hygienic reasons, and this prohibition must remain unchanged as long as the nature of the animal and the diseases engendered by the eating of the flesh remain as at present. The prohibition against dancing was directed against the orgiastic dances with which the heathen Arabs used to celebrate the Syro-Phoenician worship of their Ashtoreth, Moloch, and Baal. End of section 20. Section 21 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 3. The Idea of Future Life in Islam. يا أيتها النفس مطمئنة ارجعي إلى ربك راضية مرضية فادخلي في عبادي فادخلي جنتي. O thou soul which art at rest, return unto thy Lord, pleased and pleasing him. Enter thou among my servants, and enter thou my garden of felicity. The idea of a future existence, of an existence after the separation of the living principle of our nature from the mortal part, is so generally shared by races of men, otherwise utterly distinct from each other, that it has led to the belief that it must be one of the first elementary constituents of our being. A more careful examination of the facts, however, connected with the infancy of races and tribes, leads us to the conclusion that the conception of a future existence is also the result of the natural development of the human mind. The wild savage has scarcely any idea of a life separate and distinct from that which he enjoys on earth. He looks upon death as the end of existence. Then comes a later stage when man has passed out of his savage state. His hopes and aspirations are bounded no more by an earthly death. He now anticipates another course of existence after the course here has been fulfilled. But even in this stage, the conception of immortality does not rise out of the groove of daily life. Life after death is a mere continuation of life on earth. This idea of a continued life beyond the grave must have been developed from the yet unconscious longing of the human soul for a more extended sphere, where the separation of dear friends, so painful to both savage and civilized men, should end in reunion. The next stage is soon reached. Man comes to believe that present happiness and misery are not, cannot be, the be-all and end-all of his existence, that there will be another life, or that there is another life after death, where he will be happy or miserable in proportion to his deserts. Now we have reached a principle and a law. The mind of man goes no further towards developing the idea of future existence. The nihilistic philosopher makes no discovery, asserts no new position. He is only treading in the footsteps of our savage ancestor, whose field of vision was restricted to this life alone. It is a well-authenticated fact, however, that all those ideas which represent the various stages, from a subjective point of view, exist simultaneously not only among different nations, but even in the same nation, in different combinations, according to the individual development. The Egyptians are said to have been the first to recognize the doctrine of a future life, or at least to base the principle of human conduct on such a doctrine. With an idea of metempsychosis, they joined an idea of future recompense and punishment. Man descended into the tomb only to rise again. After his resurrection, he entered on a new life, in company with the sun, the principle of generation, the self-existent cause of all. The soul of man was considered immortal like the sun, and as accomplishing the same pilgrimages. All bodies descended into the lower world, but they were not all assured of resurrection. The deceased were judged by Cyrus and his 42 assessors. Annihilation was often believed to be the lot of those adjudged guilty. The righteous, purified from venial faults, entered into perfect happiness, and as the companions of Osiris were fed by him with delicious food. We might naturally expect that the long stay of the Israelites in Egypt would introduce among them some conception of a future life with its concomitant idea of rewards and punishments. But pure Mosaism, or the teachings which pass under that name, does not recognize a state of existence differing from the present. The pivot on which the entire system of Mosaic legislation turns consists of tangible earthly rewards and punishments. The vitality of the laws is confined within a very small compass. The doctrine of a resurrection, with the ideas arising from it, which appears in later Judaism, especially in the writings of Daniel and Ezekiel, is evidently a fruit of foreign growth derived from Zoroastrian sources. Even the descriptions of Sheol, the common sojourn of departed beings, equally of the just and unjust, which appear in comparatively early writings, do not seem of true Hebraic origin. In Sheol, man can no longer praise God or remember his loving kindness. It is a shadow realm, a Jewish counterpart of the heathen Hades, in which the soul leads a sad, lethargic, comfortless existence, knowing nothing of those who were dear to them on earth, mourning only over their own condition. But later Judaism is full of the strongest faith in a future life. Tradition revels in the descriptions of the abodes of bliss or of the horrors of the damned. Zoroastrianism thus acted on the Hebraic race in a double way. It not only developed in them a purer and more spiritual conception of a future existence, but later Mago-Zoroastrianism, itself a product of Chaldeism, strongly colored the rabbinical beliefs with materialistic ideas of punishments and rewards hereafter. It was, however, among the Aryan nations of the East that the doctrine of a future life after visible death was distinctly and vividly recognized. In one branch of the Aryan family, it took the shape either of an eternal metempsychosis, a ceaseless whirl of births and deaths, or of utter absorption after a prolonged probation in absolute infinity, or endless unfathomable space, or nothing. Footnote. And yet the Brahmanical priests painted the horrors of hell and the pleasures of heaven with the vividness of a thoroughly morbid imagination. The Arabic scholar is referred to the appreciative account of the Buddhistic doctrines, not so much regarding future life as generally, in Shahristani. End of footnote. In the other branch, this doctrine was clothed in the shape of a graduated scale of rewards and punishments, in the sense in which human accountability is understood by the modern Christian or Muslim. Whether the Mago-Zoroastrians from the beginning believed in a corporeal resurrection is a question on which scholars are divided. Döhlinge, with Bournouf and others, believes that this notion was not really Zoroastric, and that it is of later growth, if not derived from Hebrews. Footnote. Alger has furnished us with strong reasons for supposing that the early Zoroastrians believed in a bodily resurrection. The extreme repugnance with which the Mago-Zoroastrians regarded corpses is no reason for discarding this conclusion, as most probably this repugnance arose under Manichaean influences. Apropos of the repugnance with which the Persians in Muhammad's time looked upon corpses, consult Döhlinge. And a footnote. However this be, about the time of the Prophet of Arabia, the Persians had a strong and developed conception of future life. The remains of the Zend-Avesta, which have come down to us, expressly recognize a belief in future rewards and punishments. The Zoroastrianism of the Vendidat and the Bundihesh, enlarging upon the beliefs of the Avesta, holds that after a man's death the demons take possession of his body, yet on the third day consciousness returns. Souls that in their lifetime have yielded to the seductions of evil cannot pass the terrible bridge Chinivad, to which they are conducted on the day following the third night after their death. The good successfully pass it, conducted by the Iazatas, in modern Persian Izad, and entering the realms of bliss, join Ormuzd and the Amshaspans in their abode, where seated on thrones of gold they enjoy the society of beautiful fairies, Hurane Behesht, and all manner of delights. The wicked fall over the bridge, or are dragged down into the gulf of Duzakh, where they are tormented by the Devas. The duration of this punishment is fixed by Ormuzd, and some are redeemed by the prayers and intercessions of their friends. Towards the end of the world, a prophet is to arise, who is to rid the earth of injustice and wickedness, and usher in a reign of happiness, the Zoroastrian millennium, or Muzd, kingdom of heaven. Footnote: Shahristani calls this prophet Ushizerbeka, but according to Western authors, his name is said to be Sosioch, who is to be preceded by two other prophets called Osheder Bami and Osheder Ma. De Sacy calls him Pashutan. And a footnote. After this, a universal resurrection will take place, and friends and relatives will meet again. After the joys of recognition, there will follow a separation of the good from the bad. The torments of the unrighteous will be fearful. Ahriman will run up and down Hinevad, overwhelmed with anguish. A blazing comet falling upon the earth will ignite the world. Mountains will melt and flow together like liquid metal. All mankind, good and bad alike, will pass through this glowing flood and come out purified. Even Ahriman will be changed and Duzakh purified. Evil thenceforth will be annihilated, and all mankind will live in the enjoyment of ineffable delights. Such is the summary of a religion which has influenced the Semitic faiths in an unmistakable manner, and especially the eclectic faith of Muhammad. About the time when Jesus of Nazareth made his appearance, the Phoenicians and Assyrians had passed away. The Hellenized Roman ruled the world, checked in the east, however, by triumphant and revived Mago-Zoroastrianism. The Jew had lost his independence forever. A miserable sycophant occupied the throne of David. A mightier power than that of the Seleucidae kept in subjection his spirit of unruliness. Like every nation animated by a fierce love of their country, creed, and individuality, the Jews, as their fate grew darker and darker, became more and more inspired with the hope that some heaven-commissioned ministrant like Gideon or Maccabeus would restore their original glory and enable them to plant their foot on the necks of their many oppressors. Footnote: It is not necessary, as Alger supposes, that because the Jews looked forward to the reappearance of Elijah or some other prophet among them for these national purposes, we must conclude that they believed in transmigration. And a footnote. The appearance of a Messiah, portrayed in vivid colors by all their patriotic seers, the Jewish bards, was founded on one grand aspiration: the restoration of the kingdom of Israel. Under the influences of the Mago-Zoroastrians and Chaldeans in the east, and the Grecian schools of philosophy in the west, among some classes of society, especially among those whom the Hellenizing tendencies of Herod had withdrawn from the bosom of Israel, the belief in a personal Messiah was either faint and indistinct, or a mere echo from the vulgar masses. But, as Milman beautifully observes, the Palestinian Jews had about this time molded out of various elements a splendid, though confused, vision of the appearance of the Messiah, the simultaneous regeneration of all things, the resurrection of the dead, and the reign of Messiah upon earth. All these events were to take place at once, or to follow close upon each other. The Messiah was to descend from the line of David, he was to assemble all the scattered descendants of the tribes, and to expel and destroy their hateful alien enemies. Under the Messiah, a resurrection would take place, but would be confined to the righteous of their race. Footnote: The similarity between the Zoroastrian idea of a deliverer and restorer of religion and order on earth and the messianic conception among the Jews is, to say the least, wonderful. The Jews, it is certain, derived this conception from the Zoroastrians, and in their misfortunes developed it in more vivid terms. But I am strongly disposed to think that the idea of a Sosiach, whatever its prophetic significance, arose among the Persians also when laboring under a foreign yoke, Whether of the Semitic Assyrians or the Greek Macedonians, it is difficult to say. The very country in which the scene of his appearance is laid, Kangedis in Khorasan, according to de Sacy, Kansoya, according to Döllinger's authorities, shows that the Persians, in their misfortunes, looked to the east, especially to the quote-unquote land of the sun, for assistance and deliverance. And a footnote. Amidst all this enthusiasm and these vague aspirations, the hopes of eternal life and future bliss were strangely mingled. The extremes of despair and enthusiastic expectation of external relief always tend to the development of such a state of mind among the people. One section appears to look forward to an unearthly kingdom, a reign of peace and law under divine agency, as an escape from the galling yoke of brute force. The other looks forward to the same or cognate means for securing the kingdom of heaven by the blood of aliens and heathens. Footnote, like the modern, though obscure, sect of Christadelphians. And a footnote. The traditions which record the sayings of Jesus have gone through such a process of elimination and selection that it is hardly possible at the present moment to say which are really his own words and which are not. Footnote. Milman himself admits that the traditions regarding the acts and sayings of Jesus, which were floating about among the Christian communities, were not cast into their present shape till almost the close of the first half of the 2nd centuries. Necessarily, therefore, the ancient collectors and modelers of the Christian Gospels, or as Milman regards them, rude and simple historians, must have exercised a discretionary latitude in the reception of the traditions. They must have decided everything on dogmatic grounds. Quote, if a narrative or scripture was, in its tone and substance, agreeable to their preconceived views, they looked upon defective external evidence as complete. If it was not agreeable, the most sufficient was explained away as a misunderstanding. End quote. Hence, a great many additions were made, though unconsciously, to the sayings and doings of Jesus. On this point, the testimony of Celsus, with every allowance for exaggeration, must be regarded as conclusive when he says the Christians were in the habit of coining and remodeling their traditional accounts, and this on the principle laid down by Sir W. Muir in Canon 3. And a footnote. But taking them as they stand, and on the same footing as we regard other religious documents, without ignoring their real spirit, yet without trying to find mysterious meanings like the faithful believer, we see that throughout these traditional records, the notion of an immediate advent of a new order of things, quote, of a kingdom of heaven, end quote, is so predominant in the mind of Jesus as to overshadow all other ideas. The Son of Man has appeared, the kingdom of God is at hand. Such is the burden of every hopeful word. This kingdom was to replace the society and government which the prophet of Nazareth found so imperfect and evil. At times his words led the disciples to conclude that the new teacher was born to lead only the poor and the famished to glory and happiness, that under the hoped-for theocratic regime these alone would be, quote-unquote, the blessed, and would constitute the predominating element, for, quote-unquote, woe is denounced in awful terms against the rich and the well-fed. Footnote. In Matthew, the quote-unquote poor in spirit are mentioned, but the simpler statement of Luke, from a comparison of all the circumstances, seems more authentic. And a footnote. At other times, the realm of God is understood to mean the literal fulfillment of the apocalyptic visions or dreams connected with the appearance of the Messiah. Sometimes, however, the kingdom of God is a realm of souls, and the approaching deliverance is merely a spiritual deliverance from the bondage of this mundane existence. All these conceptions appear at one period to have existed in the mind of Jesus simultaneously. But the fierceness and bigotry of the dominant party and the power of the Roman eagle made any immediate social change impossible. As every hope of present amelioration died away, hopes and aspirations of a brighter future took possession of the heart. Jesus felt the present state could not last long, that the time of the regeneration of mankind was at hand, when he himself would appear in the clouds of heaven, clothed in divine garments, seated on a throne, surrounded by angels and his chosen disciples. Footnote: there can be no doubt that Jesus himself believed in a corporeal resurrection and intangible rewards and punishments of a future life. He often spoke of the quote-unquote blessed in his kingdom, eating and drinking at his table. But whilst in the early traditions passing under the name of the four apostles, the accounts, owing to careful pruning, are meager enough, later traditionists enlarge upon the descriptions of paradise and hell, and revel in the most gorgeous fantasies, which go under the name of revelations. In puerility, even the Christian traditionists do not fall short of the followers of other creeds. The tradition handed down by Irenaeus on the authority of John declares Jesus to have said, "Days shall come in which there shall be vines, which shall have each 10,000 branches, and every one of these branches shall have 10,000 lesser branches, and every one of these branches shall have 10,000 twigs, and every one of these twigs shall have 10,000 clusters of grapes, and in every one of these clusters there shall be 10,000 grapes, and every one of these grapes being pressed shall yield 225 gallons of wine. And when a man shall take hold of one of these sacred bunches, another bunch shall cry out, 'I am a better bunch, take me, and bless the Lord by me,' etc." End of footnote. The dead would rise from their graves, and the Messiah would sit in judgment. The angels would be the executors of his sentence. He would send the elect to a delightful abode prepared from the beginning of the world, and the unrighteous into, quote, everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels, end quote, where there would be weeping and gnashing of teeth. The chosen, not numerically large, would be taken into an illuminated mansion, where they would partake of banquets presided over by the father of the race of Israel, the patriarchs and the prophets, and in which Jesus himself will share. That the inauguration of the new regime with the second advent of Jesus and the resurrection of the human race was considered not to be distant is apparent from the words of the Master himself, when he impressed upon his hearers the approach of the kingdom of God, and the utter futility of every provision for the occupations and exigencies of the present life. The words of the teacher, acting in unison with the state of mind engendered by the circumstances of the age, footnote, mark the bitter term which Jesus applies to his generation, end of footnote, had sunk deep into the hearts of his disciples, and all looked forward with a vividness of expectation hardly surpassed in the annals of human beliefs to the literal fulfillment of the prophecies concerning the millennium. Quote, if the first generation of the Christians had a profound and constant belief, it was that the world was approaching its end, and that the great, quote-unquote, revelation of Christ was to happen soon, end quote. It is only when the Christian church becomes a regular organization that the followers of Jesus expand their views beyond the restricted horizon of the Judaic world, and, forgetting their millenarian dream, They pass into the Greek and Roman system and extend the empire of their creed over untold legions of barbarians fresh from their forests, who looked upon Jesus and his mother as the counterparts of their own Odin and Freya, worshipped in their primeval homes. But ever and anon, the Christian world has been agitated in moments of convulsions and disasters by the millenary excitement and fierce expectation of the apocalyptic appearance of the great prophet of Nazareth. The idea, however, of the realm of God has, with the lapse of ages and the progress of thought, taken either a spiritual shape or utterly faded away from the mind, or, where it has been retained, derives its character from the surroundings of the individual believers. The Jew, the Mago-Zoroastrian, and the Christian all believed in a bodily resurrection. The crude notion of primitive Mosaism had made way for the more definite ideas derived chiefly from the Chaldeo-Zoroastrian doctrines. We know how among the Persians the old worship of the mountains, the simple teachings of the early teachers, had grown under the magic wands of the Babylonian wizards into a complex system of graduated rewards and punishments, how Chaldean philosophy had permeated Mago-Zoroastrianism to its innermost core. Primitive Christianity, with its vivid belief in the immediate advent of the material kingdom of Christ, had imbibed notions from Chaldean, Mago-Zoroastrian, and Alexandrian sources, which had considerably altered the old conceptions. Jew, Christian, and Zoroastrian all looked, more or less, to material rewards and punishments in a future existence. The popular Christian notion, fostered by ecclesiasticism, that Muhammad denied souls to women, is by this time, we believe, exploded. It was a calumny concocted to create an aversion against Islam. But the idea that the Arabian prophet promised his followers a sensual paradise with houris and a graduated scale of delights still lingers. It is a sign alike of ignorance and ancient bigotry. There is no doubt that in the surahs of the intermediate period, before the mind of the teacher had attained the full development of religious consciousness, and when it was necessary to formulate, in language intelligible to the common folk of the desert, the realistic descriptions of heaven and hell, borrowed from the floating fancies of the Zoroastrian, Sabian, and the Talmudical Jew, attract the attention as a side picture. And then comes the real essence, the adoration of God in humility and love. The houris are creatures of Zoroastrian origin. So is paradise, in Persian Firdaus, while hell, in the severity of its punishment, is Talmudic. The descriptions are realistic, in some places almost sensuous. But to say that they are sensual, or that Muhammad or any of his followers, even the ultra-literalists, accepted them as such, is a calumny. The wine, quote, that does not inebriate, end quote, and the attendants, quote, that come not nigh, end quote, can hardly be said to represent sensual pleasures. The chief and predominating idea in Islam respecting a future life is founded upon the belief that, in a state of existence hereafter, every human being will have to render an account of his or her actions on earth, and that the happiness or misery of individuals will depend upon the manner in which they have performed the behests of their Creator. His mercy and grace are nevertheless unbounded, and will be bestowed alike upon his creatures. This is the pivot on which the whole doctrine of future life in Islam turns, and this is the only doctrinal point one is required to believe and accept. All the other elements caught up and syncretized from the floating traditions of the races and peoples of the time are mere accessories. Setting aside from our consideration the question of subjectivity involved in all ideas of future rewards and punishments, we may say, in all ideas of a life after death, we must bear in mind that these ideas have furnished to the moral teachers of the world the most powerful instrument for influencing the conduct of individuals and nations. But though every religion, more or less, contains the germ of this principle of future accountability in another state, all have failed thoroughly to realize its nature as a continuous agency for the elevation of the masses. Virtue for its own sake can only be grasped by minds of superior development. For the average intellect and for the uneducated, sanctions, more or less comprehensible, will always be necessary. To turn now to the nature of these sanctions, it must be remembered that it is scarcely ever possible to convey an idea of spiritual pleasure or spiritual pain to the apprehensions of the generality of mankind without clothing the expressions in the garb of tangible personalities, or introducing sensible objects into the description of such pleasure or pain. Philosophy has wrangled over abstract expressions, not dressed in tangible phraseology. Such expressions and conceptions have seen their day, have flourished, and have died without making themselves felt beyond a restricted circle of dreamers who lived in the indefinable vagueness of their own thoughts. Muhammad was addressing himself not only to the advanced minds of a few idealistic thinkers who happened to be then living, but to the wide world around him, engrossed in materialism of every type. He had to adapt himself to the comprehensions of all. To the wild, famished Arab, what more grateful or what more consonant to his ideas of paradise than rivers of unsullied, incorruptible water, or of milk and honey, or anything more acceptable than unlimited fruit, luxuriant vegetation, inexhaustible fertility? He could conceive of no bliss unaccompanied with these sensuous pleasures. This is the contention of that portion of the Muslim world which, like Sana'i and Ghazali, holds that behind the descriptions of material happiness portrayed in objects like trees, rivers, and beautiful mansions with fairy attendants lies a deeper meaning, and that the joy of joys is to consist in the beatific visions of the soul in the presence of the Almighty, when the veil which divides man from his Creator will be rent, and heavenly glory revealed to the mind untrammeled by its corporeal, earthly habiliments. In this they are upheld by the words of the Quran, as well as the authentic sayings of the Prophet. The most favored of God, said Muhammad, will be he who shall see his Lord's face, glory, night and morning, a felicity which will surpass all the pleasures of the body, as the ocean surpasses a drop of sweat. One day, talking to his friend Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, God has prepared for his good people what no eye hath seen, nor ear heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of anyone. And then recited the following verse of the Quran: No soul knoweth the joy which is secretly prepared for it, as a reward for that it may have wrought. Another tradition reports that Muhammad declared the good will enjoy the beatific vision of God, to which reference, he said, is made in the following verse of the Quran: And God inviteth unto the dwelling of peace. For those who do good, there is excellent reward and superabundant addition. As for the parabolical nature of the Quranic expressions, this school of thinkers bases its convictions on the following passage of the inspired book: It is he who hath sent down unto thee the book. Some of its signs, verses, are firm, i.e., perspicuous or clear to understand. These are the basis or fundamental part of the book, and others are figurative." End quote. Another section looks upon the joys and pains of the hereafter as entirely subjective. It holds that as extreme mental pain is far more agonizing than physical pain, so is mental pleasure of the higher type far more rapturous than any sensuous pleasure. That as after physical death, the individual soul, quote-unquote, returns, to use the Quranic expression, to the universal soul, all the joys and pains portrayed in vivid colors by the inspired teacher to enable the masses to grasp the truth will be mental and subjective. This section includes within its bosom some of the greatest philosophers and mystics of the Muslim world. Another, and by far perhaps the larger class, however, believe in the literal fulfillment of all the word paintings of the Quran. Without venturing to pass any opinion on these different notions, we may take this occasion to state our own belief with regard to the Quranic conception of future rewards and punishments. A careful study of the Quran makes it evident that the mind of Muhammad went through the same process of development which marked the religious consciousness of Jesus. Muhammad and Jesus are the only two historic teachers of the world, and for this reason we take them together. How great this development was in Jesus is apparent not only from the idealized conception towards the end of his earthly career regarding the kingdom of heaven, but also from the change of tone towards the non-Israelites. Thoroughly exclusive at first, with a more developed religious consciousness, wider sympathies awaken in the heart. As with Jesus, so with Muhammad. The various chapters of the Quran which contain the ornate descriptions of paradise, whether figurative or literal, were delivered wholly or in part at Mecca. Probably in the infancy of his religious consciousness, Muhammad himself believed in some or other of the traditions which floated around him. But with a wider awakening of the soul, a deeper communion with the Creator of the universe, thoughts which bore a material aspect at first became spiritualized. The mind of the teacher progressed not only with the march of time and the development of his religious consciousness, but also with the progress of his disciples in apprehending spiritual conceptions. Hence, in the later surahs, we observe a merging of the material in the spiritual, of the body in the soul. The gardens, quote, watered by rivers, and, quote, perpetual shade, plenty, and harmony, so agreeable to the famished denizen of the parched, shadeless, and waterless desert, at perpetual discord with himself and all around him, these still form the groundwork of beautiful imageries. But the happiness of the blessed is shown to consist in eternal peace and goodwill in the presence of their Creator. But those, says the Quran, who are pious shall dwell in gardens amidst fountains. They shall say unto them, Enter ye therein in peace and security, and all rancor will we remove from their bosoms. They shall sit as brethren, face to face, on couches, footnote, i.e. with peace and goodwill in their hearts, end of footnote. Weariness shall not affect them therein, neither shall they be repelled thence forever. End quote. What can be nobler or grander in its conception or imagery, or give a better idea of the belief in the Prophet's mind when conveying his final message concerning the nature of the present and future life than the following passage? It is he who enableth you to travel by land and by sea, so that ye go on board of ships which sail on with them with favorable breeze, and they rejoice therein. But if a tempestuous wind overtake, and the waves come on them from every side, and they think they are encompassed therewith, they call on God, professing unto him sincere religion, saying, Wouldst thou but rescue us from this, then we will ever be indeed of the thankful. But when we have rescued them, behold, they commit unrighteous excesses on the earth. O men, verily the excesses ye commit to the injury of your own souls are only for the enjoyment of this earthly life. Soon shall ye return to us, and we will declare unto you that which ye have done. Verily, the likeness of this present life is not otherwise than the water which we send down from heaven, and the productions of the earth of which man and cattle eat are mixed therewith, till the earth has received its beautiful raiment, and is decked out, and they who inhabit it imagine they have power over it. But our behest cometh unto it by night or by day, and we make it as if it had been mown, as though it had not teemed with fertility only yesterday. Thus do we make our signs clear unto those who consider. And God inviteth unto the abodes of peace, and guideth whom he pleases into the right way. Footnote. Baidawi explains the expression whom he pleaseth as those who repent. End of footnote. For those who do good is excellent reward and superabundant addition to it. Neither blackness nor shame shall cover their faces. These are the inhabitants of paradise. Therein do they abide forever. But those who have wrought evil shall receive the reward of evil equal thereunto. Footnote. Observe, the reward of virtue will not be confined to an exact measure of man's works. It will far exceed his deserts. But the recompense of evil will be strictly proportioned to what one has done. End of footnote. And shame shall cover them, for there will be none to protect them against God, as though their faces were covered with a piece of the night of profound darkness. End quote. Then again, what can be purer in its aspirations than the following? Who fulfill the covenant of God, and break not their compact, and who join together what God hath bidden to be joined, and who fear their Lord and dread an ill reckoning, and who, from a sincere desire to please their Lord, are constant amid trials. Footnote. This may also be translated as from a desire to see the face, glory, of their Lord. End of footnote. And observe prayers and give alms in secret and openly out of what we have bestowed on them, and turn aside evil with good. For them there is the recompense of that abode, gardens of eternal habitation, into which they shall enter, together with such as shall have acted rightly from among their fathers, their wives, and their posterity. And the angel shall go in unto them by every portal, saying, Peace be with you, because you have endured with patience. Excellent is the reward in that abode. End quote. Enough has been said to show the utter falsehood of the theory that Muhammad's pictures of future life were all sensuous. We will conclude this chapter with the following passage from the Quran to show the depth of spirituality in Islam and the purity of the hopes and aspirations on which it bases its rule of life. O thou soul which art at rest, return unto thy Lord, pleased and pleasing him. Enter thou among my servants, and enter thou my garden of felicity. End of section 21. Section 22 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 4, The Church Militant of Islam. La ikraha fi din. let there be no compulsion in religion. إن الذين آمنوا والذين هادوا والسابئون والنصارى من آمن بالله واليوم الآخر وعمل صالحا فلا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون. Verily, those who believe, the Muslims, and those who are Jews, Christians, or Sabaeans, whoever hath faith in God and the last day, future existence, and worketh that which is right and good, for them shall be the reward with their Lord. There will come no fear on them, neither shall they be grieved. The extraordinary rapidity with which the religion of the Arabian prophet spread over the surface of the globe is one of the most wonderful phenomena in the history of religions. For centuries, Christianity had hidden itself in byways and corners. Not until it had largely absorbed and assimilated paganism, not until a half-pagan monarch had come to its assistance with edicts and orders, was it able to rear its head among the creeds of the world. Islam, within 30 years of the death of its teacher, found its way into the hearts of millions of people. And before a century was well over, the voice of the recluse of Hira had rolled across 3 continents. The legions of the Caesars and Khosrows, who endeavored to stop the onrush of the new democracy preached in Arabia, were shattered to pieces by the children of the desert. Its remarkable success and marvelous effect upon the minds of men have given rise to the charge that, as a religion of the sword, Islam was propagated by the sword and upheld by the sword. We propose, therefore, carefully to examine the circumstances and facts connected with the rise of Islam, to see whether there is any truth in the statement. At the time of the Prophet's advent into Medina, the 2 tribes of Aus and Khazraj, who had been engaged in deadly conflict for years, had just ended their strife by a hollow peace. There was every prospect of the war breaking out again with fiercer animosity. The Jews who, after the onslaught of Jabalah, had accepted the clientage of the Medinite Arabs, were fast recovering their strength and were openly threatening their pagan compatriots with the vengeance of the Messiah, whose appearance was hourly expected. The surrounding tribes, among whom the influence of the Quraysh was supreme, were arrayed in all their desert ferocity against Medina. The moment Muhammad appeared among the Medinites, the elements of danger which threatened the new religion became apparent. The Meccan disciples who had braved death and now faced destitution and exile for their master and the light which he had brought to their hearts were few and weak. His Medinites' followers were not many. They were divided amongst themselves, actuated by tribal jealousies. An important faction, headed by an influential chieftain, an aspirant to the throne of Medina, worked in the city on the side of the heathens. The Jews, compact and united, jealously and relentlessly, with poison and with treachery, opposed him in every direction. But the heart, which did not fail when the Quraysh threatened him with death, was not daunted when the existence of others depended on him. He at once set himself to the task of organizing into a social entity the varied elements which had gathered round him as a minister of God. He substituted referees for the old tribal vendetta. He abolished the distinction of Aus and Khazraj. He comprehended the Jews and Christians in his little commonwealth, and planted germs of cordial relations among all believers. He proclaimed that a Jew, Sabaean, or Christian, whoever believed in God and future life and acted righteously, quote, "on him shall come no fear," end quote. To a people wedded to the worst type of heathenism, To a race with whom the shedding of blood was a second nature, he taught purity and truth, self-restraint, charity, and love of one's kind. "It shall be an expiation with God," he said to them, "when one shall drop his right of retaliation. He who shall mediate between men for a good purpose shall be the gainer thereby, but the mediator for evil shall reap the fruit of his doing." End quote. Whilst engaged in this divine work of humanizing his people, raising them from the abyss of degradation, purifying them from abominations, ruthless and untiring in their vengeance, they had sworn his death and the extirpation of his creed. The apostates from the faith of their fathers, as the Quraysh regarded Muhammad and his followers to be, had betaken themselves to the rival city to plant the germs of revolutionary doctrines. United Arabia must annihilate these crazy enthusiasts who had forsaken home and wealth for the sake of an unseen God, so exacting in his worship, so insistent on the common duties of love, charity, and benevolence, and purity of thought and deed. From the moment of his entry into Medina, Muhammad's destiny had become intertwined with that of his people, and of those who had invited and welcomed him into their midst. His destruction meant the destruction of the entire body of people who had gathered round the minister of God. Surrounded by enemies and traitors, the whole of Arabia responding to the call of the Quraysh, the ancient servitors of the national gods marching to their slaughter, his followers would have inevitably perished but for the swords in their hands. It was not until their enemies were upon them that it was declared, "The infidels regard not in a believer either ties of blood or covenant. When they break their oath of alliance and attack you, defend yourself." End quote. And again, "Defend yourself against your enemies, but attack them not first. God hateth the aggressor." End quote. To the Muslims, self-defense had become a question of self-preservation. They must either submit to be massacred or fight when they were attacked. They chose the latter alternative and succeeded after a long struggle in subduing their enemies. The bitter animosity of the Jews, their repeated violations of the most solemn engagements, their constant seditiousness, and their frequent endeavors to betray the Muslims to the idolaters led naturally to severe chastisement. It was essentially necessary for the safety of the weak and small community, more as a deterrent warning than as a vindictive punishment. We have no right to assume that because some of the great teachers who have from time to time appeared on earth have succumbed under the force of opposing circumstances and become martyrs, that because others have created in their brains an unrealized utopia, that because dreamers have existed and enthusiasts have suffered, Muhammad was bound to follow their example and leave the world before he had fulfilled his mission. Nor was he obliged to sacrifice himself and the entire community over which he was called to preside for the sake of carrying out what in the present time would have been called an idea. Let us compare the struggles of the Muslims in self-defense and for self-preservation with the frightful wars of the Jews and the Christians, and even of the gentle Parsis for the propagation of their respective faiths. In the case of the Jews, aggression and extirpation were sanctified by religion. They were cursed for sparing. In the case of the early Christians, the doctrine of humility and meekness preached by the prophet of Nazareth was soon forgotten in the pride of power. From the moment Christianity became a recognized force, the dominant faith of a community, it became aggressive and persecuting. Parallels have been drawn between Jesus and Muhammad by different writers. Those fully penetrated with the conviction of the Godhead of Jesus have recognized in the quote-unquote earthly means employed by the Arabian prophet for the regeneration of his people the result of quote-unquote satanic suggestions, while the non-employment of such means, perhaps from want of opportunity to use them, has been looked upon as establishing the divinity of the prophet of Nazareth. We shall furnish reasons to show that such comparisons are unfair, based as they are on what is not only false to history, but false to human nature. The circumstances attending the lives of Jesus and Muhammad were wholly different. During his short ministry, the influence of Jesus remained confined to a small body of followers, taken chiefly from the lower and uneducated ranks. He fell a victim to the passions he had evoked by his scathing denunciations of the lifeless sacerdotalism of the priestly classes, to the undying hatred of a relentless race, before his followers had become either numerous or influential enough to require practical rules for their guidance, or before they could form an organization, either for purposes of spiritual teaching or as a safeguard against the persecutions of the dominant creed. Footnote: I write according to the generally received opinion among Western scholars that Muhammad, in accordance with the traditions current in his time, believed that Jesus miraculously disappeared, there is no doubt. In spite of this so-called apocryphal Gnostic tradition being opposed to the general body of Christian traditions, there is as much historic probability on one side as the other. End of footnote. Drawn from among a people with settled laws, the observance of which was guaranteed by the suzerain power, the followers of Jesus had no occasion to constitute themselves into an organized body, nor had the teacher any need to frame rules of practical positive morality. The want was felt when the community became more extensive, and the genius of a scholar, well versed in the Neoplatonic lore, destroyed the individuality and simplicity of the teachings of the Master. Muhammad, like Jesus, was followed from the commencement of his career as a preacher and reformer by the hostility and opposition of his people. His followers also, in the beginning, were few and insignificant. He was also preceded by men who had shaken off the bondage of idolatry and had listened to the springs of the life within. He too preached gentleness, charity, and love. But Muhammad appeared among a nation steeped in barbarous usages, who looked upon war as the object of life, a nation far removed from the materializing, degrading influences of the Greeks and the Romans, yet likewise far from their humanizing influences. At first his enunciations evoked scorn, and then vengeful passions. His followers, however, increased in number and strength, until at last the invitation of the Medanites crowned his glorious work with success. From the moment he accepted the asylum so nobly proffered, from the moment he was called upon to become their chief magistrate, as well as their spiritual teacher, his fate became involved in theirs. From that time, the hostilities of the idolaters and their allies required an unsleeping vigilance on the part of the Muslims. A single city had to make head against the combined attacks of the multitudinous tribes of Arabia. Under these circumstances, energetic measures were often necessary to sustain the existence of the Muslim Commonwealth. When persuasion failed, pressure was required. The same instinct of self-preservation, which spoke so warmly within the bosom of the great prophet of Nazareth when he advised his disciples to look to the instruments of defense, caused the persecuted Muslims to take up arms when attacked by their relentless enemies. Gradually, by gentle kindness and energy, all the disjointed fragments of the Arabian tribes were brought together to the worship of the true God, and then peace settled upon the land. Born among a people the most fiery of the earth, then as now vehement and impulsive by nature, and possessed of passions as burning as the sun of their desert, Muhammad impressed on them habits of self-control and self-denial, such as have never before been revealed in the pages of history. At the time of Muhammad's advent, international obligations were unknown. When nations or tribes made war upon each other, the result usually was the massacre of the able-bodied, the slavery of the innocent, and plunder of the household penates. The Romans, who took 13 centuries to evolve a system of laws which was as comprehensive as it was elevated in conception, could never realize the duties of international morality or of humanity. Footnote: in justice to the Semitic races, I must say that almost all the great jurists of Rome were Semites, Phoenicians, Syrians, or Carthaginians. End of footnote. They waged war for the sole purpose of subjugating the surrounding nations. Where they succeeded, they imposed their will on the people absolutely. The sacredness of treaties was unknown. Pacts were made and broken, just as convenience dictated. The liberty of other nations was never of the slightest importance in their estimation. The introduction of Christianity made little or no change in the views entertained by its professors concerning international obligations. War was as inhuman and as exterminating as before. People were led into slavery without compunction on the part of the captors. Treaties were entered into and broken just as suited the purpose of some designing chieftain. Christianity did not profess to deal with international morality, and so left its followers groping in the dark. Modern thinkers, instead of admitting this to be a real deficiency in the Christian system, natural to the unfinished state in which it was left, have tried to justify it. A strange perversion of the human intellect. Hence, what is right in the individual comes to be considered wrong in the nation, and vice versa. Religion and morality, two convertible terms, are kept apart from the domain of law. Religion, which claims to regulate the ties of individual men, ignores the reciprocal relations of the various aggregates of humanity. Religion is thus reduced into mere sentimentalism, an object of gushing effusion or mutual laudation at debating society, albeit sometimes rising to the dignity of philosophical morality. The basis of international obligations consists in the recognition of nations as individuals, and of the fact that there is not one standard for individuals and another for nations. For as individuals compose a nation, so nations compose humanity, and the rights of nations and their obligations to each other in no wise differ from those existing between individuals. True it is that the rise of the Latin Church in the West and the necessary augmentation of the power of the bishops of Rome introduced in the Latin Christian world a certain degree of international responsibility. But this was absolutely confined to the adherents of the Church of Rome, or was occasionally extended as a favor to Greek Christianity. The rest of the world was unconditionally excluded from the benefits of such responsibility. Quote, "The name of religion served as the plea and justification of aggression upon weaker nations. It led to their spoliation and enslavement." End quote. Every act of violation was sanctified by the Church, and in case of extreme iniquity, absolution paved the criminal's way to heaven. From the first slaughters of Charlemagne, with the full sanction of the Church, to the massacre and enslavement of the unoffending races of America, there is an unbroken series of the infringement of international duties and the claims of humanity. This utter disregard of the first principles of charity led also to the persecution of those followers of Jesus who ventured to think differently from the Church. The rise of Protestantism made no difference. The wars and mutual persecutions of the several religious factions form a history in themselves. Persecution, says Hallam, is the deadly original sin of the Reformed Church, that which cools every honest man's zeal for their cause in proportion as his reading becomes more expansive. Footnote. When Calvin burned Servetus for his opinions regarding the Trinity, his act was applauded, says Lecky, by all sections of Protestants. Melanchthon, Bullinger, and Farel wrote to express their warm approbation of the crime. Beza defended it in an elaborate treatise. A study of the penal laws of England against the Catholics, dissenters, and nonconformists is enough to shock any candid mind. End of footnote. But however much the various newborn churches disagreed among themselves or from the Church of Rome regarding doctrinal and theological points, they were in perfect accord with each other in denying all community of interests and rights to nations outside the pale of Christendom. Footnote. Grotius, the founder perhaps of international law in Europe, formally accepted the Muslims from all community of rights with the European nations. End of footnote. The spirit of Islam, on the contrary, is opposed to isolation and exclusiveness. In a comparatively rude age, when the world was immersed in darkness, moral and social, Muhammad preached those principles of equality which are only half realized in other creeds, and promulgated laws which, for their expansiveness and nobility of conception, would bear comparison with the record of any faith. Islam, says an able writer, offered its religion but never enforced it, and the acceptance of that religion conferred co-equal rights with the conquering body and emancipated the vanquished states from the conditions which every conqueror since the world existed up to the period of Muhammad had invariably imposed. By the laws of Islam, liberty of conscience and freedom of worship were allowed and guaranteed to the followers of every other creed under Muslim dominion. The passage in the Quran, "Let there be no compulsion in religion," testifies to the principle of toleration and charity inculcated by Islam. Quote, "If thy Lord had pleased, verily all who are in the world would have believed together. Wilt thou then force men to believe when belief can come only from God? Adhere to those who forsake you. Speak truth to your own heart. Do good to everyone that does ill to you." End quote. These are the precepts of a teacher who has been accused of fanaticism and intolerance. Let it be remembered that these are the utterances not of a powerless enthusiast or philosophical dreamer paralyzed by the weight of opposing forces. These are the utterances of a man in the plenitude of his power, of the head of a sufficiently strong and well-organized state, able to enforce his doctrines with the edge of his reputed sword. In religion, as in politics, individuals and sects have preached toleration and insisted upon its practice only so long as they have been powerless and feeble. The moment they have acquired strength enough to battle with the forces which they wish to supersede, tolerance gives way to persecution. With the accession of Constantine to the throne of the Caesars, Christianity was safe from molestation. But from that period commenced a system of religious persecution in its atrocity paralleled only by that of the Jews. From the very moment, says Lecky, the Church obtained civil power under Constantine, the general principle of coercion was admitted and acted on, both against the Jews, the heretics, and pagans." End quote. They were tortured with every refinement of cruelty. They were burned at a slow-consuming fire to enable them to think of the charity and humanity of the Church of Christ. Father after father wrote about the holiness of persecution. One of the greatest saints of the Church, quote, "a saint of the most tender and exquisite piety," end quote, supplied arguments for the most atrocious persecution. Except during the titanic struggles in Europe at the beginning of the 19th century, the Christian Church, purporting to derive its authority from the apostles, has never hesitated to encourage war or to give its sanction in the name of religion and, quote-unquote, the glory of Christ, to exterminating enterprises against heretics and heathens. Footnote: in the colossal and devastating struggle of the 20th century, in which all the great nations of Christendom were engaged, the ministers of religion on both sides took vehement part in fostering the warlike spirit. End of footnote. These had no claims on Christian humanity or the laws of nations, nor have the poor black races now. In the 15th century, the Pope granted a special charter by which the non-Christian world was allotted to the Portuguese and Spaniards in equal shares, with absolute power to convert the inhabitants in any way they chose. History records how liberally they construed the permission, and all the atrocious doctrines relating to the persecution and the treatment of non-Christians are unjustly based upon the words of Jesus himself. Did not the Master say, "Compel them to come in"? In the hour of his greatest triumph, when the Arabian prophet entered the old shrine of Mecca and broke down the idols, it was not in wrath or religious rage, but in pity that he said, "Truth is come, darkness departeth," announcing amnesty almost universal, commanding protection to the weak and poor, and freeing fugitive slaves. Muhammad did not merely preach toleration, he embodied it into a law. To all conquered nations he offered liberty of worship. A nominal tribute was the only compensation they were required to pay for the observance and enjoyment of their faith. Once the tax or tribute was agreed upon, every interference with their religion or the liberty of conscience was regarded as a direct contravention of the laws of Islam. Could so much be said of other creeds? Proselytism by the sword was wholly contrary to the instincts of Muhammad, and wrangling over creeds his abhorrence. Repeatedly he exclaims, "Why wrangle over that which you know not? Try to excel in good works. When you shall return to God, he will tell you about that in which you have differed." End quote. We must now return to our examination of the wars of the Prophet. We have seen that the various conflicts of the Muslims under Muhammad with the surrounding tribes were occasioned by the aggressive and unrelenting hostility of the idolaters, and were necessary for self-defense. The Battle of Mu'tah and the campaign of Tabuk, the earliest demonstrations against a foreign state, arose out of the assassination of an envoy by the Greeks. Probably we should not have heard of the promulgation of Islam by the sword had the Muslims not punished the Eastern Christians for this murder. The Battle of Mu'tah was indecisive, and the campaign of Tabuk, which was entirely defensive in its nature, being undertaken to repulse the gathering of the forces of Heraclius, left this international crime unpunished during the lifetime of the Prophet. But his successors did not forget it, and a heavy penalty was exacted. The extent of the Greek Empire brought the Muslims into a state of belligerency with the greatest portion of Christendom. Besides, the anomalous position occupied by the governors of the provinces under the waning suzerainty of the Byzantine emperors rendered it impossible for the Muslim chiefs to put an end to this condition of affairs by means of treaty stipulations with any one of them. Before one could be subdued and brought to terms, another committed some act of hostility and compelled the Muslims to punish him. Hence, the career once entered upon, they were placed in just warfare with nearly the whole of Christendom. Footnote: I do not mean to assert that the Muslims were never actuated by the spirit of aggression or by cupidity. It would be showing extreme ignorance of human nature to make such an assertion. It was hardly possible that after the unprecedented progress they had made against their enemies and assailants, and after becoming aware of the weakness of the surrounding nations, they should still retain their moderation and keep within the bounds of the law. Nor do I shut my eyes to the fact that there have been wars among the followers of Muhammad, perhaps as cruelly waged as among the Christians. But these wars have been invariably dynastic. The persecutions to which certain sects have been subjected have arisen also for the most part from the same cause. The persecution of the descendants of Muhammad, the children of Ali and Fatima, by the Umayyads, found its origin in the old hatred of the Quraysh to Muhammad and the Hashimis, as I shall show hereafter. End of footnote. Religion has often furnished to designing chieftains, among Muslims as among Christians, a pretext for the gratification of ambition. The Muslim casuists, like the Christian jurists and divines, have divided the world into two regions, the Dar al-Harb and the Dar al-Islam, the counterparts of heathendom and Christendom. An examination, however, of the principles upon which the relations of Muslim states with non-Muslim countries were based shows a far greater degree of liberality than has been evinced by Christian writers on international law. It is only in recent times, and under stress of circumstances, that non-Christian states have been admitted into the quote-unquote comity of nations. The Muslim jurists, on the other hand, differentiate between the condition of belligerency and that of peace. The expression Dar al-Harb, literally the country of war, thus includes countries with which the Muslims are at war, whilst the states with which they are at peace are the Dar ul-Aman, the country of peace. The Harbi, the inhabitant of the Dar al-Harb, is an alien, pure and simple. He has no right to enter Islamic states without express permission, but once he receives the aman, or guarantee of safety, from even the poorest Muslim, he is perfectly secure from molestation for the space of 1 year. On the expiration of that period he is bound to depart. The inhabitant of the Dar ul-Aman is a musta'min. The aman may be forever or for a limited duration, but so long it lasts, the musta'min's treatment is regulated in strict accordance with the terms of the treaty with his country. Footnote: these amans formed the origin of the capitulations, which have proved the ruin of Turkish resources. And a footnote. The musta'mins were governed by their own laws, were exempt from taxation, and enjoyed other privileges. The spirit of aggression never breathed itself into that code which formally incorporated the law of nations with the religion, and the followers of Muhammad, in the plenitude of their power, were always ready to say to their enemies, "Cease all hostility to us, and be our allies, and we shall be faithful to you," or "Pay tribute, and we will secure and protect you in all your rights," or "Adopt our religion, and you shall enjoy every privilege we ourselves possess." The principal directions of Muhammad, on which the Muslim laws of war are founded, show the wisdom and humanity which animated the Islamic system. Quote, "And fight for the religion of God against those who fight against you. but transgress not by attacking them first, for God loveth not the transgressors. If they attack you, slay them, but if they desist, let there be no hostility except against the ungodly." End quote. In turning their arms against Persia, the Muslims were led on by circumstances. The Munzirs, a dynasty of semi-Arab kings who reigned under the shadow of the Persian monarchy, though politically hostile, were allied to the Byzantines by ties of faith and community of interests. The first conflicts of the Muslims with the Greeks naturally reacted on the Hurrites, the subjects of the Munzirs. The Hurrite territories comprehended a large tract of country from the banks of the Euphrates westward, overlapping the desert of Iraq, and almost reaching the pasturage of Ghassanid Arabs, who owned allegiance to the Byzantines. The position of Hira under the Persians was similar to that of Judea under Augustus or Tiberius. About the time of the Muslim conquest, a Persian nominee ruled this principality, but the jealousy of the Khosrows associated a Marzban or satrap with the successor of the Munzirs, whose subjects, as impatient of control then as their descendants now, engaged in predatory raids on the neighboring tribes and became involved in hostilities with the Muslims. A strong government under the guidance of a single ruler, whose power had become doubly consolidated after the suppression of the revolts of the nomads and the death of the Prophet, was little inclined to brew quietly the insults of the petty dependency of a tottering empire. A Muslim army marched upon Hira. The Marzban fled to Madain, Ctesiphon, the capital of the Persian Empire, and the Arab chief submitted almost without a struggle to the Muslims under Khalid bin Walid. The conquest of Hira brought the Muslims to the threshold of the dominions of the Khosrows. Persia had, after a long period of internecine conflict, signalized by revolting murders and atrocities, succeeded in obtaining an energetic ruler in the person of Yazdgerd. Under the directions of this sovereign, the Persian general brought an imposing force to bear on the Muslims. The great Umar, who now ruled at Medina, before taking up the challenge, offered to Yazdgerd through his deputies the usual terms by which war might be avoided. These terms were the profession of Islam, which meant the reform of the political abuses that had brought the Sasanian Empire so low, the reduction of all those heavy taxes and perquisites which sucked out the lifeblood of the nation, footnote, save the 10th on landed property, and 2.5% of every man's means for the poor, the distribution of which would have been left to himself and his officers, and a footnote, and the administration of justice by the Code of Muhammad, which held all men without distinction of rank or office equal in the eye of the law. The alternative offer was the payment of tribute in return for protection. These terms were disdainfully refused by the Persian monarch, and the days of Qadisiyah followed. After the conquest of Madain, Ctesiphon, the Caliph promulgated peremptory orders that under no circumstance should the Muslims cross the Tigris towards the east, and that that river should forever form the boundary between the Persian and the Saracenic empires. Upon this basis a peace was concluded. But Iran chafed under the loss of Mesopotamia, and the successive breaches of faith by the Persians led to Nehavend. The Khosrow's power was irretrievably shattered. Many of his nobles and the chiefs of the priesthood, whose interest it was to keep up the reign of disorder and oppression, were cut off, and he himself became a fugitive like another Darius. The nation at large hailed the Muslims as their deliverers. Footnote, Yazdgerd, like Darius, was assassinated by his own people. And a footnote. The advance of the Saracens from the Tigris to the Elburz and from the Elburz to Transoxiana was not different from that of the British in India and due to similar causes. The general conversion of the Persians to the religion of Muhammad is often taken as a proof of the intolerant character of Islam, but in the blindness of bigotry, even scholars forget the circumstances under which the Muslims entered the country. Every trace of religious life was extinct among the people. The masses were ground down by the worst of all evils, a degenerate priesthood and a licentious oligarchy. The Mazdachian and Manichaean heresies had loosened every rivet in the social fabric. Khesro Anushirvan had only postponed for a time the general disruption of society. The consequence was that as soon as the Muslims entered the country as the precursors of law and order, a general conversion took place, and Persia became forever attached to Islam. Footnote: as a testimony to the spirit which animated the Muslims, we quote the following from Gibbon. The administration of Persia was regulated by an actual survey of the people, the cattle, and the fruits of the earth, and this monument, which attests the vigilance of the caliphs, might have instructed the philosophers of every age. End of footnote. An impartial analyst of facts will now be able to judge for himself how much truth there is in the following remark of Muir. It was essential to the permanence of Islam that its aggressive course should be continually pursued, and that its claim to an universal acceptance, or at least to a universal supremacy, should be enforced at the point of the sword. End quote. Every religion, in some stage of its career, has, from the tendencies of its professors, been aggressive. Such also has been the case with Islam. But that it ever aims at proselytism by force, or that it has been more aggressive than other religions, must be entirely denied. Islam seized the sword in self-defense and held it in self-defense, as it will ever do. But Islam never interfered with the dogmas of any moral faith, never persecuted, never established an inquisition. It never invented the rack or the stake for stifling difference of opinion, or strangling the human conscience, or exterminating heresy. No one who has a competent knowledge of history can deny that the Church of Christ, when it pretended to be most infallible, quote, shed more innocent blood than any other institution that has ever existed among mankind. End quote. Whilst the fate of the man or woman who forsook the Church, or even expressed a preference for any other creed, was no less cruel. Footnote: in the 17th century, a young man was hanged for having said, it is stated, that he did not think Mohammed was a bad man. End of footnote. In 1521, death and confiscation of property was decreed by Charles V against all heretics. Burnings and hangings, and tearing out and twisting of tongues were the usual penalties of refusal to adopt the Orthodox communion. In England, after it became Protestant, the Presbyterians, through a long succession of reigns, were imprisoned, branded, mutilated, scourged, and exposed in the pillory. In Scotland, they were hunted like criminals over the mountains, their ears were torn from the roots, they were branded with hot irons, their fingers were wrenched asunder by thumbkins, the bones of their legs were shattered in the boots. Women were scourged publicly through the streets, the Catholics were tortured and hanged, Anabaptists and Arians were burnt alive. But as regards non-Christians, Catholics and Protestants, Orthodox and unorthodox, were in perfect accord. Mussulmans and Jews were beyond the pale of Christendom. In England, the Jews were tortured and hanged. In Spain, the Muslims were burnt. Marriages between Christians and Jews, and Christians and quote-unquote infidels, were null and void, in fact prohibited under terrible and revolting penalties. Even now, Christian America burns alive a Christian Negro marrying a Christian white woman. Such has been the effect produced by Christianity. To this day, wherever scientific thought has not infused a new soul, wherever true culture has not gained a foothold, the old spirit of exclusiveness and intolerance, the old ecclesiastical hatred of Islam, displays itself in writings, in newspaper attacks, in private conversations, in public speeches. The spirit of persecution is not dead in Christianity. It is lying dormant, ready to burst into flame at the touch of the first bigot. Let us turn from this picture to the world of Islam. Whilst Orthodox Christianity persecuted with equal ferocity the Jews and Nestorians, the descendants of the men who were supposed to have crucified its incarnate God and the men who refused to adore his mother, Islam afforded them both shelter and protection. Whilst Christian Europe was burning witches and heretics and massacring Jews and quote-unquote infidels, the Muslim sovereigns were treating their non-Muslim subjects with consideration and tolerance. They were trusted subjects of the state, counselors of the empire. Every secular office was open to them along with the Muslims. The teacher himself had declared it lawful for a Muslim to intermarry with a Christian, Hebrew, or Zoroastrian. The converse was not allowed for obvious political reasons. Muslim Turkey and Persia entrust their foreign interests to the charge of their Christian subjects. In Christendom, difference of faith has been a crime. In Islam, it is an accident. To Christians, says Urquhart, a difference of religion was indeed a ground for war, and that not merely in dark times and amongst fanatics. From the massacres in the name of religion of the Saxons, the Frisians, and other Germanic tribes by Charlemagne, from the burning to death of the thousands of innocent men and women, from the frightful slaughters of the Arians and Paulicians, the Albigenses and the Huguenots, from the horrors of the sects of Magdeburg and Rome, from the sanguinary scenes of the 30 Years' War, down to the cruel persecution of Calvinistic Scotland and Lutheran England, there is an uninterrupted chain of intolerance, bigotry, and fanaticism. Can anything be more heartrending than the wholesale extermination of the unoffending races of America in the name of Christ? It has been said that a warlike spirit was infused into medieval Christianity by aggressive Islam. The massacres of Justinian and the fearful wars of the Christian Clovis in the name of religion occurred long before the time of Muhammad. Compare again the conduct of the Christian Crusaders with that of the Muslims. Quote, when the Caliph Umar took Jerusalem, A.D. 637, he rode into the city by the side of the patriarch Sophronius, conversing with him on its antiquities. At the hour of prayer, he declined to perform his devotions in the Church of the Resurrection, in which he chanced to be, but prayed on the steps of the Church of Constantine. For, said he to the patriarch, had I done so, the Mussulmans in a future age might have infringed the treaty under color of imitating my example. But in the capture by the Crusaders, the brains of young children were dashed out against the walls. Infants were pitched over the battlements. Men were roasted at fires. Some were ripped up to see if they had swallowed gold. The Jews were driven into their synagogue and there burnt. A massacre of nearly 70,000 persons took place, and the Pope's legate was seen partaking in the triumph. End quote. When Saladin recaptured the city, he released all Christians, gave them money and food, and allowed them to depart with a safe conduct. Islam, quote, grasped the sword, end quote, in self-defense. Christianity grasped it in order to stifle freedom of thought and liberty of belief. With the conversion of Constantine, Christianity had become the dominant religion of the Western world. It had thenceforth nothing to fear from its enemies. But from the moment it obtained the mastery, it developed its true character of isolation and exclusiveness. Wherever Christianity prevailed, no other religion could be followed without molestation. The Muslims, on the other hand, required from the others a simple guarantee of peace and amity, tribute in return for protection, or perfect equality, the possession of equal rights and privileges, on condition of the acceptance of Islam. End of section 22. Section 23 of The Spirit of Islam by Syed Ameer Ali. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 2, Chapter 5. The Status of Women in Islam. Al-Jannah تحت الأقدام الأمهات. Paradise is at the foot of the mother. In certain stages of social development, polygamy, or more properly speaking, polygyny, the union of one man with several women, is an unavoidable circumstance. The frequent tribal wars and the consequent decimation of the male population, the numerical superiority of women, combined with the absolute power possessed by the chiefs, originated the custom which, in our advanced times, is justly regarded as an unendurable evil. Among all Eastern nations of antiquity, polygamy was a recognized institution. Its practice by royalty, which everywhere bore the insignia of divinity, sanctified its observance to the people. Among the Hindus, polygamy in both its aspects prevailed from the earliest times. There was apparently, as among the ancient Medes, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Persians, no restriction as to the number of wives a man might have. A high-caste Brahmin, even in modern times, is privileged to marry as many wives as he chooses. Polygamy existed among the Israelites before the time of Moses, who continued the institution without imposing any limit on the number of marriages which a Hebrew husband might contract. In later times, the Talmud of Jerusalem restricted the number by the ability of the husband to maintain the wives properly. And although the rabbins counseled that a man should not take more than 4 wives, the Karaites differed from them and did not recognize the validity of any limitation. To the Persians, religion offered a premium on the plurality of wives. Among the Syro-Phoenician races, whom the Israelites displaced, conquered, or destroyed, polygamy was degraded into bestiality. Among the Thracians, Lydians, and the Pelasgian races, settled in various parts of Europe and Western Asia, the custom of plurality of marriages prevailed to an inordinate extent and dwarfs all comparison with the practice prevailing elsewhere. Among the Athenians, the most civilized and most cultured of all the nations of antiquity, the wife was a mere chattel, marketable and transferable to others, and a subject to testamentary disposition. She was regarded in the light of an evil, indispensable for the ordering of a household and procreation of children. An Athenian was allowed to have any number of wives, and Demosthenes gloried in the possession by his people of 3 classes of women, 2 of which furnished the legal and semi-legal wives. Among the Spartans, though the men were not allowed, unless under special circumstances, to have more than 1 wife, the women could have, and almost always had, more than 1 husband. The peculiar circumstances under which the Roman state was originally constituted probably prevented the introduction of legal polygamy at the commencement of its existence. Whatever the historical truth of the rape of the Sabines, the very existence of the tradition testifies to the causes which helped to form the primitive laws of the Romans on the subject of matrimony. In the surrounding states generally, and especially among the Etruscans, plurality of marriage was a privileged custom. The contact for centuries with the other nations of Italy, the wars and conquests of ages, combined with the luxurious habits which success engendered, at last resulted in making the sanctity of marriage a mere byword amongst the Romans. Polygamy was not indeed legalized, but, quote, after the Punic triumphs, the matrons of Rome aspired to the common benefits of a free and opulent republic, and their wishes were gratified by the indulgence of fathers and lovers. End quote. Marriage soon became a simple practice of promiscuous concubinage. Concubinage, recognized by the laws of the state, acquired the force of a privileged institution. The freedom of women, the looseness of the tie which bound them to men, the frequency with which wives were changed or transferred, betoken, in fact, the prevalence of polygamy, only under a different name. In the meantime, the doctrines of primitive Christianity, preached on the shores of Galilee, began to irradiate the whole Roman world. The influence of the Essenes, which is reflected visibly in the teachings of Jesus, combined with an earnest anticipation of the kingdom of heaven, had led the prophet of Nazareth to depreciate matrimony in general, although he never interdicted or expressly forbade its practice in any shape. Polygamy flourished in a more or less pronounced form until forbidden by the laws of Justinian, but the prohibition contained in the civil law effected no change in the moral ideas of the people, and polygamy continued to be practiced until condemned by the opinion of modern society. The wives, with the exception of the one first married, labored under severe disabilities. Without rights, without any of the safeguards which the law threw around the favored first one, they were the slaves of every caprice and whim of their husbands. Their children were stigmatized as bastards, precluded from all shape of the inheritance of their father, and treated as outcasts from society. Morganatic and left-handed marriages were not confined to the aristocracy. Even the clergy, frequently forgetting their vows of celibacy, contracted more than one legal or illegal union. History proves conclusively that until very recent times, polygamy was not considered so reprehensible as it is now. St. Augustine himself seems to have observed in it no intrinsic immorality or sinfulness, and declared that polygamy was not a crime where it was the legal institution of a country. The German reformers, as Hallam points out, even so late as the 16th century, admitted the validity of a second or a third marriage contemporaneously with the first, in default of issue and other similar causes. Some scholars, while admitting that there is no intrinsic immorality in a plurality of wives, and that Jesus did not absolutely or expressly forbid the custom, hold that the present monogamous practice, in one sense general throughout Europe, arose from the ingrafting of either Germanic or Hellenic Roman notions on Christianity. Footnote: Monsieur Barthélemy Saint-Hilaire appears to hold the opinion that monogamy was engrafted upon Christianity from Hellenic and Roman sources. End of footnote. The latter view is distinctly opposed to fact and history and deserves no credit. As regards the Germans, the proof of their monogamous habits and customs rests upon the uncorroborated testimony of one or two Romans, of all men the most untrustworthy witnesses to facts, when it was to their interest to suppress them. Besides, we must remember the object with which Tacitus wrote his Manners of the Germans. It was a distinct attack upon the licentiousness of his own people, and by contrasting the laxity of the Romans with the imaginary virtues of barbarians, was intended to introduce better ideas into Rome. Again, supposing that Tacitus is right, to what cause should we ascribe the polygamous habits of the higher classes of the Germans, even up to the 19th century? Whatever may have been the custom of the Romans in early times, it is evident that in the latter days of the Republic and the commencement of the Empire, polygamy must have been accepted as an institution, or at least not regarded as illegal. Its existence is assumed and its practice recognized by the edict which interfered with its universality. How far the Praetorian edict succeeded in remedying the evil or diverting the current of public opinion appears from the rescript of the emperors Honorius and Arcadius towards the end of the 4th century, and the practice of Constantine and his son, both of whom had several wives. The Emperor Valentinian II, by an edict, allowed all the subjects of the empire, if they pleased, to marry several wives, nor does it appear from the ecclesiastical history of those times that the bishops and the heads of the Christian churches made any objection to this law. Far from it, all the succeeding emperors practiced polygamy, and the people generally were not remiss in following their example. This state of the laws continued until the time of Justinian, when the concentrated wisdom and experience of 13 centuries of progress and development in the arts of life resulted in the proclamation of the laws which have shed a factitious luster on his infamous reign. But these laws owed little to Christianity, at least directly. The greatest adviser of Justinian was an atheist and a pagan. Even the prohibition of polygamy by Justinian failed to check the tendency of the age. The law represented the advancement of thought. Its influence was confined to a few thinkers, but to the mass it was a perfectly dead letter. In the western parts of Europe, the tremendous upheaval of the barbarians, the intermingling of their moral ideas with those of the people among whom they settled, tended to degrade the relations between man and wife. Some of the barbaric codes attempted to deal with polygamy, but example was stronger than precept, and the monarchs, setting the fashion of plurality of wives, were quickly imitated by the people. Even the clergy, in spite of the recommendation to perpetual celibacy held out to them by the Church, availed themselves of the custom of keeping several left-handed wives by a simple license obtained from the bishop or the head of their diocese. The greatest and most reprehensible mistake committed by Christian writers is to suppose that Muhammad either adopted or legalized polygamy. The old idea of his having introduced it, a sign only of the ignorance of those who entertained that notion, is by this time exploded, but the opinion that he adopted and legalized the custom is still maintained by the common masses, as well as by many of the learned in Christendom. No belief can be more false. Muhammad found polygamy practiced not only among his own people, but amongst the people of the neighboring countries, where it assumed some of its most degrading aspects. The laws of the Christian Empire had indeed tried to correct the evil, but without avail. Polygamy continued to flourish unchecked, and the wretched women, with the exception of the first wife, selected according to priority of time, labored under severe disabilities. The corruptness of morals in Persia about the time of the Prophet was deplorable. There was no recognized law of marriage, or if any existed, it was completely ignored. In the absence of any fixed rule in the Zend-Avesta as to the number of wives a man might possess, the Persians indulged in a multitude of regular matrimonial connections besides having a number of concubines. Among the ancient Arabs and the Jews there existed, besides the system of plurality of wives, the custom of entering into conditional as well as temporary contracts of marriage. These loose notions of morality exercised a disastrous influence on the constitution of society within the peninsula. The reforms instituted by Muhammad effected a vast and marked improvement in the position of women. Both among the Jews and the non-nomadic Arabs, the condition of women was degraded in the extreme. The Hebrew maiden, even in her father's house, stood in the position of a servant. Her father could sell her if a minor. In case of his death, the sons could dispose of her at their will and pleasure. The daughter inherited nothing, except when there were no male heirs. Among the settled pagan Arabs, who were mostly influenced by the corrupt and effete civilization of the neighboring empires, a woman was considered a mere chattel. She formed an integral part of the estate of her husband or her father, and the widows of a man descended to his son or sons by right of inheritance as any other portion of his patrimony. Hence the frequent unions between stepsons and stepmothers, which, when subsequently forbidden by Islam, were branded under the name of nikah ul-maqt, shameful or odious marriages. Even polyandry was practiced by the half-Jewish, half-Sabaean tribes of Yemen. The pre-Islamite Arabs carried their aversion to women so far as to destroy by burying alive many of their female children. This fearful custom, which was most prevalent among the tribes of Quraysh and Kinda, was denounced in burning terms by Muhammad and was prohibited under severe penalties, along with the inhuman practice which they, in common with other nations of antiquity, observed of sacrificing children to their gods. In both the empires, the Persian and the Byzantine, women occupied a very low position in the social scale. Fanatical enthusiasts, whom Christendom in later times canonized as saints, preached against them and denounced their enormities, forgetting that the evils they perceived in women were the reflections of their own jaundiced minds. It was at this time, when the social fabric was falling to pieces on all sides, when all that had hitherto kept it together was giving way, when the cry had gone forth that all the older systems had been weighed in the scale of experience and found wanting, that Muhammad introduced his reforms. The Prophet of Islam enforced as one of the essential teachings of his creed, quote, respect for women, end quote. And his followers, in their love and reverence for his celebrated daughter, proclaimed her the Lady of Paradise, Khatun al-Jinnat, as the representative of her sex. Our Lady of Light, Fatima al-Zahra, is the embodiment of all that is divine in womanhood, of all that is pure and true and holy in her sex, the noblest ideal of human conception. And she has been followed by a long succession of women who have consecrated their sex by their virtues. Who has not heard of the saintly Rabia and 1,000 others, her equals? In the laws which the Arabian prophet promulgated, he strictly prohibited the custom of conditional marriages, and though at first temporary marriages were tacitly allowed, in the 3rd year of the Hijrah, even these were forbidden. Footnote: a section of the Shias still regard temporary marriages as lawful, but with all deference to the mujtahids who have expounded that view, I cannot help considering that it was put forward to suit the taste of the times, or of the sovereigns under whom these lawyers flourished. In many of their doctrines, one cannot fail to perceive the influence of personal inclinations, And a footnote. Muhammad secured to women in his system rights which they had not before possessed. He allowed them privileges the value of which will be more fully appreciated as time advances. He placed them on a footing of perfect equality with men in the exercise of all legal powers and functions. He restrained polygamy by limiting the maximum number of contemporaneous marriages and by making absolute equity towards all obligatory on the man. It is worthy of note that the clause in the Quran which contains the permission to contract for contemporaneous marriages is immediately followed by a sentence which cuts down the significance of the preceding passage to its normal and legitimate dimensions. The passage runs thus: "You may marry 2, 3, or 4 wives, but not more." End quote. The subsequent lines declare, "But if you cannot deal equitably and justly with all, you shall marry only one." End quote. The extreme importance of this proviso, bearing especially in mind the meaning which is attached to the word equity, adl, in the Quranic teachings, had not been lost sight of by the great thinkers of the Muslim world. Adl signifies not merely equality of treatment in the matter of lodgment, clothing, and other domestic requisites, but also complete equity in love, affection, and esteem. As absolute justice in matters of feeling is impossible, the Quranic prescription amounted in reality to a prohibition. This view was propounded as early as the 3rd century of the Hijra. Footnote. The Radd al-Mukhtar distinctly says, "Some doctors, the Mu'tazila, hold that adl includes equality in love and affection, but our masters differ from this view and confine it to equal treatment in the matter of nafaka, which in the language of law signifies food, clothing, and lodgment." And a footnote. In the reign of Al-Ma'mun, the first Mu'tazilite doctors taught that the developed Quranic laws inculcated monogamy, and though the cruel persecution of the mad bigot Mutawakkil prevented the general diffusion of their teachings, the conviction is gradually forcing itself on all sides, in all advanced Muslim communities, that polygamy is as much opposed to the teachings of Muhammad as it is to the general progress of civilized society and true culture. Footnote. Compare the remarks on this subject of Mulvi Chirag Ali in his able work called Are Reforms Possible in Mohammedan States? And a footnote. The fact must be borne in mind that the existence of polygamy depends on circumstances. Certain times, certain conditions of society make its practice absolutely needful for the preservation of women from starvation or utter destitution. If reports and statistics speak true, the greatest proportion of the mass of immorality prevalent in the centers of civilization in the West arises from absolute destitution. Abbé Uck and Lady Duff Gordon have both remarked that in the generality of cases, sheer force of circumstances drives people to polygamy in the East. With the progress of thought, with the ever-changing conditions of this world, the necessity for polygamy disappears, and its practice is tacitly abandoned or expressly forbidden. And hence it is that in those Muslim countries where the circumstances which made its existence at first necessary are disappearing, plurality of wives has come to be regarded as an evil and as an institution opposed to the teachings of the Prophet. While in those countries where the conditions of society are different, where the means which in advanced communities enable women to help themselves are absent or wanting, polygamy must necessarily continue to exist. Perhaps the objection may be raised that as the freedom of construction leaves room for casuistical distinctions, the total extinction of polygamy will be a task of considerable difficulty. We admit the force of this objection, which deserves the serious consideration of all Muslims desirous of freeing the Islamic teaching from the blame which has hitherto been attached to them, and of moving with advancing civilization. But it must be remembered that the elasticity of laws is the greatest test of their beneficence and usefulness, and this is the merit of the Quranic provision. It is adapted alike for the acceptance of the most cultured society and the requirements of the least civilized. It ignores not the needs of progressive humanity, nor forgets that there are races and communities on the earth among whom monogamy may prove a dire evil. The task of abolishing polygamy, however, is not so difficult as is imagined. The blight that has fallen on the Muslim nations is due to the patristic doctrine, which has prohibited the exercise of individual judgment, ijtihad. The day is not far distant when an appeal to the teacher's own words will settle the question whether the Muslims will follow Muhammad or the fathers of the Church, who have misused the Master's name to satisfy their own whimsicalities, or the capricious dictates of the caliphs and sultans whose obsequious servants they were. Europe has gone through the same process herself, and instead of hurling anathemas at the Church of Muhammad, ought to watch with patience and sympathy the efforts of regenerated Islam to free itself from patristic bondage. When once the freedom from the enthrallment of old ideas is achieved, it will be easy for the jurists of each particular Muslim state to abolish by an authoritative dictum polygamy within that state. But such a consummation can only result from a general progress in the conception of facts and a proper understanding of the Prophet's teachings. Polygamy is disappearing, or will soon disappear, under the new light in which his words are being studied. As remarked already, the compatibility of Muhammad's system with every stage of progress shows their founder's wisdom. Among unadvanced communities, polygamy, hedged by all the safeguards imposed by the Prophet, is by no means an evil to be deplored. At least it is preferable to those polyandrous customs and habits and modes of life which betoken an utter abandonment of all moral self-restraint. As culture advances, the mischiefs resulting from polygamy are better appreciated, and the meaning of the prohibition better comprehended. We are by no means prepared to say that the Mussulmans of India have benefited greatly by their intermixture with the Brahmanical races, among whom prostitution was a legalized custom. Their moral ideas have become lax. The conception of human dignity and spiritual purity has become degraded. The class of Hetairae has become as popular among them as among their non-Muslim neighbors. And yet there are signs visible which bid us hope that God's light, which lit up Arabia in the 7th century, will fall on their hearts and bring them out of the darkness in which they are now plunged. The Mu'tazila is, by conviction, a strict monogamist. In other words, a Mu'tazila marriage fulfills in every respect the requirements of an essentially monogamous marriage as a, quote, voluntary union for life of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others, end quote. Even among the archaic sects, a large and influential body hold polygamy to be unlawful, the circumstances which rendered it permissible in primitive times having either passed away or not existing in the present day. As a matter of fact, the feeling against polygamy is becoming a strong social, if not a moral, conviction, and many extraneous circumstances, in combination with this growing feeling, are tending to root out the custom from among the Indian Mussulmans. It has been customary among all classes of the community to insert in the marriage deed a clause by which the intending husband formally renounces his supposed right to contract a second union during the continuance of the first marriage. Among the Indian Mussulmans, 95 men out of every 100 are at the present moment, either by conviction or necessity, monogamists. Among the educated classes, versed in the history of their ancestors, and able to compare it with the records of other nations, the custom is regarded with disapprobation. In Persia, only a small fraction of the population enjoy the questionable luxury of plurality of wives. Footnote: only 2% according to Colonel MacGregor. End of footnote. It is earnestly to be hoped that before long a general synod of Muslim doctors will authoritatively declare that polygamy, like slavery, is abhorrent to the laws of Islam. We now turn to the subject of Muhammad's marriages, which to many minds not cognizant of the facts, or not honest enough to appreciate them, seem to offer a fair ground of reproach against the Prophet of Islam. His Christian assailants maintain that in his own person, by frequent marriages, he assumed a privilege not granted by the laws, and that he displayed in this manner a weakness of character little compatible with the office of prophet. Truer knowledge of history and a more correct appreciation of facts, instead of proving him to be a self-indulgent libertine, would conclusively establish that the man, poor and without resource himself, when he undertook the burden of supporting the women whom he married in strict accordance with the old patriarchal institution, was undergoing a self-sacrifice of no light a character. And we believe that a thorough analysis of motives from the standpoint of humanity will demonstrate the falsehood and uncharitableness of the charges leveled at quote-unquote the Great Arabian. When Muhammad was only 25 years of age, in the prime of life, he married Khadija, much senior in years. For 25 years, his life with her was an uninterrupted sunshine of faithfulness and happiness. Through every contumely and outrage heaped on him by the idolaters, through every persecution, Khadija was his sole companion and helper. At the time of Khadija's death, Muhammad was in the 51st year of his age. His enemies cannot deny but are forced to admit that during the whole of this long period they find not a single flaw in his moral character. During the lifetime of Khadija, the Prophet married no other wife, notwithstanding that public opinion among his people would have allowed him to do so had he chosen. Several months after Khadija's death, and on his return, helpless and persecuted, from Taif, he married Sauda, the widow of one Sakran, who had embraced Islam and had been forced to fly into Abyssinia to escape the persecution of the idolaters. Sakran had died in exile and left his wife utterly destitute. According to the customs of the country, marriage was the only means by which the teacher could protect and help the widow of his faithful disciple. Every principle of generosity and humanity would impel Muhammad to offer her his hand. Her husband had given his life in the cause of the new religion. He had left home and country for the sake of his faith. His wife had shared his exile and now had returned to Mecca destitute. As the only means of assisting the poor woman, Muhammad, though straitened for the very means of daily subsistence, married Sauda. Abdullah, the son of Usman Abu Quhafa, known afterwards in history as Abu Bakr, was one of the most devoted followers of Muhammad. He was one of the earliest converts to the faith of the Prophet, and in his sincere, earnest, and unvarying attachment to Muhammad, he might almost be compared with Ali. Abu Bakr, as by anticipation we may well call him, had a little daughter named Aisha. and it was the desire of his life to cement the attachment which existed between himself and the Prophet, who had led him out of the darkness of skepticism by giving Muhammad his daughter in marriage. The child was only 7 years of age, but the manners of the country recognized such alliances. At the earnest solicitation of the disciple, the little maiden became the wife of the Prophet. Sometime after the arrival of the fugitives at Medina, there occurred an incident which throws considerable light on the conditions of life among the Arabs of the time. Those who know the peculiarities of the Arab character, quote, pride, pugnacity, a peculiar point of honor, and a vindictiveness of wonderful force and patience, end quote, will be able to appreciate the full bearing of the story. Even now, words often pass lightly between individuals, says Burton, which suffice to cause a blood feud among Bedouins, end quote. Umar ibn al-Khattab, who afterwards became the second caliph of Islam, had a daughter of the name of Hafsa. This good lady had lost her husband at the Battle of Badr, and being blessed with a temper as fiery as that of her father, had remained ever since without a husband. The disciples bent upon matrimony fought shy of her. It was almost a reflection on the father, and Umar, in order to get rid of the scandal, offered his daughter's hand to Abu Bakr, and upon his declining the honor, to Uthman. He also met the offer with a refusal. This was little less than a direct insult, and Umar proceeded in a towering rage to Muhammad to lay his complaint before the Prophet. The point of honor must anyhow be settled in his favor. But neither Abu Bakr nor Uthman would undertake the burden of Hafsa's temper. A dispute, ludicrous in its origin from our point of view, but sufficiently serious then to throw into commotion the small body of the faithful. In this extremity, the chief of the Muslims appeased the enraged father by marrying the daughter, and public opinion not only approved, but was jubilant over it. Footnote. The story told by Muir, Sprenge, and Osborne, with some amount of gloating on the domestic squabble between Hafsa and Muhammad concerning Mary, the Coptic girl presented to the Prophet's household by the Negus, is absolutely false and malicious. A tradition which is repudiated by all the respectable commentators of the Quran, and which must have been invented in the time of some Umayyad or Abbasid sensualist, founded on the weakest authority, has been seized with avidity by these critics for the vilification of the Prophet. The verse in the Quran which has been supposed to refer to the story refers in truth to a wholly different circumstance. Muhammad, in his boyhood, when he tended the flocks of his uncle, had acquired a fondness for honey, which was often supplied by Zainab. Hafsa and Aisha set to work to make him give up honey, and they succeeded in inducing him to vow he would never touch it. But after he had made the vow to her, came the thought that he was making something unlawful, in which there was nothing unlawful, simply to please his wives. His conscience smote him as to his weakness, and then came the verse, O Prophet, why holdest thou that to be prohibited which God has made lawful, seeking to please thy wives? End of footnote. Hind, Salma, Habiba, and Zainab al-Masakin, mother of the poor, so called from her charity and benevolence, 3 other wives of the Prophet, had also been widows, whom the animosity of the idolaters had bereft of their natural protectors, and whom their relations were either unable or unwilling to support. Muhammad had married his devoted friend and freedman Zayd to a high-born lady of the name of Zainab, descended from two of the noblest families of Arabia. Proud of her birth, and perhaps also of her beauty, her marriage with a freedman rankled in her breast. Mutual aversion at last culminated in disgust. Probably this disgust on the husband's part was enhanced by the frequent repetition, in a manner which women only know how to adopt, of a few words which had fallen from the lips of Muhammad on once seeing Zainab. He had occasion to visit the house of Zayd, and upon seeing Zainab's unveiled face, had exclaimed, as a Muslim would say at the present day when admiring a beautiful picture or statue, "Praise be to God, the ruler of the hearts." The words, uttered in natural admiration, were often repeated by Zainab to her husband to show how even the Prophet praised her beauty, and naturally added to his displeasure. At last he came to the decision not to live any longer with her, and with this determination he went to the Prophet and expressed his intention of being divorced. "Why," demanded Muhammad, "hast thou found any fault in her?" "No," replied Zayd, "but I can no longer live with her." The Prophet then peremptorily said, "Go and guard thy wife, treat her well and fear God, for God has said, 'Take care of your wives and fear the Lord.'" But Zayd was not moved from his purpose, and in spite of the command of the Prophet he divorced Zainab. Muhammad was grieved at the conduct of Zayd, more especially as it was he who had arranged the marriage of these two uncongenial spirits. After Zainab had succeeded in obtaining a divorce from Zayd, she commenced importuning Muhammad to marry her, and was not satisfied until she had won for herself the honor of being one of the wives of the Prophet. Footnote: This marriage created a sensation among the idolaters, who, whilst marrying their stepmothers and mothers-in-law, looked upon the marriage of the divorced wife of an adopted son, as Zayd at one time was regarded by Muhammad, by the adoptive father, as culpable. To disabuse the people of the notion that adoption creates any such tie as real consanguinity, some verses of chapter 33 were delivered, which destroyed the pagan custom of forbidding or making sacred the person of a wife or husband, or intended wife or husband, by merely calling her mother, sister, father, or brother, much less by her or him being first allied to an adopted son or daughter. One of the greatest tests of the Prophet's purity is that Zayd never swerved from his devotion to his master. End of footnote. Another wife of Muhammad was called Juwayriyah. She was the daughter of Harith, the chief of the Bani Mustalik, and was taken prisoner by a Muslim in an expedition undertaken to repress their revolt. She had made an agreement with her captor to purchase her freedom for a stipulated sum. She petitioned Muhammad for the amount, which he immediately gave her. In recognition of this kindness, and in gratitude for her liberty, she offered her hand to Muhammad, and they were married. As soon as the Muslims heard of this alliance, they said amongst themselves, "The Bani Mustalik are now connections of the Prophet, and we must treat them as such." Each victor thereupon hastened to release the captives he had made in the expedition, and 100 families, thus regaining their liberty, blessed the marriage of Juwayriyah with Muhammad. Safiya, a Jewess, had also been taken prisoner by a Muslim in the expedition against Khaybar. Her, too, Muhammad generously liberated and elevated to the position of his wife at her request. Maimuna, whom Muhammad married at Mecca, was his kinswoman, and was already above 50. Her marriage with Muhammad, besides providing for a poor relation the means of support, gained over to the cause of Islam 2 famous men, Ibn Abbas and Khalid bin Walid, the leader of the Quraysh cavalry in the disastrous battle of Uhud, and in later times the conqueror of the Greeks. Such was the nature of the marriages of Muhammad. Some of them may possibly have arisen from a desire for male offspring, for he was not a god and may have felt the natural wish to leave sons behind him. He may have wished also to escape from the nickname which the bitterness of his enemies attached to him. Footnote: with savage bitterness, the enemies of the Prophet applied to him the nickname of El-Abtar on the death of his last son. This word literally means one whose tail has been cut off. Among the ancient Arabs, as among the Hindus, a male issue was regarded as the continuation of the blessings of the gods, and the man who left no male issue behind was looked upon as peculiarly unfortunate. Hence the bitter word applied to the Prophet. Hence also the idolatrous Arabs used to bury alive their female offspring, which Muhammad denounced and reprehended in burning terms. End of footnote. But taking the facts as they stand, we see that even these marriages tended in their results to unite the warring tribes and bring them into some degree of harmony. The practice of tha'ar, vendetta, prevailed among the heathen Arabs. Blood feuds decimated tribes. There was not a family without its blood feud, in which the men were frequently murdered, and the women and children reduced to slavery. Moses had found the practice of tha'ar existing among his people, as it exists among all people in a certain stage of development, but failing to abolish it, had legalized it by the institution of sanctuaries. Muhammad, with a deeper conception of the remedies to be applied, connected various rival families and powerful tribes to each other and to himself by marriage ties. Towards the close of his mission, standing on the Mount of Arafat, he proclaimed that from that time all blood feuds should cease. The malevolence of unfair and uncandid enemies has distorted the motives which, under the sanction of the great patriarchs of ancient times, led Muhammad to have a plurality of wives, and so provide helpless or widowed women with subsistence in the lack of all other means. By taking them into his family, Muhammad provided for them in the only way which the circumstances of the age and the people rendered possible. People in the West are apt to regard polygamy as intrinsically evil, and its practice not only illegal, but the result of licentiousness and immorality. They forget that all such institutions are the offspring of the circumstances and necessities of the times. They forget that the great patriarchs of the Hebraic race, who are regarded by the followers of all Semitic creeds as exemplars of moral grandeur, practiced polygamy to an extent which, in our modern ideas, seems the culmination of legalized immorality. We cannot perhaps allow their practice or conduct to pass unquestioned, in spite of the sanctity which time-honored legend has cast around them. But in the case of the Prophet of Arabia, it is essential we should bear in mind the historic value and significance of the acts. Probably it will be said that no necessity should have induced the Prophet either to practice or to allow such an evil custom as polygamy, and that he ought to have forbidden it absolutely, Jesus having overlooked it. But this custom, like many others, is not absolutely evil. Evil is a relative term. An act or usage may be primarily quite in accordance with the moral conception of societies and individuals, but progress of ideas and changes in the condition of a people may make it evil in its tendency, and in the process of time it may be made by the state illegal. That ideas are progressive is a truism, but that usages and customs depend on the progress of ideas and are good or evil according to circumstances, or as they are or are not in accordance with conscience, quote-unquote, the spirit of the time, is a fact much ignored by superficial thinkers. One of the most remarkable features in the history of early Christianity is its depreciation of marriage. Matrimony was regarded as a condition of inferiority, and the birth of children an evil. Monasticism had withdrawn from the world the most vigorous minds. The lay clergy were either not allowed to marry or to marry but once. This morbid feature was partly due to the example of the Master, and partly the resultant of a variety of circumstances which pressed upon the early Christian organization. The Nazarene prophet's intimate connection with the Essene ascetics, his vivid anticipation of the immediate advent of a kingdom of God, where all social relations would be at an end, and the early cessation of his ministry, all explain his depreciation of matrimony, and we may add, perhaps, his never entering the married state. His association with the Baptist, himself an Essene, throws light upon the history of a short but most pathetic life. The strong and inexplicable antipathy of Paul towards the female sex, joined to the words of the Master, strengthened in the Church the Essenic conception that the union of man and woman in the holiest of ties was an act of sinfulness and evil to be avoided as far as possible. Marriage was regarded as having for its sole object the procreation of children and the gratification of quote-unquote man's carnal lusts, and the marriage services of most of the Christian churches bear to this day the impress of this primitive notion. It was under these influences the idea engrafted itself upon Christianity, which still retains its hold where not displaced by humanitarian science, that a person who has never married is a far superior being to one who has contaminated himself by marriage. The ash-covered yogis of India, the matted-locked ascetics of the East generally, the priests of Buddha, were celibates. According to them, knowledge was unattainable without sundering all the loving ties of home and family, and infinity impossible of realization without leading a life of singleness. Celibacy passed into Christianity through many hands from Eastern Gnosticism and asceticism. The quote-unquote sinlessness of Jesus has been regarded by some as a proof of his divinity, by others as an indication of his immeasurable superiority over the rest of the teachers of the world. To our mind, the comparison or contrast which is so falsely instituted between Jesus and Muhammad appears wholly misconceived and founded upon a wrong estimate of moral ideals. If never marrying constitutes a man an ideal being, then all the ascetics, the hermits, and dervishes are perfect. A perfect life would then imply a total abandonment of all domestic relations. Surely this view would be a perversion of nature and end in disastrous consequences to humanity. But if it be not so, then why this disparagement of the prophet who fulfilled the work of Jesus? Is it because he married more wives than one? We have shown what these marriages meant. We have at least endeavored to show that in those very deeds which have been used to calumniate him, he was undergoing a sacrifice. But let us look for a moment at his marriages from an abstract point of view. Why did Moses marry more than one wife? Was he a moral or a sensual man for doing so? Why did David, quote, the man after God's heart, unquote, indulge in unlimited polygamy? The answer is plain. Each age has its own standard. What is suited for one time is not suited for the other, and we must not judge of the past by the standard of the present. Our ideals do not lose their greatness or their sublimity by having acted truthfully and honestly up to the standard of their age. Would we be justified in calling Jesus a vain, ambitious, unpractical dreamer, or Moses and David sanguinary sensualists, because the mind of one was filled with vague imaginings of expected sovereignty, and the lives of the others were so objectionable from the 20th century point of view? In both cases, we would be entirely wrong. The aspirations of the one, the achievements of the others, were all historical facts in accord with their times. It is the truest mark of the prophet that in his most exalted mood he does not lose sight of the living in his anticipation of the yet unborn. In his person, he represents the growth and development of humanity. Neither Jesus nor Muhammad could at once efface existing society or obliterate all national and political institutions. Like Jesus, Muhammad contented himself, except where ordinances were necessary, to meet the requirements of the moment, quote, with planting principles in the hearts of his followers, which would, when time was ripe for it, work out their abolition, end quote. As regards the statement that Muhammad assumed to himself a privilege which he denied to his followers, only thus much need be said, that it is founded on a misconception resulting from ignorance. The limitation on polygamy was enunciated at Medina some years after the exile, and the provision regarding himself, instead of being a privilege assumed by a libertine, was a burden consciously imposed on a self-conscious, self-examining soul. All his marriages were contracted before the revelation came restricting polygamy, and with that came the other which took away from him all privileges. Whilst his followers were free, subject to the conditions imposed by the law, to marry to the limit of 4, and by the use of the power of divorce, which, in spite of the Prophet's denunciations, they still exercised, could enter into fresh alliances, he could neither put away any of his wives whose support he had undertaken, nor could he marry any other. Was this the assumption of a quote-unquote privilege, or was it not a humane provision for those already allied to him, and to himself a revelation of perfect self-abnegation in his prophetic task? End of section 23.